Married a nurse sister, and her teasing made my heart tremble every day. Cheng traveled to a parallel world and was dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Drunk and heartbroken, he woke up to find himself married to the school beauty. The school beauty was a long-time online friend, and in order to help her avoid being forced into marriage with a scumbag by her family, Cheng agreed to this marriage as a brother. Unexpectedly, he awakened a golden finger that granted him 10,000 yuan every time he called her wife. However, many years later, Cheng realized he had been tricked. The school beauty was serious about their marriage. She told him, "Now that you've boarded my ship, you can't get off. Cheng, you're mine for life." She was way too passionate. What happened to being cool and distant? Every day, she flirted with him, and his heart raced. He couldn't take it anymore. "I want a divorce." Chapter 1, Married to the School Beauty. Wake up. This morning, the dorm supervisor was furious when she saw Cheng still asleep. "What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Didn't I tell you that I'd check the rooms at 8 a.m. today?" Hearing her voice, Cheng opened his blurry eyes, his head pounding. He turned over and tried to sleep again. As he did, his red booklet slipped to the floor. Seeing the red booklet, the dorm supervisor picked it up and, upon seeing the big words on it, her face changed immediately. "Cheng, explain this. What's going on here?" Cheng opened his eyes and saw that the booklet was a marriage certificate. He was shocked and instantly awake. What was going on? When did he get married? He didn't even know about it. He remembered that just yesterday, he had wanted to celebrate his 3-year anniversary with his girlfriend. However, he accidentally caught her kissing another guy and then getting into a luxury car that drove off, leaving him behind. He called her dozens of times, but she didn't answer, until finally, she picked up. They went to their usual cheap restaurant, and before they even sat down, his girlfriend, Lin Yuyu, told him, "Let's break up." "Why? Haven't I been good enough to you?" "It's not that you're not good enough. It's that you can't give me what I want," she replied. "Being with you is like being an ugly duckling that will never turn into a swan." Unable to hold it in, Cheng asked, "So, does sitting in a luxury car make you feel like a swan?" "It seems you saw everything," Lin Yuyu admitted, and without hesitation, she said, "I'm with someone else now." "We're breaking up. Does he have me?" Cheng asked. Without hesitation, Lin Yuyu replied, "There's a saying you might have heard, it's better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. This is my choice, and I have no regrets. Let us part on good terms." With that, Lin Yuyu walked away, wearing high heels, without looking back. Cheng was left alone, drinking in sorrow. After that, he didn't remember anything. And now, there was this red booklet. He opened it and saw a photo inside. It was him and Ling Ning. Ling Ning, why did the name sound so familiar? He had heard it before, but couldn't remember where from. Then his roommate was shocked and exclaimed, "You actually married Ling Ning, the school beauty." Cheng suddenly remembered Ling Ning was the school beauty everyone talked about. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and while Cheng admired her looks, he had always had a girlfriend, so his feelings toward her were more of appreciation. But now, he had actually married her and even got a marriage certificate. This had to be a joke. It was probably some prank. Without thinking, Cheng asked the dorm supervisor, "Do you believe this?" "Of course not," the supervisor said, thinking it was a prank. "Anyway, it doesn't matter. Clean up here and write me a 3,000-word apology." After writing something in the booklet, the supervisor left. Once the supervisor was gone, Cheng looked at his 3 roommates, who were all grinning, and asked, "Did you guys play a prank on me?" "It has nothing to do with us. You came in yesterday and immediately lay down. We were playing games." That made sense. His roommates were all deep into gaming and weren't the type to play pranks. As for who had pranked him, Cheng didn't care, because it didn't affect him in the slightest. Just as Cheng was about to tear up the fake marriage certificate, he heard his roommates shout, "Look, Ling Ning, the school beauty, is outside." Ling Ning? Why was she here? What did she want in the boys' dorm? She actually came in. Cheng felt a bad premonition in his heart. He hoped that the school beauty wasn't here for him. Just as he thought that, he heard a knock on the door. His roommate opened it, and there stood Ling Ning, looking out of place in her elegance amidst the messy dorm. After a moment of stunned silence, his roommate asked, "School beauty, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for my husband. Husband? Yes, him. Ling Ning pointed at Su Cheng and said, Yes, my husband. We got married yesterday. She held up a red booklet, which looked exactly like the one Su Cheng was holding. Everyone was stunned, and even Su Cheng's mind went blank. What was happening? He had really married the school beauty and gotten a certificate. Didn't he remember any of this? Looking at Ling Ning's calm expression, Su Cheng felt like the world was playing a huge joke on him. But the worst part was, the joke had come true. Seeing Su Cheng's stunned face, Ling Ning smiled faintly and asked, Su Cheng, you wouldn't have forgotten your own wife, would you? Half an hour later, Su Cheng and Ling Ning were sitting in a cafe. Su Cheng, still confused, asked, Can you tell me what happened? How did we end up married? I'm Dong Yuan, Shiliang, Ling Ning revealed, stating her online persona. Wait, what? You're Dong Yuan, Shiliang. Su Cheng remembered now Dong Yuan, Shiliang was a 5-year online friend he had met through gaming. Back then, she had claimed to be male, so they had always referred to each other as brothers. Su Cheng, being a reborn scholar, had helped her with her studies for years. Over time, she had gotten into a good university, but it was far from Su Cheng's city, so they hadn't met in person. Su Cheng remembered that after his girlfriend had dumped him, he had sent a message to his online friend, crying about how his girlfriend had cheated on him. She had asked where he was, and after sending her his location, he didn't remember anything else. Then, they got married. His longtime online friend had turned out to be a girl, and now she was the school beauty and his wife. Chapter 2, The School Belle has liked Su Cheng for many years. The good brother Su Cheng had been online with for 5 years turned out to be a woman, the school belle, and now his wife. Su Cheng couldn't accept it at first. He took a sip of the bitter coffee and said, This marriage is a joke, like a child's play. We should reconsider carefully. He was almost about to say, Let's get a divorce. Cold Ning stirred her coffee with a spoon and asked, Do you think I'm not worthy of you? Of course not. You're the school belle, and I've heard your family is very well off. If there's any mismatch, it's that I'm not worthy of you. But, I don't think so. You think you're the best, better than every man in this world. Seeing Su Cheng looking dumbfounded, with a clear look of retreat in his eyes, Cold Ning wondered if she had rushed things and scared him. She had actually liked Su Cheng for a very long time. From the moment he started spending a lot of time and energy patiently tutoring her, she had fallen for this boy. Some people say that companionship is the long-term confession. So, over the years, she had stayed by Su Cheng's side, never leaving. Even when she knew he already had a girlfriend, she had kept her feelings hidden, silently loving him. She loved him cautiously, waiting for every response from him with hope. Every message she sent was carefully thought out, afraid of choosing the wrong words, suppressing her emotions, and scaring him away. She was even more afraid that if he knew her true identity as a woman, he would grow farther away from her. Now, she could finally stand beside him openly, announcing to the world that she was Su Cheng's wife. The woman who didn't know how to cherish Su Cheng had finally left. From now on, if she liked the boy, she would love him herself. But, unfortunately, she was still too impatient. She should have slowed down. However, she didn't want to. She had liked this man for so long that she had lost track of time. She didn't want to see him walk into another woman's arms. Everyone is selfish. If you like someone, you want to have them, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, she made the decision she thought was the best in her life, marrying Su Cheng and getting their marriage certificate. As for how she got the marriage certificate with a drunk person, she didn't need to worry about that. Someone else had handled it for her. But Cold Ning also knew that she had rushed things too much, which might have scared him, so she softened her tone and said, Do you remember I told you my family arranged a blind date for me, and the person was terrible? Su Cheng remembered this. Back then, Cold Ning had said that the man was a green tea type. The marriage between their two families wasn't because of love but due to the union of their family interests. So, even though winter warmth, summer cool, Cold Ning came from a good family, marriage wasn't something she could decide on her own. When winter warmth, summer cool didn't know what to say, Su Cheng said, Some people live for others, while some live for themselves. If I had to choose, I'd live for myself. It's selfish, but if I'm not happy living, what is the point of living? If your family is really pressuring you, just find someone to get married to. Su Cheng, you can't go back on your word. You promised to drink with me and do everything I ask. Had he said that? Su Cheng's mind went blank. Su Cheng, you've been my brother for 5 years. If I'm in trouble, you won't abandon me, right? Of course not. Having spent 5 years with winter warmth summer cool, Su Cheng knew what kind of person they were. If the person wasn't someone to associate with, he would have cut ties long ago. Now that the person was in trouble, as a brother, of course, he wouldn't abandon them. So, you've agreed to be my husband. Cold Ning's smile bloomed like 100 flowers, and she said happily. Su Cheng replied, just so you know, this marriage is temporary. Once you've resolved your issue, we'll get a divorce. Of course. Cold Ning happily responded. But in her heart, she thought, you're on my boat now. Want to get off? In your dreams? Well then, let us go meet my parents this afternoon. What? Su Cheng stared at Cold Ning in surprise, completely caught off guard by her statement. We're married, so we naturally have to meet both sets of parents. I've already told my family about our marriage. They said they want to meet you this afternoon. Why didn't you say this earlier? Su Cheng was completely unprepared to meet Cold Ning's parents. He felt a little flustered. Didn't you just agree to be my husband? Cold Ning took a sip of coffee and responded. What if I don't agree? Su Cheng asked. What if you don't agree? Cold Ning thought for a moment, then said, I'll just tie you up and take you. Otherwise, my parents won't be happy. Su Cheng's back chilled. He thought, winter warmth summer cool can't be one of those overly possessive types, right? If I stay with her, it could be deadly. Seeing the unease in Su Cheng's eyes, Cold Ning smiled and said, all right, I'm just kidding. If you don't agree, I'll just have to marry that scumbag. With a tone of grievance and reluctance, Cold Ning's words made Su Cheng hold her hand and say, don't worry, I won't let that happen. How could I let my good brother jump into a fire pit? Cold Ning smiled sweetly, nodding vigorously. Her face flushed slightly, her heart racing a little faster. Su Cheng's hand was so warm, and she thought, if this could last forever, that would be perfect. Just as Cold Ning was thinking this, Su Cheng's ex-girlfriend and a group of her friends walked in. When they saw Su Cheng and Cold Ning holding hands, they sneered. Su Cheng, you used to say that your love for me was unwavering, but now it's all nonsense. We just broke up, and now you're holding hands with another girl right in front of me. Originally, I felt a little guilty towards you, because I was the one who liked someone else first. Now I see it was all me being self-deluded. Also, I should remind you that this place is very expensive. Have you brought enough money? Faced with his ex-girlfriend's mockery, Su Cheng wanted to throw money at her from his system space. But to his surprise, Cold Ning acted first. Her high and mighty stance, along with her gaze that looked down on everyone, immediately made Lin Yu feel like a clown. Moreover, Cold Ning's brand name clothes, even her simple shirt, were worth tens of thousands. Su Cheng's ex, on the other hand, was wearing a simple blouse worth just a few thousand yuan, a huge contrast. Cold Ning looked coldly at Lin Yu and said, waiter, get rid of these flies. We don't welcome people who disrespect my husband here. Yes, boss. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected the girl Su Cheng had just held hands with to be so wealthy. She even owned a top-tier cafe in the city center, where the investment to open such a place started at millions. And what did she just call Su Cheng? Husband. Su Cheng, you too? Lin Yu asked, bewildered. Chapter 3, Meeting the Parents. Su Cheng, you guys. Lin Yu asked cautiously. This is my husband. We are legally married now. From now on, you need to watch what you say. If I ever hear you speak ill of my husband again, I'll knock your teeth out, Ling Ning said, striking a victorious pose as she looked at Lin Yu. Waiter, as the boss, I order you to throw these people out. With that, Lin Yu and her group were quickly escorted out, their faces covered in embarrassment. What's going on? Didn't you say Su Cheng had no background and no money? How did he suddenly marry a rich woman? One of Lin Yu's friends asked. At that moment, another friend seemed to remember something. Lin Yu, I know who the woman with Su Cheng is. Who is she? Lin Yu asked, jealousy boiling in her heart. She was jealous not only of how the other woman looked better than her but also because she had better circumstances, and, most of all, Lin Yuyu was envious of the way she looked at Su Cheng. It was as if she were mocking Lin Yuyu, making her regret letting go of Su Cheng. She's the school's campus beauty, Ling Ning. What? Lin Yuyu was taken aback. Are you sure? She's really the campus beauty. How could I be mistaken? Even if my eyes were blurry, I would still remember the campus beauty. I've seen her before, and she is definitely not on the same level as us, her friend explained. So, Su Cheng's new girlfriend is our school's campus beauty. Another friend suddenly understood. I knew it. Back then, he was so obsessed with you, and now he breaks up with you so cleanly. Turns out, he already found someone else. These words twisted something in Lin Yuyu's heart. She displayed a vicious look, startling even the friends beside her. Lin Yuyu, your face just now was terrifying. Lin Yuyu, with a dark expression, muttered, I won't let them have an easy time. As for what Lin Yuyu was thinking, Su Cheng wasn't concerned. Their relationship was over, and now he had a much more difficult task at hand. He was going to meet Ling Ning's parents that afternoon as her husband. Only after passing this test with Ling Ning's parents would she be able to avoid marrying the jerk. Under Ling Ning's guidance, they arrived at a private custom club. Ling Ning, excited, picked clothes for Su Cheng as though she were picking her own. One by one, she handed him outfits to try on. Su Cheng didn't refuse and tried on each piece. Finally, on the 12th set of clothes, Ling Ning nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Su Cheng in the white suit, handsome as a prince from a fairy tale, Ling Ning couldn't help but imagine if Su Cheng were the prince, was she the princess in this story? The prince and princess would live happily ever after, with a few chubby babies running around. Thinking about having children with Su Cheng in the future made Ling Ning feel warm, and her face flushed. Ling Ning, to be honest, your taste is really good. After I put this on, I look flawless. Ling Ning, looking slightly upset, lowered her head and said, Su Cheng, why are you still calling me Ling Ning? If my parents hear that, they'll think this marriage is a joke. It was, after all, a fake marriage. Besides, wasn't she called Ling Ning? If he didn't call her that, what should he call her wife? It was just too awkward. They didn't have a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so calling her wife felt inappropriate. Su Cheng, what do you think I should be called? Ling Ning asked expectantly. Su Cheng opened his mouth, thinking it might be better to call her Xiao Ning as a compromise. Just as he was about to address her as Xiao Ning, a system prompt sounded. Choose to call her wife, earn 10,000 renminbi for each time, and after 10 times, get a chance for a lucky draw. Choose another nickname, earn 1,000 renminbi per time. For the sake of a little cash, he was willing to do it. Su Cheng took a deep breath and said, Wife, do I look good in this outfit? Ding dong, congratulations to their host for calling her wife. You have earned 10,000 renminbi, and the reward has been sent to your bank account. When the system notification sounded, Su Cheng's phone buzzed with a message, your account balance is 12,300 renminbi. He realized his account had never had this much before. Now, it had an extra 10,000 renminbi. The system really worked. On the other side, Ling Ning was moved by the word wife. She fought back tears. No one knew how long she had waited for that two-syllable word. She smiled, her lips curling with happiness, as she looked at Su Cheng. My husband, you look good in anything. After selecting clothes for Su Cheng, Ling Ning quickly picked her own outfit. It was a white off-shoulder split dress that matched Su Cheng's outfit perfectly. When Ling Ning put it on, she exuded a pure, ice-like aura, and a youthful innocence surrounded her. She looked like a snow lotus blooming in the sky, unforgettable after just one glance. Su Cheng, afraid he might get lost in staring, quickly turned his head, repeatedly reminding himself that this was just a fake marriage. He couldn't fall too deep. When Ling Ning saw that Su Cheng wasn't looking at her, she felt a little disappointed and asked, Su Cheng, do I not look good? How could that be? You look good in anything. Su Cheng quickly reassured her. Then why don't you look at me? Ling Ning asked, her large eyes staring at him, full of confusion. Su Cheng inwardly thought, if I keep staring, my heart might skip a beat. But he wouldn't admit that Ling Ning's beauty had caused his emotions to waver. He cleared his throat and said, I'm afraid if I look at you any longer, I'll end up thinking. Thinking what? Ling Ning asked, tapping her fingers on the table. I'm afraid I'll ask myself, why is such a beautiful woman not my wife? Immediately, Ling Ning's face blossomed into a radiant smile, lighting up the room. She whispered, I want to be your wife forever. Will you marry me? Under Su Cheng's surprised gaze, Ling Ning mischievously smiled. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Su Cheng sighed in relief. Of course, with her background and beauty, how could a regular guy like him ever be worthy? Right now, he was just here to milk the system rewards. Even if you say that, I still have to say, wife, you really look beautiful today. Millimeter, hubby, you're handsome too. Ling Ning softly replied, then naturally looped her arm around his. We should go now. My parents really want to meet the man who made their daughter vow to never marry anyone else. Su Cheng suddenly felt an odd sense of unease. He asked Ling Ning, how did you tell your parents about me? I told them that I fell in love with the most outstanding man in the world, and I wouldn't marry anyone else. That was a bit of an exaggeration. She said he was outstanding, which he would admit, but the most outstanding man in the world was definitely a stretch. I think your parents might find it hard to believe that their daughter would marry someone so ordinary. No. Ling Ning firmly replied. In my eyes, you are the most outstanding man in the world. As for what my parents think, you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, it was a fake marriage, so why care? Even if her parents weren't happy, they'd probably just say some harsh words, and Su Cheng had thick skin, he wouldn't let a few rude remarks get to him. Alright, let us go. Otherwise, we'll be late. As they got closer to Ling Ning's parents' house, Su Cheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was there any way he could skip this? Chapter 4. What can you promise her? Are you a little nervous? Seeing that Su Cheng's face was not very good, Ling Ning asked with concern. Of course I'm nervous. After all, it's my first time meeting the girl's parents. Hearing this, Ling Ning seemed very happy. She curled her lips and showed a smile. Don't worry, I'm here, they won't do anything to you. The car was driving very fast and finally stopped outside an independent villa. Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning didn't move, looked at her in confusion and asked, don't get out of the car. Do you remember what to call me? Su Cheng paused, wiped his lips, and called in a magnetic voice, wife. Ding, congratulations to their host for winning 10,000. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Su Cheng thought that he had called Ling Ning wife no less than 10 times, so he had 100,000 yuan now. Su Cheng took out his mobile phone and checked the balance, which was more than 80,000. This amount of money is a huge sum for college students. Making money is so easy, it's like picking it up for free. When Ling Ning heard Su Cheng call her wife, she lowered her head shyly and said softly, let's go. Okay, wife. Ding. Congratulations to their host for winning 1W. The system notification sounded again in her ears. This time, Su Cheng did not look at his phone to check the balance, but took Ling Ning's hand and said in her ear, you are wearing high heels, it is inconvenient, I will support you, wife. Hearing this, Ling Ning's shoulders trembled slightly. She did not expect Su Cheng to be so confident that he actually noticed that she was wearing high heels and it was inconvenient to walk. If all this was not acting, how great it would be. He was really her husband and she was really his wife. They would definitely be the most loving couple in the world. There will definitely be such a day. Looking at Su Cheng's profile, Jihan said silently in her heart. She did not believe that there would be a man that Ling Ning could not get. With the support of Su Cheng, the two entered the gate. Inside the gate, Ling Ning's parents were waiting there early in the morning. When they saw Su Cheng, Ling Ning's father looked at Su Cheng with a serious face and said, this is the man you swore not to marry. There is no difference. Ling Ning's mother was a gentle woman. She poked Ling Ning's father, say less, he is your son-in-law. Son-in-law. Ling Ning's father's face turned cold, I didn't admit it. Even if they got the certificate privately and became a legal couple, so what? In my heart, he is still not a son-in-law. Dad, if you don't want to eat this meal, we cannot eat. Ling Ning grabbed Su Cheng's hand and said, let's go, husband, let's go somewhere else to eat. Ling Ning, you are so old, do you still want to make your father angry and hospitalized like last time? Your father agreed to Su Cheng to come to our house, which is equivalent to recognizing Su Cheng's identity in disguise. Don't be unhappy because of a few words you said. Come, this is Su Cheng, please come in. Ling Ning's mother warmly invited Su Cheng to come in. Su Cheng stretched out his hand and said to Ling Ning's mother, "Auntie, I'm glad to meet you. I'm Su Cheng. Please take care of me in the future." Ling Ning's mother smiled and said, "It's too formal to call you auntie now. You and Ning have already obtained the marriage certificate. It's time to call you mom." "Mom!" Su Cheng shouted. Although he and Ling Ning were fake couples, in order to help Ling Ning not marry a scumbag for the benefit of the family, he had to make Ling Ning's parents believe that they were real couples. He had to call her mom. "I've called you mom, but you're still standing at the door. Why don't you come in quickly?" Su Cheng hurriedly changed his shoes and walked in. Ling Ning saw Su Cheng walk in, and it was difficult for him to walk, so he also changed his shoes. "Come on, come in and sit down." Ling's mother invited Su Cheng to sit on the sofa in the hall, and then said, "You and your father can chat first, I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Auntie at home is on leave today." Only Ling's father, Ling Ning and Su Cheng were left in the hall. The three of them sat in the hall, in a strange silence. Su Cheng wanted to speak, but the other party had a sour face, and whatever he wanted to say was probably nonsense in the other party's eyes. So he had better choose to shut up. Su Cheng didn't speak, and Ling Ning didn't seem to want to speak either, but just kept shaking hands with Su Cheng, indicating that he was determined to follow Su Cheng. It was Ling's father who broke the silence first and asked, "I heard Ning say that you met online." "Yes, I've known you for 5 years. Su Cheng replied. "You married my daughter after knowing each other for 5 years. I don't know who gave you the courage to be so bold." He didn't want to, but unfortunately there was no if. Now he and Ling Ning are legally a couple. So he said, "Sometimes, it doesn't take long to like someone. I took 5 years to like someone. This time is neither long nor short, just right. But, you are still a student and you rely on your family for your living. What qualifications do you have to promise Ning the rest of your life?" This. Su Cheng was a little stuck for a while. He and Ling Ning were forced to meet her parents, and he was actually in a state of confusion about many things. To be honest, he really didn't know how to answer such a realistic question all of a sudden. The balance in his card is only tens of thousands, which is insignificant in front of Ling Ning's worth. With his current ability, he really didn't have the qualifications to say that he could guarantee her the rest of her life. Seeing that his father was deliberately making things difficult for Su Cheng, Ling Ning couldn't help but say, "Dad, I know you like him very much, but can the person you like promise you a future, and can he give you a future? Women can't afford to waste their youth. If you put your trust in the wrong person, you will still be sad in the end." "Su Cheng won't," Ling Ning said firmly. "Wife." Ding, congratulations to their host for calling wife 10 times, and getting a chance to draw a lottery. "Would you like to draw a lottery?" Hearing the system prompt, Su Cheng said without hesitation, "Yes." Ding, congratulations to their host for winning 30% of Energy Technologies shares. What? Su Cheng couldn't believe what he heard. He actually got 30% of Energy Technologies shares. You know, Energy Technology is an estimated 10 billion company, and it is said that it will be listed soon. Once Energy Technology is listed, his net worth will definitely increase by dozens of times. By then, he will have assets of 10 billion. When Lin Qingxian thought that he would soon be a billionaire, he felt like he had won the first prize in the lottery. It was really a pie in the sky that was about to hit him to death. He shouted in his heart, "Please give me more of this pie." Here, seeing that Su Cheng didn't say anything, Ling's father thought that he had given up, and said, "You can't give her a worry-free life for the rest of her life, and you can't give her security. What qualifications do you have to be her husband and protect her for life? Why not take advantage of the opportunity to regret now, you?" Chapter 5 being held up. "I will not give up my wife. She is the best wife in the world, no one else." Humph. Ling's father continued to sneer and said, "Then what can you give her?" "There is only less than 100,000 in my card." 100,000. Ling's father continued to look down on him. Ning's cheapest piece of jewelry is more than 100,000. "I haven't finished yet. I am also a shareholder of a company." Su Cheng paused and said, "What kind of company is this?" "It's a roadside stall or a small retail store." Father Lin continued to laugh. "It's a company at this scale. Energy Technology Company, Limited. This company is very famous. As a businessman, Father Ling has heard of it. This is a company worth tens of billions. Su Cheng, an ordinary college student, is actually a shareholder of a company worth tens of billions. This is bragging. Just as Father Ling was about to laugh at something, he heard the news broadcast on the TV in the living room. A dignified female anchor was reporting the news in a clear voice. It is said that the national enterprise Energy Technology will be listed soon, and all shareholders will hold a shareholders meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The main shareholders of Energy Technology will be announced below. And Su Cheng was ranked first as the largest shareholder, with his own photo. Suddenly, Father Ling's expression was wonderful. Originally, he thought Su Cheng was just bragging, but now it seems that he is the clown. Su Cheng is really a shareholder of Energy Technology Company, and one of the largest shareholders. This is really incredible. Ling Ning also knew about this for the first time. She had never known that the boy she liked was so outstanding that she could only look up to him. In fact, Su Cheng had known about this not long ago. He could only say that the system was powerful. Father Ling looked at Su Cheng for a long time and finally said, "Are you really a shareholder of Energy Technology? Why have you never heard Ning Ning mention it? I'm just a student. I should focus on studying now." Su Cheng said seriously. He is worth billions and still so young. More importantly, he is not conspicuous. He has always been very low-key and has never deliberately shown off because of what he has. This quality alone is better than many rich second generations. Besides, the assets owned by Su Cheng are really better than many rich second generations. He glanced at his daughter and suddenly found that his daughter had a good vision. The man she values is really excellent. Suddenly, Su Cheng's expression became more and more satisfied, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Seeing her father like this, Ling Ning whispered, "It seems that my father has passed this test, and he is very satisfied with you." Satisfied is fine. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief silently. It is said that the parents of both parties of the marriage partner are the most difficult. Now Ling's father is satisfied with her. Ling Ning's mother is a very easy-to-talk person, and she should have a good attitude towards her. As long as Ling Ning's parents pass this test, they will not force Ling Ning to marry a scumbag. Then her mission will be completed, and she can find a suitable opportunity to divorce. Ling Ning has been paying attention to Su Cheng's expression, so she naturally knows what he is thinking. He thinks that he can retire if his parents don't force him to marry a scumbag, but he is dreaming. She plans to be a real couple with Su Cheng. It seems that she still needs to work harder to make Su Cheng fall in love with her earlier. Will he want to divorce then? Having dinner at Ling Ning's house, Ling Ning's father may have said something to Ling Ning's mother, but Ling's mother was very enthusiastic about him. When they finished eating, she asked, "It's too late today, do you want to stay at home?" Su Cheng subconsciously refused. He and Ling Ning were a fake couple. If they lived at Ling Ning's parents' house, they had to live together in order to prevent Ling Ning's parents from finding out that they were a fake couple. It didn't matter what he was like as a boy, but Ling Ning's reputation could not be cleared. Who could believe that nothing would happen if the two of them lived together? They absolutely couldn't live here. Ling Ning didn't know what she was thinking and said, "Mom, we'll stay at home tonight." When Su Cheng heard Ling Ning say that they would stay at home, she really wanted to ask what she was thinking and why she agreed to live at home. Are they really going to live together and play husband and wife? When Su Cheng thought of the scene of sleeping in the same bed with a girl, he felt that this was a military thing to do, but he couldn't help thinking about it. At a gap, Su Cheng saw that there was no one around and was about to ask. Ling Ning explained, "My parents have always suspected that I was faking marriage to avoid family marriage, so if I don't agree, they will definitely be suspicious." Su Cheng thought about it and it was right, but when he thought about living with the school beauty, he felt a little uncomfortable. She noticed Su Cheng's awkwardness and said, "Don't worry, I will sleep with my mother at night. My mother loves me the most and should not suspect anything." Hearing that the school beauty would not sleep with him, Su Cheng nodded and agreed to stay overnight. Led by Ling Ning, he came to Ling Ning's room and saw a room full of pink romance. He didn't expect that the school beauty who has always been more aloof actually has a princess side. Pink is indeed not suitable for boys. I'll ask Zhongmar to change it. Ling Ning hurriedly said, fearing that Su Cheng would not feel used to it. No, it's just one night. I'll just sleep for a while. Yeah. Then I'll go to sleep with my mother. Hearing the door closing, Su Cheng was the only one left in the huge room. He was a little uncomfortable. But he immediately forced himself to get used to it. It was just a one-night stay at someone else's house. Why couldn't he get used to it? He took off his sanitary napkin, got familiar with it, put on the pajamas prepared by the servant in advance, and lay on the bed to prepare for sleep. When he fell into a deep sleep, the bolt turned. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Cheng opened his eyes and saw Ling Ning bare-legged, wearing a translucent pajamas, with long hair draped over her shoulders and holding a pillow, appearing by the bed. Ling Ning, how did you get in? My mother said that we are newlyweds now, so there is no reason to sleep in separate beds, so I have nowhere to go. Ling Ning held the pillow aggrievedly and stood in the corner aggrievedly. You sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor. Su Cheng had no choice but to give up the big bed and pointed to the floor and said, I'll sleep here. That's not good. How about we each sleep in half, separated by pillows? That's fine, right? The dim moonlight shone through the gaps in the pink and white curtains onto Ling Ning's body, outlining her exquisite figure. A pair of long white legs loomed in the long skirt, which was suggestive. Su Cheng's face turned red when he saw this. He turned his head away and said, I'll sleep on the floor, you can do whatever you want. He said as he lay on the floor with his pillow in his arms. Fortunately, there was a thin Persian blanket on the floor, so it wasn't too cold. Soon, Su Cheng fell asleep in the sound of insects in the summer night. Su Cheng, Su Cheng. Ling Ning had been paying attention to Su Cheng. Seeing that he seemed to be asleep, he tried to call him a few times. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't respond, he walked up to Su Cheng and picked him up. Chapter 6 Midnight Bed Check. Ling Ning picked up Su Cheng and put him on the bed, then looked at Su Cheng who was already sleeping with tenderness and said, Today is our wedding night, so we should sleep together. If Su Cheng woke up, he would be very surprised. How could Ling Ning hold him up so lightly with a height of 1.8 meters and a weight of 170 kilograms? In fact, no one knows that Ling Ning is very strong, and it is the kind of strength that is born. She can crush bricks with her bare hands. Most people are deceived by her beautiful appearance and don't know that there is a violent side under her beautiful appearance. Naturally, she hides her imperfect side very well, even her family didn't notice it. As for why there is a violent side, it is her way to vent her inner repression. When she was a child, her family asked her to be a lady of honor and wanted her to learn all kinds of martial arts. She is not a genius, nor is she a quiet person. She was very naughty when she was a child and hoped for the outside world. Because she tried to go against her parents, she was beaten a lot. At that time, she was very young and didn't understand why she had to learn so many things every day. Other children could play in the mud, but she couldn't. It seemed that only the parents' requirements were right, and whatever she wanted was wrong. Whenever she felt wronged, she always pinched stones to express her dissatisfaction, until one day a very good-looking little boy said to her, You are ugly, so ugly, even if I am blind, I will not agree to you as my future wife. She was so angry that she punched him in the nose. The little boy's nose was smashed. After that incident, her family knew that she was born with strange strength, and then told her very carefully that if she didn't want others to regard her as an alien, she should not show this side of herself in front of others. Otherwise, the family would not have the money to pay for her impulse next time. It is said that the boy's family has a strong background. In order to calm down the incident, the family said that they compensated the boy's family for half of their worth. Their family changed from a big house to a small house, and her father suddenly aged 10 years. In order to prevent her family from getting into trouble again because of her, she never showed her strange power to others. But now, he fell asleep, no one saw it, and no one knew that she was hugging him. Looking at Su Cheng sleeping beside her, Ling Ning found a comfortable position and fell asleep in his arms. Su Cheng slept very soundly, and he was the kind of person who didn't even dream when he was asleep. So he didn't know what had just happened. At night, the silver moonlight shone on them through the gaps in the thick curtains, making them emit a faint fluorescence. Like a pair of perfect couples, they held hands and leaned on each other. Click! At this time, the locked door was gently pushed open, and Ling Ning's mother's face was revealed from the door. After seeing the two people sleeping together, her expression was complicated, and then she gently closed the door and returned to their house. In the room, Ling Ning's father was obviously not asleep. He glanced at his wife who had just come in with her coat on and asked, How is it? Are they really sleeping together? Well, I asked the housekeeper for the key, pushed the door open and saw that they were really sleeping together. Ling Ning's mother said, "It seems that they are really married." Ling Ning's father rubbed his sore temples and said, "But this is too coincidental. We were just about to arrange a marriage for her, and she told us that she was married, as if she was deliberately getting rid of us arranging this marriage for her. The children are all grown up and have their own ideas. We should be happy that Ling Ning can marry the person she likes." Ling Ning's mother advised, "Master, don't think too much. I'm afraid this girl will suffer. The other party is a new energy company. Major shareholder, you have all kinds of girls, why do you like our daughter? Besides, they just slept together, nothing happened. If they really love each other, I will naturally agree. I am just afraid that our daughter is setting up a trap. You said that our daughter randomly found someone to marry herself, and then deliberately said that this was the one she liked, just to avoid marrying the marriage partner we arranged for her. I think Cheng is a good kid, he shouldn't bully our child." What Ling's father thought in his heart was that Cheng looked good, young and rich, but he always felt something was wrong. If there was such an excellent son-in-law, why didn't the child tell them first, but had to tell them when the family arranged a marriage partner for her, and more importantly, married first, without giving them any preparation time, and they were forced to accept this son-in-law. Let's see first. In the morning, Cheng moved his eyelids slightly, opened his eyes, and saw such a beautiful picture in the world. Ling Ning was like a kitten in Cheng's arms, rubbing against his chest from time to time, and leaving some saliva, and her long legs were hooked around his waist, holding him tightly in the middle. This scene was a bit eye-catching. Cheng's face was a little red, he didn't know how he ran to the bed, he clearly remembered that he slept on the floor. Could it be that the floor was too bright? He couldn't help but run to the bed, wouldn't he be taking advantage of it? Cheng wanted to leave early while the other party was sleeping soundly. As soon as he wanted to get up, he found that the other party's long legs seemed to be very strong, and he couldn't get up. Cheng held his breath and slowly opened Ling Ning's long legs. Just when he thought he was about to successfully get rid of the long legs, Ling Ning opened his eyes and said softly, "Good morning, husband." Then he naturally kissed Cheng on the forehead. Why did he feel that he was taken advantage of just now? Cheng suddenly felt a little unnatural, and then he saw Ling Ning loosely exposing half of his shoulder blade skin, and quickly turned his eyes away. "Sorry, I don't know how I slept here. It doesn't matter, we are husband and wife anyway, and my parents still suspect that we are fake marriage, and they might come to peek at night. We sleep together, which just proves that we are a real couple." What Cheng thought in his heart was that we were originally fake, so is it necessary to make it so real? However, at the moment at Ling Ning's parents' house, there are naturally some things that cannot be said. "We should get up." "Okay." Ling Ning moved his body, and then his center of gravity was unstable for a while, and he fell to the ground holding Cheng. Bang! After a sound. The two looked at each other, and Cheng felt like crying. It seems that his hand grabbed the wrong place. What should he do? Can he say that he didn't mean it? He wanted to let go, but he couldn't let Ling Ning's body fit with his own. He subconsciously held tighter and tighter. Chapter 7. If I don't meet her in the next life, I would rather live alone. Ling Ning's ears were hot, and she felt a strange feeling where Cheng grabbed her. She felt her body getting softer and softer, and finally she had no strength at all and fell on Cheng. "Miss." At this time, Zhangmar, the housekeeper, heard something and thought something had happened. She pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Cheng and Ling Ning hugging each other with messy clothes, she suddenly felt that she came at the wrong time. "Hurry up and apologized, Miss, son-in-law, you continue. I just saw something bad." Cheng wanted to say, "Don't leave, I'm being pressed down by an elephant and can't breathe." Although Ling Ning's figure is very petite, she has a lot of flesh on her body, but her bones are small, which makes her look thinner. 1.65 meters tall and 120 kilograms in weight. It's not considered thin. Being pressed by such a heavy person, he felt a little difficult to breathe. "Can you get up by yourself?" "I can't breathe." "Is it because he is too heavy?" Seeing Cheng's difficulty breathing, Ling Ning felt very uncomfortable. She didn't want Cheng to be in trouble, so she hurriedly got up from him. "Sorry, I pressed you." It's okay, you didn't mean it." Cheng quickly breathed several mouthfuls of fresh air before he came to his senses and asked, "When can we leave? It's easy to be exposed if we stay here for a while." Ling Ning also knew this problem. She and Su Cheng got married too suddenly, and her parents would definitely think too much. In order to prevent them from thinking too much and to prevent them from seeing that they were fake marriages, she said, "Let's go back after breakfast." Su Cheng nodded after hearing this, thinking that after eating and leaving here, they could go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Anyway, as long as he ensured that Ling Ning didn't marry a scumbag, his mission would be completed. The two of them appeared at the dining table hand in hand. At the table, Ling Ning's mother looked at them back and forth, and then asked softly, "Are you used to sleeping at night?" "Used?" Su Cheng replied. "Yeah." Ling Ning also replied. "I heard from Aunt Zhang this morning that you." At this point, Ling Ning's mother seemed to realize something and quickly changed her words and said, "Ling Ning, I will discuss with your father. You are both college students and newlyweds. Since you are married, it is not very suitable to live in the dormitory. We will buy you an apartment nearby as part of our dowry." Su Cheng almost vomited after taking a sip of soy milk. What's the situation? Didn't they say that it would be enough to meet Ling Ning's parents? If they continue like this, wouldn't they have to live together? They are not real husband and wife, so living together is not appropriate. Although Ling Ning is willing, Su Cheng is definitely not willing. In his mind, he is just helping, and the rest has nothing to do with him. She didn't want to make things difficult for Su Cheng, so she said, "Mom and Dad, we are still students and should focus on our studies. But you are already married. Shouldn't you have sex after marriage? It must be inconvenient at school. Besides, I want you to give me a big fat grandson before you graduate." Ahem. Now it was Su Cheng's turn to be embarrassed. "I thought that it was probably impossible for you to have a grandson. Can a child be born by one person? By the way, Xiao Cheng, what do you think?" Ling Ning's mother saw Ling Ning hesitate, so she asked Su Cheng. Ding! The system's prompt sounded in her ears. Choose 1, agree to live with Ling Ning, and get a villa in Shanghai district. Choose 2, do not agree to live with Ling Ning, and the host will go bankrupt. You are playing with the system, right? If he doesn't agree, his savings and shares will be gone. People die for money, birds die for food. In order to become a winner in life, and for Ling Ning to pass the test of his parents. Su Cheng put down the cup of soy milk in his hand and said, "Since it's Mom's idea, I have no objection." Ling Ning looked up at Su Cheng in surprise. She didn't expect this guy to agree. Does he know what cohabitation means? Two people eat together, sleep together, and even. But then she thought, Su Cheng would never think so. He was just trying to help, so that his parents wouldn't suspect that he was in a fake marriage and make things difficult for him. Even if they lived together, Su Cheng's personality wouldn't allow anything to happen. For a while, Ling Ning was a little unhappy. She was unhappy because Su Cheng agreed to cohabitation in order to prevent her from marrying a scumbag, not because he liked her. But then she thought, whether something happened or not was up to her. She didn't believe that this guy wouldn't be moved when such a beautiful woman like her was in front of him and beside him. Thinking about it, Ling Ning smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. This is the new house we prepared for you." As she spoke, Ling Ning's mother took out the property certificate she had prepared early in the morning and said, "It is a high-end residential area, on the top floor. It is said that we can see the night view of the entire city from above. Look up the sky and you can see the North Star. Legend has it that if you make a wish to the North Star, it will come true." Su Cheng did not expect that the other party had already prepared the property certificate. He originally wanted to wait at least a few days. And with Ling Ning's family background, he could have anything he wanted. It's just a house, so it's easy. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Ling Ning took the property certificate and said, "Well, when are you going to move in?" Ling Ning's father looked at Su Cheng with an eagle-like eye. Su Cheng wondered when he would move in. Naturally, the later the better. Is he really going to live with the school beauty? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? But under the scrutiny of Ling Ning's father, Su Cheng smiled lightly, took Ling Ning's hand and said, "Of course, I have to listen to my wife." Ling Ning lowered her head shyly, her heart pounding. She thought that this was the first time that Su Cheng took the initiative to hold her hand. "Daughter, what do you mean? Then let's do it today." The smile on Su Cheng's face almost collapsed. He was thinking, is there anything wrong? He will move in today, he will live with the school bell today. Imagine what the expressions of the whole school would be if they knew. It is definitely a flower inserted in. No, with his current status, he is completely worthy of the school belle. He can't belittle himself, even if he marries 10 school belle, it's no problem. But, how can he have such thoughts about Ling Ning? He said he was helping. If he had such thoughts about Ling Ning, what's the difference between him and a scumbag? The more he thought about it, the more Su Cheng put away his inner mania. As Ling Ning's best friend online, he couldn't do that. Su Cheng, will you make my daughter happy? At this time, Ling Ning's father said something in vain, which made Su Cheng fail to react immediately. Fortunately, his mind turned quickly and he said sincerely, in this life, I only love Ling Ning, and in the next life, I will only marry Ling Ning. If I don't meet her in the next life, I would rather live alone. Chapter 8 Almost Exposed. Ling Ning's father looked at Su Cheng for a long time. Just when Su Cheng was about to lose his temper, Ling Ning's father finally retracted his gaze and said to Su Cheng, if you dare to betray my daughter, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Su Cheng's heart trembled when he heard this. To be honest, Ling Ning and I were in a fake marriage, so how could we say that we were betrayed or not? If we were to say that we would be betrayed sooner or later, because their marriage was fake. But this was also to help Ling Ning not marry a scumbag. As Ling Ning's good brother, I naturally had to help him. Besides, the marriage certificate had been obtained, so how could he regret it? Their marriage was fake, and they would go their separate ways sooner or later. Would I be cut into pieces when I regained my freedom? That's a bit too much of a sacrifice. Sensing Su Cheng's uneasiness, Ling Ning pulled Su Cheng with his hand to indicate that he was at ease, and then said to his father, Dad, he won't let me down, don't worry. While speaking, Ling Ning said with a look of certainty. She thought that there was no better man in the world than Su Cheng, and even if Su Cheng would let the whole world down, he would not let him down. I don't understand, what's wrong with Xiao Wen that you don't like, and in order not to marry him, you hurriedly found a man to marry. Although you said that this is the man you like and the man you chose, as a father, I still don't believe that you would like someone so easily. After all, you were just netizens before. Good guy, Ling Ning's father has always doubted the authenticity of his marriage with Ling Ning. This made Su Cheng a little nervous. If Ling Ning's parents found out that their marriage was fake, then Ling Ning's life would be over, and she would have to marry a scumbag. How could such a good girl like her be ruined by a scumbag? Thinking about it, Su Cheng asked directly, Dad, if you think our marriage is too frivolous, then I will prove to the whole world that I like her more than just a little. Hearing this, Ling Ning looked at Su Cheng with expectation. Even if she knew that this was just to make her father believe that their marriage was real, she couldn't help but be moved and even a little expectant when she heard it. How will he prove that he likes her more than just a little? There is a saying that goes, time reveals a person's true character. It seems that you haven't slept together yet. Ling Ning's father looked at the two people with sharp eyes. I want to hear the truth. Yes, Dad, we got married because we love each other, but I am still a college student. I haven't given her a grand wedding, and I haven't officially married her. As my wife, I should naturally respect her. Su Cheng said with a righteous face. Looking at his bright eyes, this undoubtedly won the initial recognition of Ling Ning's father. We can take our time with the wedding. After all, you are only a sophomore now. A student should focus on studies. However, two people still need to get along with each other. Otherwise, how can feelings come? Otherwise, how can you know whether you are suitable for each other? Ling Ning's father continued to ask, when do you plan to live together, today or tomorrow? This made Su Cheng a little unsure of how to answer. He actually didn't want to live with Ling Ning so soon. After all, the other party was too charming and he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. Besides, even if he didn't have anything with the school belle, but living together, even if he said nothing, would others believe it? It's not good for the school belle's reputation either. Just when Su Cheng was thinking of a reason to refuse, Ling Ning said first, we are still students, it's not good to live together so soon. You have already obtained the marriage certificate, isn't it natural to live together? Besides, didn't Su Cheng say that he would not touch you before giving you a grand wedding? You just need to spend more time together to see if you are suitable for each other. This is also what your mother and I want. What do you think? Ning Ning was naturally willing. Only when two people spend more time together can they develop feelings, but she knew that Su Cheng was unwilling because this marriage was forced by her from the beginning. While the other party was drunk, and she didn't want to lose this man again, she went all out and got the marriage certificate. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and said, It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. This time Ling Ning was completely surprised. She thought that Su Cheng agreed to live with her just as a delaying tactic. After all, their house was found and various reasons could be found to postpone it. But his father forced him so much that he had no time to think about anything else. He didn't give him any reason to refuse. Ling Ning knew that Su Cheng was a person who didn't like to be forced, and would even develop a rebellious mentality once forced. She was ready for Su Cheng to tell her that they were in a fake marriage, but she didn't expect Su Cheng to agree. Su Cheng naturally had to agree, for their villa in the Sea View area, which was worth several thousand W. Also, if he didn't agree, Ling Ning's parents would definitely notice something and conclude that they were in a fake marriage, and Ling Ning would definitely face the fate of marrying a scumbag in the end. Then not only did he get nothing in the end, he also didn't help, and watched his good friend jump into the fire pit. He was a flesh and blood person. He couldn't watch Ling Ning jump into the fire pit to marry a scumbag, nor could he watch the system's opportunity to turn over be destroyed by himself. In the end, he could only agree. Ling Ning's father originally thought that he could finally expose Ling Ning's fake marriage to deceive his family, but he didn't expect that he thought he was on the verge of victory, but in the end he was defeated by Su Cheng. He looked at Su Cheng with a complicated expression and said, "Okay, then today, I'll send someone to deliver Ling Ning's things. You pack up your things and move in. I'll tell the school about it. Mom and Dad, we're full. We still have classes. Let's go back to school first." Ling Ning left her home with a complicated mood. On their way back to school, she sat in the car, looking at the scenery flashing outside the car window, and said, "I'm sorry, my dad pushed too hard and didn't take you into consideration. It's okay. We can deal with it. Besides, we are husband and wife. It's normal to live together." In fact, Ling Ning was afraid that Su Rui would dislike her because of living together. So she finally got a little closer, but was pulled away again. But from what Su Cheng said, he didn't seem angry. But he was still not at ease. "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? I can live with the school beauty. I don't know how many men envy me. I am so lucky. How can I not appreciate it?" "What did you call me just now?" Ling Ning asked, a little unhappy. "I should call you my wife. It is my honor to live with such a beautiful wife." Chapter 9. Green tea is flirting again. That's more like it. Ling Ning nodded with satisfaction. When they arrived at the school gate, Su Cheng and Ling Ning appeared outside the school gate together, causing quite a stir. They knew the school beauty. How could the legendary cold school beauty talk and laugh with a man as if he was her boyfriend? When did the school beauty have a boyfriend? Why has no one ever heard of it? Everyone looked at Su Cheng curiously. But Ling Ning didn't care at all. She wished that the whole world knew that Su Cheng was her husband. She held Su Cheng's hand and said, "See you at the school gate in 2 hours. Give me your phone." Su Cheng obediently took out his phone. School beauty Ling Ning typed a few words into her phone. "This is my number. Remember to call me if you have anything." She called her own phone with Su Cheng's phone. Then she saved it and ran into the school gate like a fly. Su Cheng picked up his phone and saw the number Ling Ning had saved. The note on it said, "My dear wife." Seeing his wife and his wife, Su Cheng felt like he was in a dream. He was still single yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, he got married with the school beauty and became a married man. It has to be said that fate is really magical. Just when Su Cheng was sighing at his fate, the school beauty was surrounded by several people on the road that must be passed by the girls' dormitory. "You are Ling Ning, the one who stole my friend's boyfriend." The leader was obviously a big sister, with colorful hair, a nose ring, and a green dragon tattooed on her exposed arm. Her other sisters were dressed in the same way, but the hair color was not so glaring, mainly red and green. The school beauty stopped and looked at the big sister who came with bad intentions, and asked, "Who is your sister?" "Lin Yuyu." Hearing this name, the school beauty Ling Ning's eyes showed a trace of coldness. "It's her, this green tea. It's obvious that she dumped Su Cheng first, and she still pretends to be pitiful in front of others. Do you really think that the whole world is stupid and can't see what a bitch she is? You'd better be careful when talking to my sister. It's obvious that you stole her boyfriend and made her sad, otherwise why would I look for you?" The big sister obviously trusts Lin Yuyu more. The school belle didn't listen to what the school belle said. She came here just to save Lin Yuyu's face and teach the school belle a lesson. Humph, is it great to be pretty? No matter how pretty she is just a vixen who can seduce men. The school belle didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable, but think about it, what good stuff can be mixed with Lin Yuyu? Her face turned cold and said, "You came here to make trouble for me, I advise you to be more cautious." The big sister obviously didn't listen. How powerful can a woman who looks like a weak chicken be? As long as she wants, she can do whatever she wants. As for the consequences, it's just staying in the police station for 2 days. Anyway, it's not the first time she has been there. You hurt my sister, you think I will let you go without teaching you a lesson, is it that simple? Then why are we here? As the big sister said, she planned to use her own tricks to pull the school belle's hair, but she didn't expect that the school belle twisted her arm with a backhand. R. The big sister screamed in pain, attracting the attention of the people around. The school belle pretended to be a victim. "Help, help me, someone is trying to hurt me." The school belle's pitiful appearance immediately aroused the desire of the people around her to protect her. Besides, she is the school belle of our school, how can she be bullied by cats and dogs? Many people rushed up to help the school belle. When the big sister saw that the situation was not right, she wanted to run, but it was not so easy. Did she really treat her as a cold-blooded little white rabbit that could be bullied at will? She shouted, "Come here quickly, she is trying to escape." With the cooperation of everyone, this group of young women from society were taken into the office of the school leaders. As for what the next result would be, the school belle didn't care. As for whether it was related to Lin Yuyu, the school belle had her own thoughts. Anyway, she would not let this woman go. It just took a lot of time, and I don't know if I will miss the time agreed with Cheng. Here, Cheng returned to the dormitory to pack up his things. His roommate saw that Cheng was actually packing his things, and hurriedly asked, "Cheng, where are you going?" "Live out." Cheng answered. "Live out? When did you find a house outside the school?" Everyone looked at Cheng blankly. "The house is ready, and I have to move out for some reasons." "Why?" The roommate continued to ask. "I have already obtained the marriage certificate with the school beauty, do you think it is appropriate for us not to live out?" The roommate knew that Cheng and the school beauty had obtained the marriage certificate. They had all seen Cheng's marriage certificate, but they didn't expect that the two of them who had nothing in common would actually become husband and wife. One is a high-class and cold school beauty, and the other is an ordinary boy who can't be more ordinary. If the reality was not in front of them, no one would believe that the two of them would be husband and wife. "Cheng, how did you chase the school beauty?" The roommate asked with thick eyes and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Nothing, just a bad fate." Cheng didn't know how to explain it. He thought that if he hadn't become a sunny big brother to encourage Dong Yuan Xieliang, a netizen he had never met online, he wouldn't have had this bad fate with the school beauty. Now he didn't know how to end the fake marriage. When a lie starts, more lies are needed to cover it up. More and more lies made Cheng, who always disliked him, feel like a love cheater. If not, would she marry a scumbag? As a family marriage of interest, who would care whether Ling Ning would be happy? They would only care about how much benefit they would get from this marriage. But no one cares, he cares, because they are friends. Let's take it one step at a time. Cheng packed his clothes and thought. "Cheng, will we see each other again in the future?" When his roommate saw Cheng packed his clothes, he suddenly felt reluctant and asked. "Yes." Cheng answered. He thought that one day he would come back, after their fake marriage was over. Cheng took his luggage and went out of the school gate. After a while, a beautiful figure ran to him with a light breeze. Ling Ning was holding 2 large suitcases. Seeing that Cheng had been waiting at the school gate for a long time, he asked, "I'm not late." "No, I just got here." "Then let's go." As he said that, Ling Ning stood there as if waiting for something. Cheng took the suitcase from Ling Ning's hand and said, "Let's go, wife." "Did I hear it right? What did you call her just now?" A handsome man saw Cheng standing next to Ling Ning and asked. "Husband, don't worry about him, let's go." Ling Ning saw the boy and had some impression in his heart. He seemed to be the campus hunk in college. He had pursued her several times, but she refused him and there was no news. She didn't expect to meet him here. "You?" The campus hunk looked at them both with disbelief and asked. "We are already married." Cheng held Ling Ning's hand and said, "I am her husband now." He is not worthy of you. Chapter 10. The school beauty makes dinner herself. Facing doubts and suspicions, Cheng tightened Ling Ning's hand and said, I don't know if I am worthy of her, but I know she doesn't like you. Why not me? The school hunk looked at the school beauty with despair and asked. Because I like him. This time, the school beauty Ling Ning finally expressed her feelings, even though she knew that even if she said it, Cheng would not really think that she liked him. In fact, Cheng also thought so. If no one else believed that he and Ling Ning were getting married, then how could Ling Ning's parents believe it? Only if everyone thought that they were really married, Ling Ning's parents would not force Ling Ning to marry the scumbag. Ling Ning and Cheng got into the car while the school hunk looked sad and desperate. In the car, Cheng asked, Is it a pity to miss the school hunk? Why do you feel sorry for me? He doesn't really like me. He only pursued me because he made a bet with others and for the so-called face. Besides, if you really like it, how can you give up so easily? Cheng did not answer. Anyway, he did not have the courage to pursue the school beauty. What's the point of wasting time on something when you know it will not succeed? If the school beauty is not my friend, I would get drunk and get a marriage certificate with her in a daze, or if I am crazy, I would agree to a fake marriage with her. Cheng, we are almost home. Yes, it's almost time. I think this time, your parents will believe that we are really getting married. Ling Ning said helplessly, You don't know my father. It's hard to make him believe something. Until the day he believes it. The man from Cheng has already moved out of the dormitory and started living with the campus beauty. He plans to engage in a long-term tug-of-war with Ling Ning's father. As long as there was no mistake on their part, he didn't believe he could find evidence to prove that their marriage was a fake one. Here, Ling Ning's father's face turned ugly when he learned that Cheng and Ling Ning had moved into the new apartment. You see, our daughter is really desperate to avoid marriage and actually lives with someone else. She's a virgin, what if something goes wrong with another man? After hearing this, Ling Ning's mother was furious. Now you know you are anxious. Who told you to let them live together as soon as possible? I'm not doing this just to test whether they are really getting married. As a result, nothing was found, and our daughter was forced to live with someone else. You always said that our daughter was faking her marriage to deceive you. Now you believe it, right? They were really married, otherwise they wouldn't be able to live together. Our daughter is not the type to suffer loss. Ling's mother felt a headache. At first, she thought her daughter had deliberately faked the marriage to deceive them, but now she felt that they were really married. Otherwise, with her daughter's personality, how could she agree to live with a strange man? Okay, I don't believe it anyway. I can't find any evidence that they are faking their marriage. How do you want to find evidence? Are you going to wait until their child is born before talking about this? They were living together, a single man and a single woman, who would believe that nothing had happened. If he dares to touch my daughter, I will destroy him. After all, he said that he would not touch my daughter without the wedding. What if our daughter is willing? Ling Ning's father was choked and didn't know how to answer. Okay, you take care of our children yourself. I won't care. I still have to play mahjong in the afternoon. Ling Ning's mother didn't want to continue the topic and left the living room where they had just talked. Ling Ning's father was the only one left in the living room. He walked silently to the desk and took out a document with a few big words written on it, bankruptcy application. Now the company doesn't seem to be doing well on the surface, but in fact it has already owed a huge debt. If it doesn't pay off the debt within 3 months, it will be forced into bankruptcy. The only company willing to invest in their company is Fang Li Company, Limited, and the only request they put forward is marriage. Originally, Ling Ning would have become a wealthy wife if she married him, and the company's crisis would have been resolved. But who would have thought that this girl was so disobedient and actually got married to someone else first? Did she know that without the protection of her family, she would have nothing and would no longer be a high and mighty princess or the daughter of a wealthy family? Why? As a father, he naturally wouldn't tell her these things, but seeing that the child was determined to be with Cheng, he thought it necessary to talk to Ling Ning. Regardless of whether her current marriage partner is real or fake, she must eventually marry Yuan, the second-generation rich man in Fang Li's company. Ling Ning naturally didn't know all this. At this moment, she was happily packing her things. This will be her and Cheng's home from now on. It's better to clean up by yourself. Cheng didn't feel either very happy or very unhappy. He calmly put his things in another room. Anyway, he said he wouldn't touch Ling Ning before giving her a grand wedding, so there shouldn't be any problem if she lives alone. Ling Ning saw that Su Cheng consciously put his things in another room and didn't say anything. After all, they were living under the same roof now, so why should they be afraid of the distance between the rooms? She packed her things with a normal expression. Then, seeing that the time was almost up, he walked out of the room and saw Su Cheng sitting on the sofa board, and asked, "What are you planning to eat tonight?" "There are ingredients in the refrigerator." Originally, Su Cheng wanted to eat takeout in the evening, but Ling Ning suggested that he cook at home. He asked subconsciously, "Can you do it?" "A little bit." Ling Ning naturally would not say that she could not cook. As the saying goes, if you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Naturally, I have to show that I can cook, otherwise how can I win Su Cheng's stomach? "Then whatever you want, I'm fine with it." Su Cheng was a little skeptical that Ling Ning could cook. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Most daughters never touched water and only used their delicate hands for maintenance. How could she cook? He asked again, "Are you sure you can do it? If you don't believe in my cooking skills, then wait for me and I'll let you taste my level." As he spoke proudly, Ling Ning carried a bunch of ingredients into the kitchen. After arriving at the kitchen, he closed the door carefully, and after making sure that Su Cheng was not looking, he took out his cell phone and searched for home cooking recipes. Spicy shredded potatoes. First cut the potatoes into shreds. Then soak it in water for 5 minutes to remove the starch. She's not very good at knife skills, but she has the tools. Thinking of Ling Ning, I took out the peeler and started peeling the potatoes. As a result, he didn't control the strength well and ended up having a piece of skin peeled off. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers, and Ling Ning screamed in fear, "Arr!" When Su Cheng heard this, he thought something had happened and rushed into the kitchen, where he saw Ling Ning with blood on his hands. I quickly took her hand and rinsed it in cold water. Her fair face wrinkled into a steamed bun and she couldn't help but say, "It hurts." After hearing this, Su Cheng held Ling Ning's finger in his mouth, looked at her with concern, and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Chapter 11, Cook for your wife yourself. In response to Su Cheng's caring words, she felt a strange feeling at her fingertips, and her heart made an inexplicable violent pounding sound. Ling Ning's entire skin turned pink, like a cooked shrimp. She suddenly pulled back the finger that Su Cheng was sucking, lowered her head and said, "I'm fine." Feeling the unusual temperature around him, Su Cheng discovered that Ling Ning's face looked strange, and asked hurriedly, "Are you sick? Why is your face so red?" "I'm fine." Ling Ning quickly turned her head away, not wanting Su Cheng to see her shy side. She hurried to the door of the room and was about to leave when Su Cheng grabbed her and said, "I say, why are you the same as before? Even if you are sick, you say you are fine. You look fine no matter how you look like this." Ling Ning was a little confused and didn't know how to explain. She was not sick, she was just shy. When he touched her, she couldn't help but feel a little hot on her face. Meanwhile, Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning's face looked abnormal, so he immediately pulled her to the sofa in the living room and said to her, "If you are sick, you should lie down. Don't force yourself to stay strong. Don't be like before, when you were sick but didn't say anything. It was only after I noticed something was wrong with you and asked you repeatedly that you said you had a cold." Thinking back to the past, sometimes I was not feeling well, but in order not to miss the time I spent with Su Cheng online, I forced myself to hold on and chat with Su Cheng online. Sometimes I really couldn't bear it and responded to Su Cheng's words very slowly. As a result, he was very thoughtful and noticed that something was wrong on my side. He started asking all kinds of questions, and finally, he couldn't stand Su Cheng's questioning anymore, so he told him that he was sick. Then he became as nagging as his mother, asking why he was still surfing the internet when he had a fever, why he didn't go to bed quickly, whether he had taken antipyretics, whether he had worn thicker clothes, and whether he had gone to the hospital. Sometimes she felt that Su Cheng was quite nagging, but she felt so warm in her heart, because she was still cared for in this world. Unlike her parents who were busy with their own business and socializing all day long, when she felt uncomfortable, sick, or had some discomfort, they would just coldly tell her to call the family doctor herself. She herself, har, Ling Ning sneered in her heart at that time, if she could do everything, why would she need her parents? Although she thought so in her heart, she had already learned to conceal her emotions and block everything out. So ordinary people have no idea what Ling Ning is thinking. In fact, what she wanted was very simple. She just wanted someone to truly care about her. Instead of saying perfunctorily that if you are sick or feel unwell, just go see a doctor yourself. Your family is rich anyway, so nothing can happen to you. Thinking of this, Ling Ning closed her eyes and felt a slight coolness on her head. She opened her eyes and saw Su Cheng holding a cool towel and putting it on her forehead. Su Cheng, I'm fine. It's okay even if you have a fever. Just lie down for a while and leave the cooking to me. Cooking, Su Cheng wants to cook for himself. Ling Ning feels a little excited when he thinks of this. Su Cheng walked into the kitchen and saw a lot of ingredients. He took out his phone and checked the recipe, but he looked at it for a long time without touching anything. Let him learn to cook. How many men have you seen who can cook? Do you want to order takeout? Ding! Now let's start making choices. Choose 1, cook for Ling Ning yourself and get Michelin 5-star cooking skills. Option 2, order takeout and get a meal subsidy of 100 yuan. Given 100 yuan and Michelin 5-star cooking skills, I would naturally choose the latter. Su Cheng chose 1 without hesitation and started to make a fire and cook. It's rare that you don't know how to make scrambled eggs. Su Cheng started to make a fire, poured oil, then broke the egg shells, let the egg liquid flow out, and started to fry the eggs. The smell of food coming from the kitchen tempted the appetite of Ling Ning, the school beauty lying on the sofa. She couldn't help but get up from the sofa, walk to the kitchen door, and peeked through the crack in the door to see what Su Cheng was making for her that smelled so good. But Su Cheng's body blocked the stove, so she couldn't see what he was doing. She opened the door to see more clearly, but at this time the doorbell rang. Hearing the doorbell, Ling Ning said to Su Cheng at the kitchen door, "You sit down first, I'll go open the door." As he said that, he walked quickly to the door, opened it, and saw his parents standing at the door carrying a bunch of food. He was a little bit at a loss and asked, "Mom, your father and I were worried that you wouldn't be used to eating out alone, so we decided to come and check on you. By the way, where's Su Cheng?" Ling Ning's mother asked when she didn't see Su Cheng's shadow. "Su Cheng is cooking for me, you go inside first." Ling Ning took the food from her mother's hand and put it in the refrigerator and said, "Mom and Dad, do you want to stay for dinner tonight?" Ling Ning's mother was about to agree, but Ling Ning's father was reluctant. No matter how delicious it is, it can never be as delicious as the one made by the chef at home. Ling Ning's family is well off, so they can naturally afford to hire a chef to cook for their family. Their chef is the kind of person who can open a 5-star hotel. Michelin 5-star chefs are no big deal. Ling Ning's parents immediately thought it was unlikely that she could get used to eating the food cooked by Su Cheng. Ling Ning's father thought to himself that without the help of a chef at home, I wonder how long she can last. Ling Ning poured a glass of water for her parents and said to them, "I told Su Cheng that you were coming and asked him to prepare more food." As she said that, Ling Ning ran into the kitchen and said to Su Cheng, who was cooking, "My parents are here." What? They still don't believe it. Su Cheng was a little speechless. They already lived together, but they were still not at ease and still felt that they were fake. "My parents were afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat the food, so they sent me ingredients to cook for me." Ling Ning explained, "I said you have already prepared the meal. My parents will stay for dinner later. You better behave yourself. Maybe we can get away with it by just fooling around like this." Su Cheng thought, if he hadn't had the system to acquire master-level cooking skills, it would have been difficult to fool him this time, because he only knew how to make fried eggs. When Su Cheng prepared the dinner he made and put it on the table, Ling Ning's father's face immediately changed. "What did you do?" "Fried rice with egg." Su Cheng replied softly. "Just give this to our Ning Ning." Ling Ning's father asked with a scrutinizing look in his eyes, "Is this what you said would make her happy?" Ling Ning quickly said, "Mom and Dad, egg fried rice is also delicious. That's enough." Ling Ning's father continued, "Egg fried rice today, pickled vegetables and steamed buns tomorrow. Is this the life you want, Ling Ning?" "Dad, stop talking." Ling Ning is determined to spend her whole life with Su Cheng, so she likes whatever Su Cheng does. "The egg fried rice I make is magic." Just as Ling Ning's father opened his mouth to speak, the egg fried rice in front of him suddenly broke in the middle, and then the color of the whole world changed. Chapter 12: The Power of a Meal. In the eyes of Ling Ning's father, the world turned into the universe. He could see the stars, and a giant fried rice appeared in front of him. "Submit to my delicious food." As if his body was out of control, he picked up the egg fried rice and started eating it, mouthful after mouthful. When he finished the last grain of rice, Ling Ning's father asked, "Any more?" It was the first time that Ling Ning saw his father have such a good appetite. At home, even if the food was cooked by the best chef, he would only eat until he was 70% full to maintain a healthy diet. But this time, he seemed to be possessed and kept praising the fried rice. Is it true that the food cooked by Cheng is so delicious? Besides, I did a lot. Cheng returned to the kitchen and prepared for servings this time. Then he took out a heart drawn with ketchup and handed it to Ling Ning. "Honey, this is yours." Seeing the fried rice, Ling Ning tried a bite. In an instant, I felt something hit my heart and I couldn't help but let out a shy cry. What kind of egg fried rice is this? It feels like eating jelly in your mouth, soft and bouncy. It melts in your mouth and has a strong chicken broth flavor. She had seen Cheng stewing a chicken before and thought he was going to make chicken soup for herself, but she didn't expect that he actually made the chicken soup into jelly and wrapped it in every grain of rice. It's really delicious. She couldn't help but eat it in big mouthfuls. After finishing the last grain of rice, she couldn't help but ask, "Hubby, is there any more?" "Increase the portion." Cheng had already prepared a large-sized fried rice and handed it to Ling Ning. I sat down and started. I always had to taste what I had worked hard to make. After the meal, their whole living room was filled with a rich aroma, not of chicken soup but of spices. Smelling the delicious aroma, Ling Ning's father couldn't help but burp. He never thought that a meal of fried rice with egg would make him so full. He picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, "This meal is well cooked. You must have learned this skill. This is a love fried rice made especially for my wife. It contains my deep love. I hope she will feel very happy after eating it." Ling Ning couldn't help but blush when she heard this. Cheng's love words really caught people off guard. Even though I knew it was fake, I still felt happy when I heard it. Ling Ning's mother looked at Cheng with increasing satisfaction. I was worried that Ning Ning would not be used to living out by herself. After all, she is used to the meals cooked at home, and she might not like the meals outside. But now I am relieved. I didn't expect that she found a husband who is such a good cook. It would be great if I had a husband who can cook like this. As he said this, he glanced at Ling Ning's father meaningfully. Ling Ning's father coughed awkwardly and cleared his throat. "Well, we've finished our meal and it's time for us to leave. We'll come visit you when we have time." Ling Ning was a little reluctant to leave. Originally, she wanted her parents to stay here, and she and Cheng would share a room so that they would have the chance to sleep together. What Cheng was thinking was, if it keeps coming, when will they believe that Ling Ning and I are really a couple? Anyone would get tired of testing them like this all the time. "Mom and Dad, aren't you going to stay?" Ling Ning tried to persuade them to stay. "It's getting dark anyway, you can just stay here and go back tomorrow." Ling Ning's father refused. "I have a meeting tomorrow morning, I need to go back and prepare." Seeing his father say this, Ling Ning couldn't insist on anything. Then he said, "Then Mom and Dad, I'll take you there." Having said that, he and Cheng sent their parents downstairs. Watching the two people get into the car and drive away, Cheng looked at the few stars in the sky and asked, "Tell me, when will your parents believe that our marriage is not a fake one?" Ling Ning was shocked when he heard this. "Do you regret agreeing to help me?" "That's not the case. I will help you if I say so. Just pay it off for us. We won't have to watch the rest of your life ruined by a scumbag." But it's not a solution to go on like this. If your parents don't believe us for 1 year, or 2 years, we can't keep going like this. This marriage was fake in the first place. If it lasts for a long time, it won't matter to me. But you, a pure girl like you, can't afford to waste it. Looking at Cheng's face, he seemed to be genuinely thinking about me. Ling Ning felt pain in her heart for some reason. She really wanted to ask, "Cheng, I'm so close to you, don't you realize that I like you? Why should I choose you when there are so many other people I can look for?" But she still kept a smile on her face. "Don't worry about this, I have already thought about it. In 3 years, I will be eligible to inherit the shares left to me by my grandfather before he passed away and become the largest shareholder of the company. By then, even if my father forces me to do so, I won't have to listen to him. Your grandfather loves you very much." "Yes, he was afraid that I would be bullied by bad people after his death, so he left me a large sum of property. Anyway, with this property, I can start my own business. It's just that he didn't expect that my family would arrange a marriage partner for me so early. Yes, plans can never keep up with changes. Who knows who the final winner will be before you reach the end of your life? At this time, Ling Ning's father, who was sitting in the car, thought for a while and said to his wife, "Madam, send Ning Ning a message and tell her that we should find a time to have dinner with our in-laws." "You finally acknowledge Su Cheng as your son-in-law?" Ling Ning's mother was a little surprised by the change in Ling Ning's father's attitude. "It's not about accepting. It's about us considering the future of our children. We must take their wishes into consideration. Ning Ning likes Su Cheng very much. Can you see that? Su Cheng likes Ning Ning very much, too." Ling Ning's mother said, "If you didn't love her, why would you cook for her yourself?" So, sometimes we really need to give up our prejudices and try to accept the choices made by our children. At this moment, Ling Ning's father seemed to have made a major decision. "I would rather suffer myself than let my child suffer." Originally, he was planning to confront Ling Ning and explain the company's situation, but after having dinner with Su Cheng, he gave up the idea. He thought that his poor management had caused the company to lose money, so what reason did he have to let his child bear all of this? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Ning Ning likes Su Cheng. Since she likes him, why can't I, as a father, give my blessing? Besides, Su Cheng is a good kid. He is successful in his career at a young age and can cook. Thinking about it, I became less prejudiced against Su Cheng and tried to accept Su Cheng. Otherwise he wouldn't have suggested having dinner with his in-laws. Send a message to Ning Ning right away. Just as Ling Ning was about to say something to Su Cheng, his cell phone rang and he saw a text message from his mother. "It's over." Chapter 13, Meeting the Mother-in-Law. Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning's face looked a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "My mom said my dad is going to treat your parents to a meal. I haven't told my parents about my marriage to you yet." Getting a marriage certificate was too sudden. He was not prepared and naturally did not tell his parents. "Will uncle and aunt be happy to know that we are getting married?" "Well, I guess my mother would kill me with a kitchen knife." How could a son get married without telling his mother? Su Cheng thought of his mother's bad temper and felt it would be better not to tell her. "What should we do then?" "Just say my parents are out for something and it's not convenient right now." "But, if I post it like this, will my mom and the others get suspicious?" Ling Ning's palms were sweating. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and let her parents notice something and find out that her marriage was a fake. Then no matter what she said, it would be useless. She would have to marry a man she didn't like. As to whether this man was a scumbag, of course he was. Ling Ning had already paid a private detective to investigate and found out that his private life was very messy. The reason for her marriage to their family was actually just because of her good fortune for her husband, which could help their son avoid a short life. From the beginning to the end, people were attracted not by her as a person, but by her so-called fate. Treat her like a proper commodity and appraise her. She doesn't want this kind of marriage. If she gets married, she must be with the person she loves. Sensing Ling Ning's nervousness, Su Cheng comforted her, "Don't be afraid, your parents haven't discovered anything yet. Only the two of us know about our fake marriage, and no one else knows at all. Besides, even if you find something, I'm still here." Hearing Su Cheng's magnetic voice lingering in her ears, Ling Ning's nervous heart finally calmed down. She regained her composure and said to Su Cheng, "You're right. My mother and the others haven't found anything. We can't lose our composure." So Ling Ning sent a message to her mother. Ling Ning's mother felt a little regretful after receiving the news. Ning Ning said that Su Cheng's parents are on a business trip and can't come back for the time being. "It's okay. There's no rush for this matter anyway." Ling Ning's mother thought about it and nodded, saying, "Then I'll buy some gifts for my in-laws. After all, we ate the meal that Su Cheng cooked first, so we can't eat it for free." "Why, you have to pay for a meal with your son-in-law?" Ling Ning's father asked, pretending to be unhappy. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to express my goodwill first, so that Ning Ning can be taken care of more by her in-laws when she gets along with them in the future. It's like my daughter has a bad temper." Ling Ning's father thinks his daughter is simply perfect. Not a single flaw. Ning Ning looks very well behaved, but she is actually very rebellious at heart. If we had spent more time with her when she was little instead of being so busy with our careers, I'm afraid she wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't get married without informing us, and directly expressed their dissatisfaction with their family's arranged marriage with practical actions. Thinking of Ning Ning's childhood, Ling Ning's father said with a little guilt, "Indeed, you are right. When we realize that we have done something wrong and want to make amends, we find that we can do nothing. Why? If Ling Ning's mother had not accidentally cleaned the storage room, she would not have found the diary Ling Ning wrote as a child, and she would not have realized how wrong she had been. She once thought that giving her children the best life was the best way to treat their children. But when she saw many question marks in her diary, some of them asked, 'Why can't mom and dad spend more time with me? Am I not as important as business? Am I just a combination of sperm and egg, a cell, and not their daughter in their eyes?' Ling Ning's mother couldn't help crying when she saw it. In fact, it's not that they don't have time to spend with their children, but at that time they felt that between making money and spending time with their children, making money was more important. As for companionship, they will have time to make up for it in the future. But when they have time to make up for it, they find that their children no longer need it. Thinking about it, my heart feels even worse. Here, Ling Ning waited for her mother's reply and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My mother said, "Let's make an appointment for another day." By the way, she also asked what gifts my uncle and aunt like. She will buy them and mail them back. She asked you to give her the address. I found out his home address soon after I sent the gift by mail, and when my parents received the gifts from Ling Ning's parents, they knew that I was getting married. Then the result is still the same. I saw that Su Cheng's face looked a little ugly. Ling Ning lowered his head and apologized, "I'm sorry, it's my business that made things difficult for you. It's okay. We can't keep our marriage a secret anyway. Sooner or later my mom and the others will know about it. If uncle and aunt knew that our marriage was fake, would something go wrong? My mom will snap me. She will teach me a lesson, asking me why I was so impulsive. Since I'm married, I have to be responsible for the other person. Otherwise, a divorced woman will be a second marriage, so how can she find a partner in the future? Don't you know that a second married man is a treasure, but a second married woman is a weed?" Su Cheng imitated his mother's tone and spoke. Ling Ning laughed after hearing this. "I didn't expect that auntie would be so amused. Su Cheng, will you listen to your aunt and really marry me?" Ling Ning was a little nervous, but also a little expectant as she asked. "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman on the beam, and I will never have any improper thoughts about you. You can get a marriage certificate with me because you trust my character. As for whether there is anyone who wants a second married woman, I think you should be able to offset the record with your ability. If he could get a marriage certificate with a drunk person without anyone noticing, then for Ling Ning it should be a piece of cake to offset his own marriage record. She is capable of this. But she never intended to divorce from the beginning. When she likes a man, the only one she likes is her. Then how do I reply to my parents? Let me talk to my family first." Su Cheng felt a headache. Was he losing his mind or was he really sick? Why did he agree to Ling Ning's fake marriage at that time? Maybe it was because he had just lost a relationship and was heartbroken, so he agreed to it out of despair. In fact, it is not possible, but it is impossible. Anyway, he knew clearly why he agreed to Ling Ning in the first place. Since you have agreed, you must keep your word, otherwise you are going to watch Ling Ning marry a scumbag. Oh, all right then. Let me talk to my mother first. After that, the two of them returned to their residence and each went back to their own room. Su Cheng mustered up his courage for a long time and wanted to tell his mother about his marriage, but after a long time of voice and video calls, no one answered. I thought my mother should be asleep at this time. When I looked at the time again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening and I was feeling a little sleepy. Just when I was about to take a nap, I heard a knock on the door. The school beauty Ling Ning's voice came from outside the door. "Su Cheng, are you there?" Chapter 14. Su Cheng, I'm scared. Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning's face looked a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "My mom said my dad is going to treat your parents to a meal. I haven't told my parents about my marriage to you yet." Getting a marriage certificate was too sudden. He was not prepared and naturally did not tell his parents. Will uncle and aunt be happy to know that we are getting married? Well, I guess my mother would kill me with a kitchen knife. How could a son get married without telling his mother? Su Cheng thought of his mother's bad temper and felt it would be better not to tell her. What should we do then? Just say my parents are out for something and it's not convenient right now. But, if I post it like this, will my mom and the others get suspicious? Leng Ning's palms were sweating. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and let her parents notice something and find out that her marriage was a fake. Then no matter what she said, it would be useless. She would have to marry a man she didn't like. As to whether this man was a scumbag, of course he was. Leng Ning had already paid a private detective to investigate and found out that his private life was very messy. The reason for her marriage to their family was actually just because of her good fortune for her husband, which could help their son avoid a short life. From the beginning to the end, people were attracted not by her as a person, but by her so-called fate. Treat her like a proper commodity and appraise her. She doesn't want this kind of marriage. If she gets married, she must be with the person she loves. Sensing Leng Ning's nervousness, Cheng comforted her, "Don't be afraid, your parents haven't discovered anything yet. Only the two of us know about our fake marriage, and no one else knows at all. Besides, even if you find something, I'm still here." Hearing Cheng's magnetic voice lingering in her ears, Leng Ning's nervous heart finally calmed down. She regained her composure and said to Cheng, "You're right. My mother and the others haven't found anything. We can't lose our composure." So Leng Ning sent a message to her mother. Leng Ning's mother felt a little regretful after receiving the news. Ning said that Cheng's parents are on a business trip and can't come back for the time being. "It's okay. There's no rush for this matter anyway." Leng Ning's mother thought about it and nodded, saying, "Then I'll buy some gifts for my in-laws. After all, we ate the meal that Cheng cooked first, so we can't eat it for free." "Why, you have to pay for a meal with your son-in-law?" Leng Ning's father asked, pretending to be unhappy. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to express my goodwill first, so that Ning can be taken care of more by her in-laws when she gets along with them in the future. It's like my daughter has a bad temper." Leng Ning's father thinks his daughter is simply perfect. Not a single flaw. Ning looks very well behaved, but she is actually very rebellious at heart. If we had spent more time with her when she was little instead of being so busy with our careers, I'm afraid she wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't get married without informing us, and directly express their dissatisfaction with their family's arranged marriage with practical actions. Thinking of Ning's childhood, Leng Ning's father said with a little guilt, "Indeed, you are right. When we realize that we have done something wrong and want to make amends, we find that we can do nothing. Why? If Leng Ning's mother had not accidentally cleaned the storage room, she would not have found the diary Leng Ning wrote as a child, and she would not have realized how wrong she had been. She once thought that giving her children the best life was the best way to treat their children. But when she saw many question marks in her diary, some of them asked, 'Why can't mom and dad spend more time with me? Am I not as important as business? Am I just a combination of sperm and egg, a cell, and not their daughter in their eyes?' Leng Ning's mother couldn't help crying when she saw it. In fact, it's not that they don't have time to spend with their children, but at that time they felt that between making money and spending time with their children, making money was more important. As for companionship, they will have time to make up for it in the future. But when they have time to make up for it, they find that their children no longer need it. Thinking about it, my heart feels even worse." Here, Leng Ning waited for her mother's reply and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My mother said, "Let's make an appointment for another day. By the way, she also asked what gifts my uncle and aunt like. She will buy them and mail them back. She asked you to give her the address." I found out his home address soon after I sent the gift by mail, and when my parents received the gifts from Leng Ning's parents, they knew that I was getting married. Then the result is still the same. I saw that Cheng's face looked a little ugly. Leng Ning lowered his head and apologized, "I'm sorry, it's my business that made things difficult for you. It's okay. We can't keep our marriage a secret anyway. Sooner or later my mom and the others will know about it. If uncle and aunt knew that our marriage was fake, would something go wrong? My mom will snap me. She will teach me a lesson, asking me why I was so impulsive. Since I'm married, I have to be responsible for the other person. Otherwise, a divorced woman will be a second marriage, so how can she find a partner in the future? Don't you know that a second married man is a treasure, but a second married woman is a weed?" Cheng imitated his mother's tone and spoke. Leng Ning laughed after hearing this. "I didn't expect that auntie would be so amused. Cheng, will you listen to your aunt and really marry me?" Leng Ning was a little nervous, but also a little expectant as she asked. "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman on the beam, and I will never have any improper thoughts about you. You can get a marriage certificate with me because you trust my character. As for whether there is anyone who wants a second married woman, I think you should be able to offset the record with your ability. If he could get a marriage certificate with a drunk person without anyone noticing, then for Ling Ning it should be a piece of cake to offset his own marriage record. She is capable of this. But she never intended to divorce from the beginning. When she likes a man, the only one she likes is her. Then how do I reply to my parents? Let me talk to my family first. Su Cheng felt a headache. Was he losing his mind or was he really sick? Why did he agree to Ling Ning's fake marriage at that time? Maybe it was because he had just lost a relationship and was heartbroken, so he agreed to it out of despair. In fact, it is not possible, but it is impossible. Anyway, he knew clearly why he agreed to Ling Ning in the first place. Since you have agreed, you must keep your word, otherwise you are going to watch Ling Ning marry a scumbag. Oh, all right then. Let me talk to my mother first. After that, the two of them returned to their residence and each went back to their own room. Su Cheng mustered up his courage for a long time and wanted to tell his mother about his marriage, but after a long time of voice and video calls, no one answered. I thought my mother should be asleep at this time. When I looked at the time again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening and I was feeling a little sleepy. Just when I was about to take a nap, I heard a knock on the door. The school beauty Ling Ning's voice came from outside the door. Su Cheng, are you there? Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning's face looked a little strange, so he asked, what's wrong? My mom said my dad is going to treat your parents to a meal. I haven't told my parents about my marriage to you yet. Getting a marriage certificate was too sudden. He was not prepared and naturally did not tell his parents. Will uncle and aunt be happy to know that we are getting married? Well, I guess my mother would kill me with a kitchen knife. How could a son get married without telling his mother? Su Cheng thought of his mother's bad temper and felt it would be better not to tell her. What should we do then? Just say my parents are out for something and it's not convenient right now. But, if I post it like this, will my mom and the others get suspicious? Ling Ning's palms were sweating. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and let her parents notice something and find out that her marriage was a fake. Then no matter what she said, it would be useless. She would have to marry a man she didn't like. As to whether this man was a scumbag, of course he was. Ling Ning had already paid a private detective to investigate and found out that his private life was very messy. The reason for her marriage to their family was actually just because of her good fortune for her husband, which could help their son avoid a short life. From the beginning to the end, people were attracted not by her as a person, but by her so-called fate. Treat her like a proper commodity and appraise her. She doesn't want this kind of marriage. If she gets married, she must be with the person she loves. Sensing Ling Ning's nervousness, Su Cheng comforted her, don't be afraid. Your parents haven't discovered anything yet. Only the two of us know about our fake marriage. No one else knows about it. Besides, even if you find something, I'm still here. Hearing Su Cheng's magnetic voice lingering in her ears, Ling Ning's nervous heart finally calmed down. She regained her composure and said to Su Cheng, you're right. My mother and the others haven't found anything. We can't lose our composure. So Ling Ning sent a message to her mother. Ling Ning's mother felt a little regretful after receiving the news. Ning Ning said that Su Cheng's parents are on a business trip and can't come back for the time being. It's okay. There's no rush for this matter anyway. Ling Ning's mother thought about it and nodded, saying, then I'll buy some gifts for my in-laws. After all, we ate the meal that Su Cheng cooked first, so we can't eat it for free. Why, you have to pay for a meal with your son-in-law? Ling Ning's father asked, pretending to be unhappy. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to express my goodwill first, so that Ning Ning can be taken care of more by her in-laws when she gets along with them in the future. It's like my daughter has a bad temper. Ling Ning's father thinks his daughter is simply perfect. Not a single flaw. Ning Ning looks very well behaved, but she is actually very rebellious at heart. If we had spent more time with her when she was little instead of being so busy with our careers, I'm afraid she wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't get married without informing us, and directly express their dissatisfaction with their family's arranged marriage with practical actions. Thinking of Ning Ning's childhood, Ling Ning's father said with a little guilt, indeed, you are right. When we realize that we have done something wrong and want to make amends, we find that we can do nothing. Why? If Ling Ning's mother had not accidentally cleaned the storage room, she would not have found the diary Ling Ning wrote as a child, and she would not have realized how wrong she had been. She once thought that giving her children the best life was the best way to treat their children. But when she saw many question marks in her diary, some of them asked, "Why can't mom and dad spend more time with me? Am I not as important as business? Am I just a combination of sperm and egg, a cell, and not their daughter in their eyes?" Ling Ning's mother couldn't help crying when she saw it. In fact, it's not that they don't have time to spend with their children, but at that time they felt that between making money and spending time with their children, making money was more important. As for companionship, they will have time to make up for it in the future. But when they have time to make up for it, they find that their children no longer need it. Thinking about it, my heart feels even worse. Here, Ling Ning waited for her mother's reply and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My mother said, "Let's make an appointment for another day." By the way, she also asked what gifts my uncle and aunt like. She will buy them and mail them back. She asked you to give her the address. I found out his home address soon after I sent the gift by mail, and when my parents received the gifts from Ling Ning's parents, they knew that I was getting married. Then the result is still the same. I saw that Su Cheng's face looked a little ugly. Ling Ning lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my business that made things difficult for you. It's okay. We can't keep our marriage a secret anyway. Sooner or later my mom and the others will know about it. If uncle and aunt knew that our marriage was fake, would something go wrong? My mom will snap me. She will teach me a lesson, asking me why I was so impulsive. Since I'm married, I have to be responsible for the other person. Otherwise, a divorced woman will be a second marriage, so how can she find a partner in the future? Don't you know that a second married man is a treasure, but a second married woman is a weed?" Su Cheng imitated his mother's tone and spoke. Ling Ning laughed after hearing this. "I didn't expect that auntie would be so amused. Su Cheng, will you listen to your aunt and really marry me?" Ling Ning was a little nervous, but also a little expectant as she asked. "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman on the beam, and I will never have any improper thoughts about you. You can get a marriage certificate with me because you trust my character. As for whether there is anyone who wants a second married woman, I think you should be able to offset the record with your ability. If he could get a marriage certificate with a drunk person without anyone noticing, then for Ling Ning it should be a piece of cake to offset his own marriage record. She is capable of this. But she never intended to divorce from the beginning. When she likes a man, the only one she likes is her. Then how do I reply to my parents? Let me talk to my family first." Su Cheng felt a headache. Was he losing his mind or was he really sick? Why did he agree to Ling Ning's fake marriage at that time? Maybe it was because he had just lost a relationship and was heartbroken, so he agreed to it out of despair. In fact, it is not possible, but it is impossible. Anyway, he knew clearly why he agreed to Ling Ning in the first place. Since you have agreed, you must keep your word, otherwise you are going to watch Ling Ning marry a scumbag. Oh, all right then. Let me talk to my mother first. After that, the two of them returned to their residence and each went back to their own room. Su Cheng mustered up his courage for a long time and wanted to tell his mother about his marriage, but after a long time of voice and video calls, no one answered. I thought my mother should be asleep at this time. When I looked at the time again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening and I was feeling a little sleepy. Just when I was about to take a nap, I heard a knock on the door. The school beauty Ling Ning's voice came from outside the door. "Su Cheng, are you there? Chapter 15 You will protect me." The school beauty had long hair that fell directly to her waist. She wore a white pajamas that outlined her graceful figure. Her pair of jade feet were exposed. She was not wearing slippers. Because the weather was slightly cool, her 10 toes were curled up and grasping the ground. The eyes on their white and jade-like little face were full of panic as she looked at Su Cheng, then she lowered her head aggrievedly, her fingers unconsciously tugging at her clothes. Seeing Ling Ning in such a panic for the first time, Su Cheng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I had a nightmare." He is indeed the kind of person I know, warm in winter and cool in summer, timid and in need of protection. He can't sleep all night if he has nightmares, and he will be scared all day if he encounters scary things. He will tell Su Cheng about it, and Su Cheng will comfort him like an older brother. At that time, his penguin information showed that he was a male. Naturally, I thought the other person was a little boy. The reason why he cared about the little boy he met on the internet was because one time he asked him if he was there. Cheng saw it at that time, but he didn't want to answer and didn't reply. Then the next morning when he woke up, he saw that he was still online, so he asked if he was still asleep. He said he was afraid to sleep because he was waiting for his brother's message. This was the first time that Cheng had met such a silly person. They were just netizens, not friends in real life. They could not be called friends, but they were closer than strangers because he always confided his troubles to him. He said that his parents were not at home again because they had to attend a business party. Why were they so busy? The family already made a lot of money, so why couldn't they spend a little time with him? Also, I failed the exam again. Math is so difficult. Who invented something so difficult that it scares me to death? What seems simple to Cheng is harder than climbing to the sky to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. At that time, Cheng, as a time traveler, had lived another life, so he had different views on many people and many things. Many times he would think from the other person's perspective. He understood that the netizen in front of him, whom he had never met, was too lonely and could only confide in strangers on the internet. And he also became more patient and listened to all his troubles. It seemed like they had become best friends without realizing it, except that they had never met each other. As his best friend, Cheng naturally knew that he was timid. No, you should call her now. Looking at Ling Ning, who was standing at the door in panic and didn't know what to do, Cheng said, "How about sleeping here tonight? Don't get me wrong, I mean this bed is big enough for the two of us to sleep in." Okay. Ling Ning agreed readily and walked directly to the empty seat next to Cheng and lay down quickly. Then Cheng took out the pillow from under his head and placed it across the middle and said, "Let me tell you a bedtime story." Ling Ning's heart warmed after hearing this. She thought that her relationship with Cheng would become distant when Cheng knew that she was a woman. After all, there are differences between men and women, and boys cannot act recklessly in front of girls no matter how familiar they are with them. In the past, when they were online, because she was a man, Cheng could chat with her without restraint and complain about what he saw, heard, and encountered. For example, my neighbor's son got the first place in the whole grade, and then he said that my child is definitely a candidate for Tsinghua University or Peking University. As a result, Cheng said that most of the students in their school who got the first place in the grade failed the college entrance examination. Because they believe too much that they can be the first, the ones who end up being the first are often those who are unknown but have been working hard. Because mediocrity is not seen in the eyes of excellent people, but truly mediocre people have the power to change their destiny. Because God rewards hard work. As a result, Cheng was right. The person who ranked first in the college entrance examination was a person who had never made it into the top 100 in his age group. Others asked why you performed so well in the college entrance examination. He said that he was just an ordinary person, not a genius. He came from the countryside, and the college entrance examination was the only chance to change his destiny. For this, he had to try his best and work harder than others. If others use 10 times as much, he uses 100 times as much. Because he wanted to change his fate. And the one who was once the top student in the grade, because he was too confident and thought he was invincible, he was too proud and finally failed in the college entrance examination. He chose to repeat the year in despair. There are many more. Just the day before they met, he was still asking himself, "Brother, my girlfriend and I are about to have our anniversary. What should I give her? Why would she like it?" He would even tell her about this kind of thing. But since their fake marriage, everything has changed. She is no longer his brother, but his wife, and he is no longer her friend, but his husband. Their identities changed too quickly. Many times, she felt that Cheng deliberately kept a distance from her. The so-called intimacy was just a show for her parents to watch, so that she would not be married to a scumbag by family arrangement. But now she doesn't think so anymore. Looking at Cheng's profile, she said softly, "I didn't expect that you would remember everything in the past. I didn't expect that you are still the same as before, and have never changed." She will naturally not change, just like her love for him. Be good, close your eyes, and I'll tell you a story. The world Cheng traveled to was a parallel world that was similar to his original world, but there were no celebrities or great people in his original world, and even the classic fairy tales of his original world were useless in this world. So Ling Ning had never heard the story that Cheng told, but she liked it very much. Let me tell you the story of Snow White. In the past, because Ling Ning's online identity was a man, Su Cheng told him stories about warriors, such as Grave Robbers Chronicles, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Great Ruler, and Dolor Dalu. Now that I know that warm in winter and cool in summer is for girls, naturally I have to tell a love story that girls like to hear. He opened his mouth, recalled the story, and said, "Once upon a time, there was a palace. In a palace, the queen was knitting a sweater while touching the baby in her belly. As a result, she accidentally pricked her finger. The blood fell from her finger on the thick blood that had just fallen on the window, which looked particularly pink. The queen thought that if the child I give birth to in the future has skin like Snow White, how beautiful it would be. 3 months later, the princess was born. She had skin as white and tender as snow, and was named Snow White by the king. In the end, the witch was defeated, and the princess and the prince lived happily together." After Su Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and saw Ling Ning, who was already fast asleep. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes fluttering up and down with her breathing, and she made even breathing sounds. "It looks like you fell asleep. I hope you won't have a nightmare this time." Thinking of Su Cheng, he turned his back to Ling Ning, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, Su Cheng was already sleeping soundly. Ling Ning opened his eyes and watched Su Cheng turn his back to her. Then he used his strength to lay Su Cheng flat, held Su Cheng's hand, and said, Chapter 16 Breakfast with Love. The school beauty had long hair that fell directly to her waist. She wore a white pajamas that outlined her graceful figure. Her pair of jade feet were exposed. She was not wearing slippers. Because the weather was slightly cool, her 10 toes were curled up and grasping the ground. The eyes on the white and jade-like little face were full of panic as she looked at Su Cheng, then she lowered her head aggrievedly, her fingers unconsciously tugging at her clothes. Seeing Ling Ning in such a panic for the first time, Su Cheng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I had a nightmare. He is really the kind of person I know, warm in winter and cool in summer, timid and in need of protection. He can't sleep all night if he has nightmares, and he will be scared all day if he encounters scary things." He will tell Su Cheng about it, and Su Cheng will comfort him like an older brother. At that time, his penguin information showed that he was a male. Naturally, I thought the other person was a little boy. The reason why he cared about the little boy he met on the internet was because one time he asked him if he was there. Su Cheng saw it at that time, but he didn't want to answer and didn't reply. Then the next morning when he woke up, he saw that he was still online, so he asked if he was still asleep. He said he was afraid to sleep because he was waiting for his brother's message. This was the first time that Su Cheng had met such a silly person. They were just netizens, not friends in real life. They could not be called friends, but they were closer than strangers because he always confided his troubles to him. He said that his parents were not at home again because they had to attend a business party. Why were they so busy? The family already made a lot of money, so why couldn't they spend a little time with him? Also, I failed the exam again. Math is so difficult. Who invented something so difficult that it scares me to death? What seems simple to Su Cheng is harder than climbing to the sky to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. At that time, Su Cheng, as a time traveler, had lived another life, so he had different views on many people and many things. Many times he would think from the other person's perspective. He understood that the netizen in front of him, whom he had never met, was too lonely and could only confide in strangers on the internet. And he also became more patient and listened to all his troubles. It seemed like they had become best friends without realizing it, except that they had never met each other. As his best friend, Su Cheng naturally knew that he was timid. "No, you should call her now." Looking at Ling Ning, who was standing at the door in panic and didn't know what to do, Su Cheng said, "How about sleeping here tonight? Don't get me wrong, I mean this bed is big enough for the two of us to sleep in." "Okay." Ling Ning agreed readily and walked directly to the empty seat next to Su Cheng and lay down quickly. Then Su Cheng took out the pillow from under his head and placed it across the middle and said, "Let me tell you a bedtime story." Ling Ning's heart warmed after hearing this. She thought that her relationship with Su Cheng would become distant when Su Cheng knew that she was a woman. After all, there are differences between men and women, and boys cannot act recklessly in front of girls no matter how familiar they are with them. In the past, when they were online, because she was a man, Su Cheng could chat with her without restraint and complain about what he saw, heard, and encountered. For example, my neighbor's son got the first place in the whole grade, and then said that my child is definitely a candidate for Tsinghua University or Peking University. As a result, Cheng said that most of the students in their school who got the first place in the grade failed the college entrance examination. Because they believe too much that they can be the first, the ones who end up being the first are often those who are unknown but have been working hard. Because mediocrity is not seen in the eyes of excellent people, but truly mediocre people have the power to change their destiny. Because God rewards hard work. As a result, Cheng was right. The person who ranked first in the college entrance examination was a person who had never made it into the top 100 in his age group. Others asked why you performed so well in the college entrance examination. He said that he was just an ordinary person, not a genius. He came from the countryside, and the college entrance examination was the only chance to change his destiny. For this, he had to try his best and work harder than others. If others use 10 times as much, he uses 100 times as much. Because he wanted to change his fate. And the one who was once the top student in the grade, because he was too confident and thought he was invincible, he was too proud and finally failed in the college entrance examination. He chose to repeat the year in despair. There are many more. Just the day before they met, he was still asking himself, "Brother, my girlfriend and I are about to have our anniversary. What should I give her? Why would she like it?" He would even tell her about this kind of thing. But since their fake marriage, everything has changed. She is no longer his brother, but his wife, and he is no longer her friend, but his husband. Their identities changed too quickly. Many times, she felt that Cheng deliberately kept a distance from her. The so-called intimacy was just a show for her parents to watch, so that she would not be married to a scumbag by family arrangement. But now she doesn't think so anymore. Looking at Cheng's profile, she said softly, "I didn't expect that you would remember everything in the past. I didn't expect that you are still the same as before, and have never changed." She will naturally not change, just like her love for him. Be good, close your eyes, and I'll tell you a story. The world Cheng traveled to was a parallel world that was similar to his original world, but there were no celebrities or great people in his original world, and even the classic fairy tales of his original world were useless in this world. So Ling Ning had never heard the story that Cheng told, but she liked it very much. Let me tell you the story of Snow White. In the past, because Ling Ning's online identity was a man, Cheng told him stories about warriors, such as Grave Robbers Chronicles, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Great Ruler, and Dolor Dalu. Now that I know that warm in winter and cool in summer is for girls, naturally I have to tell a love story that girls like to hear. He opened his mouth, recalled the story, and said, "Once upon a time, there was a palace. In a palace, the queen was knitting a sweater while touching the baby in her belly. As a result, she accidentally pricked her finger. The blood fell from her finger on the thick blood that had just fallen on the window, which looked particularly pink. The queen thought that if the child I give birth to in the future has skin like Snow White, how beautiful it would be." 3 months later, the princess was born. She had skin as white and tender as snow, and was named Snow White by the king. In the end, the witch was defeated, and the princess and the prince lived happily together. After Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and saw Ling Ning, who was already fast asleep. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes fluttering up and down with her breathing, and she made even breathing sounds. "It looks like you fell asleep. I hope you won't have a nightmare this time." Thinking of Cheng, he turned his back to Ling Ning, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, Cheng was already sleeping soundly. Ling Ning opened his eyes and watched Cheng turn his back to her. Then he used his strength to lay Cheng flat, held Cheng's hand, and said, "Us." Chapter 17, First Meeting with Mother-in-Law. An hour later, Cheng was already sleeping soundly. Ling Ning opened his eyes and watched Cheng turn his back to her. Then he used his strength to lay Cheng flat, held Cheng's hand, and said, "Good night, husband." Then she quietly looked at his sleeping profile, touched the contours of his face with her hand, and imprinted his appearance in her mind over and over again. This is the man she likes, his name is Cheng. This was the man she wanted to spend her life with. This is the man she wants to make a promise to for 3 lifetimes. She said in her heart, "Cheng, you are mine." Then he closed his watery eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, sunlight shone in through the gap in the window. Cheng opened his eyes slightly and saw the empty seat next to him. He thought that Ling Ning must have gotten up a long time ago. He slept too deeply and wondered if he would be late. Thinking of this, he got up from the bed, put on his slippers, walked to the door, opened the bolt, and immediately smelled a burnt smell in the kitchen. Could it be on fire? Cheng immediately had a bad feeling and rushed to the kitchen, where he saw Ling Ning tumbling about in a cloud of smoke. Ling Ning, what are you doing? Cheng, you're awake. I wanted to make breakfast for you. Ling Ning and Xiao Hua Lian poked their heads out from the smoke. But it seems I messed it up. You can't cook. Cheng frowned and asked. I'm learning this. Ling Ning took out his phone and said to Cheng, I followed the steps above, but it seems I messed it up. Get out and leave it to me. Cheng thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't let Ling Ning cook dinner yesterday, otherwise it would definitely be an accident. I can still. Your husband is a 5-star chef, so just go out and wait for the food, wife. He actually called himself his wife, and he did it in private, not on purpose in front of his parents. Ling Ning was stunned by the call of wife. It felt like their whole world was spinning. Before he could react, he was pushed out by Cheng. And Cheng returned to the kitchen and started cooking. You are a person with the skills of a 5-star chef. Making breakfast is no small task. And even if you don't cook it, Ling Ning will do it. You are sure that nothing will go wrong if you eat the food she cooks. Looking at the black mass in the pot, I always feel that eating this thing will definitely cause stomach perforation. After Cheng cleaned the pot, he turned on the exhaust hood and started cooking. In less than 10 minutes, 2 simple fried rices were ready. When Cheng brought it out, he saw Ling Ning standing in a daze. So he asked, what are you thinking about? The meal is ready. Why did you call me wife just now? We are the only two here and there is no need to act. Ling Ning asked, fuzzing her hair a little nervously. Look, I just called you once, and you're not used to it. So, will you get used to being called like this in front of your parents? I really want to get used to it. After all, you are just putting on an act for your parents to make them think you are really getting married. Yes, we are husband and wife now, so sooner or later we should get used to calling each other like this. This way it will seem natural in front of both your mother and my mother. This sentence allows Ling Ning to capture some important information. She was a little surprised and asked, are you going to tell your parents about us? Your mother has already asked for the address. Besides, everyone in the school probably knows that we are married. My family will know it sooner or later. Rather than hearing it from someone else, it's better for me to tell you myself. Then will you tell your aunt about our fake marriage? Ling Ning asked a little uneasily. She didn't dare look into Cheng's eyes, fearing that her little thoughts would be seen through by Cheng, so she lowered her head and pretended to take the cup of water. My mom is such a big mouth, if she knew, she would definitely let everyone know. Then not only would I be unable to help you, I might also be in trouble. So what you mean is? I will tell my mother that I have someone I like and that we are married. She is a very good girl named Ling Ning. In this case, wouldn't she become the official daughter-in-law of the Cheng family? Ling Ning felt a little excited when she thought about it. She couldn't wait to tell Cheng about this to her aunt, but she couldn't show it too obviously, so she said happily, Cheng, let's eat, the food is getting cold. Cheng didn't notice that Ling Ning was happier. Instead, he felt very relaxed. He will have to face this problem sooner or later. He is married now, and as his parents they have the right to know. After Cheng finished his meal, he saw that Ling Ning had almost finished eating, and said, I'll tell my family right away. I'm not ready yet. It's okay. My mother is easy to get along with. Besides, we're just getting married for show, so just be casual and don't let my mother find out. Ling Ning could only nod and agree. She also understood that Cheng's parents should be informed of this matter as soon as possible. This saves them the trouble of introducing a blind date to Cheng. Ling Ning, as Cheng's best online friend, knew about the relationship between Cheng and Lin Yu. She also knew that Cheng had not told his parents that being in love did not necessarily lead to marriage, and that they were still students and there were many uncertainties. So, Cheng's mother always thought that Cheng was single, and she looked for a partner for him everywhere, hoping that he would get married soon after graduating from college so that she could have a grandson. Cheng naturally refused. He said he already had a girlfriend, so why would he go on a blind date? For this, Cheng's mother was very dissatisfied with Cheng. She risked her face to ask people to matchmake for Cheng, but in the end, the other party didn't even look at him. Whenever two people meet, they are always in a bad mood for a few days. But now, Cheng has her by his side, so naturally he doesn't need anyone else. Cheng opened his mobile phone and started a video call with his mother. Soon the video was picked up, revealing Su's mother's unhappy face. If you have something to say, please speak up. If not, hang up. I'm busy. Mom, I'm married. You can get married. There are at least 9 out of 10 blind dates introduced to you, but you didn't even look at them. I don't believe you can get married. Let me show you, this is my wife, and our marriage certificate. As he spoke, Cheng pulled the camera towards Ling Ning, and showed the marriage certificate he had prepared early in the morning to his mother. Mom, this is your daughter-in-law, Ling Ning. When Ling Ning's flawless face appeared in Cheng's mother's eyes, she was immediately attracted by her appearance. This is your wife, are you kidding me? Saving your genes can help you find such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Mom, is it okay for you to say this about your great son in front of your daughter-in-law? What's wrong with that? You're the child of my belly. You can tell whether your fart is fragrant or ugly just by looking at it. Then, when he saw his beautiful daughter-in-law, his expression immediately changed. Are you my daughter-in-law? Chapter 18. You are such a naughty boy. Hello, Mom. Ling Ning waved her hand, feeling a little nervous. She was afraid that her aunt would not like her the first time they met. Daughter-in-law, where are you now? The child's father and I will go there quickly. By the way, how much do you want for the wedding gift? Although the marriage certificate has been obtained, it is still necessary to give it. We cannot let my Su family be rude. Ling Ning really wanted to say that her best gift was to become Cheng's wife, but seeing how seriously her mother-in-law spoke, she had no idea about the bride price, so she looked at Cheng. Mom, if you ask me this, how should my wife answer? If we say too much, we don't have it. If we say too little, we are not sincere. You stinky son, you only know how to sabotage. How much to give is between your father and me. I'd better ask my mother-in-law and father-in-law first. Ling Ning, give me your WeChat ID, and also give me your parents' WeChat ID. Now Ling Ning didn't know how to answer. She didn't know whether her parents and Cheng's parents could get along well. The two families didn't even know each other. What if they don't get along well and it affects her relationship with Cheng? They have to know each other. Cheng held Ling Ning's hand and said, my parents are easy to get along with, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law are not bad people either. As long as we don't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problem. Cheng. Ling Ning didn't expect that Cheng didn't object to the two families meeting. He always thought that their marriage was fake, so it would be better for the two parents not to have any contact. Otherwise, how will you answer if asked later? Don't think too much. You have to pass this level. When getting married, it is inevitable that both sets of parents will meet each other. Seeing Cheng's reassuring look, Ling Ning suddenly felt embarrassed. At first, I just wanted this man to never leave me, but I didn't expect that they would face various problems after getting married. She had to overcome the hurdle of her parents, but she had never thought about this at the beginning. I never thought about what kind of trouble a marriage certificate would bring to Cheng. I'm sorry to trouble you. Daughter-in-law, if this brat bullies you, tell me and I'll teach him a lesson. Isn't it natural for a wife to cause trouble to her husband? Ling Ning's mother said in a didactic tone, don't be afraid, if anything happens, I'll support you. Ling Ning was a little flattered to hear that her mother-in-law was so protective of her. She didn't expect that Cheng's mother would protect her like this after just meeting her via video. She didn't even know what kind of person she was, but she trusted her so much and treated her as her daughter-in-law. My mother is like this. She follows the principle of being a wife at home. Cheng said, so in our family, my mother will always be at the level of the Grand Empress Dowager. You little bastard, women stay at home and men stay outside. Aren't women the eldest in the family? Are they the youngest? Are they slaves to the father and the mother? Mother Su started to lecture him, you little rascal, I'll take care of you at home, and your wife will take care of you outside. Remember to treat your wife well, and don't let her suffer any grievances or shed a tear. After Su's mother gave him many instructions, he hung up the phone. Seeing that Ling Ning hadn't come back to her senses yet, Cheng said, my mother is like this. She's afraid that I'll treat you badly, so she complains a little. You just need to listen to her. I think Auntie is a nice person. Ling Ning smiled gently, her eyes curved into crescents. Looking at Su Cheng's profile, she said to herself, Su Cheng is such a nice person, how could he hurt me? After Su Cheng sent Ling Ning's WeChat ID to his mother, he said to her, my mother should add you soon. I have already given her the WeChat ID. Given her impetuous personality, she will probably come to kill us within 3 days. Then our two families are going to meet. Su Cheng felt a little pain in his head. He rubbed his head and said, I hope it won't be a bloody storm. Seeing Su Cheng's words, Ling Ning smiled, who said nothing would happen just now. Su Cheng pulled up his pants and sat on the chair. Isn't this to give my wife courage? Yeah, I didn't expect getting married to be so troublesome. If I had known it would be so troublesome, I would have been more cautious. Why are you being so cautious? Are you really going to marry a scumbag? Besides, I completely understand your situation. If you had another way, you probably wouldn't have come to me. Su Cheng didn't want his best friend to end up marrying a scumbag. Besides, they had already obtained the marriage certificate and there was no turning back. All they could do was take things one step at a time. Here, Ling Ning looked at her phone and said, Su Cheng, your mother added me. Do I really want to give them my parents' WeChat? Otherwise, if our marriage is not recognized by both families, then you will still be unable to escape the fate of marrying a scumbag. Then I'll talk to my parents. After Ling Ning talked to her parents and got their reply, she gave the other party Su Cheng's mother's WeChat, and gave her mother's WeChat to Su Cheng's mother. Ling Ning and Su Cheng didn't know what would happen next, so they could only wait. Su Cheng looked at the time and said, we should go. It's almost time for class. Since the apartment where the two people temporarily lived was not too far from the school, they chose to walk to the campus. On their way, the two of them were silent. Ling Ning spoke up, Su Cheng, do you regret agreeing to help me? Why do you want to regret it? If I regretted it, I wouldn't live with you, wife. Also, in the future, when no one is around, you have to get used to calling me husband. We are husband and wife now, and it would be too strange if we keep calling each other by our first names. Yeah. Husband. When Ling Ning opened her mouth, she felt her heart beating faster. She could finally call him husband openly. This man was hers. When they walked to the school gate, Ling Ning's tall and handsome appearance immediately attracted people's attention. When they saw Su Cheng next to them, people said, it seems that Su Cheng and the school beauty are getting married. Someone said yesterday that they are living together. If they are married, why don't they have wedding rings? When Su Cheng heard this, he immediately thought that since he and Ling Ning got their marriage certificate, there had been nothing else except a marriage certificate. I was really careless and forgot that I needed a marriage certificate to get married. Otherwise, Ling Ning's parents, how would he respond when his own parents smelled it? Did he forget or did he not notice it? This will definitely make people suspicious. Where is the wedding without wedding rings? Thinking about it, Su Cheng pulled Ling Ning's hand and said, wait for me at the school gate at noon, let's go buy a ring. Actually, Ling Ning wanted to say that she had actually bought the ring a long time ago, but she just never had the chance to take it out. But Su Cheng didn't give Ling Ning a chance to speak. Remember to wait for me, don't run around at the school gate, I'm here. Chapter 19 Send milk tea to the school beauty. Without waiting for Ling Ning to say anything, Su Rui ran to the teaching building. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be treated like a monkey. Being watched by so many people, I am not a star, nor an influential person. I am just getting married to a school beauty, so why would it attract so much attention? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will still look the same after 50 years, old and ugly. People are still superficial and only like to look at the face. Su Cheng came to the classroom and received another wave of attention. He pretended not to see it and sat in his seat. My roommate asked gossipingly, Su Cheng, how does it feel to be the focus of the whole class? Why don't you try it? Su Cheng glanced at his roommate. The roommate shrank his neck and said, come on, we are not so lucky to marry the campus beauty. I don't have the ability to pick up the school beauty. Naturally, I can't enjoy such treatment. So, you envy me? Su Cheng asked, taking out a textbook from his desk. Well, of course I'm envious. How about I let Ling Ning introduce you to her roommates? They are said to be beautiful women too, and they are still single. Su Cheng said casually. Forget it, why would I want such a beautiful wife? Am I going to cuckold myself? The roommate shook his head and refused. However, he immediately realized that what he said was wrong, and hurriedly said to Surui, "Dude, I'm not talking about your wife. I mean that women who are too beautiful are prone to attracting peach blossoms. I'm an honest man, and I can't handle this." These words reminded Su Cheng of Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu should be considered pretty, the type that is pleasing to the eye. At first glance, one would think she would be suitable to be a wife. Su Cheng felt that he was serious enough about this relationship, but in the end, he still succumbed to reality. Thinking of this, Su Cheng smiled confidently. "You are right, but I believe my wife, she won't do that." Su Cheng was naturally very confident about this. If Ling Ning had other choices, she would not choose to marry him, but would have lived together with the man she loved long ago. He was purely an emergency rescue. Seeing Su Cheng's natural expression, the roommate became more convinced of one thing, that is, Su Cheng was still capable of winning the school belle, and they were even married. At this moment, Su Cheng was really worried. He wanted to take the school beauty to buy a wedding ring at noon. But something like a wedding ring can't be too cheap. Although he owns a large number of shares in new energy technology, which cannot be sold for 3 years, he seems to have more than 100,000 yuan in cash. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is enough for an ordinary person to buy a small wedding ring, but Ling Ning is a rich lady, so she naturally cannot buy a cheap one. But he has no money. What kind of good wedding ring can you buy with hundreds of thousands of dollars? He remembered that a pigeon egg ring would cost several million. Where can he get millions? Ding, you can get different cash rewards by completing the following tasks. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Cheng really wanted to say, "System, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice." Su Cheng looked at the task. Task 1, complete the notes from the previous class and get 20 W. Task 2, get praised by the teacher once and get 10 W. Task 3, deliver milk to your wife after class and get 10 W. Task 4, show affection in public and get 50 W. Task 5, kiss the school beauty in public and get 1 million. System, are you sure you are not a love development system? You actually let him do such a shameful thing, kissing the school beauty in public. This is too embarrassing. I am a pure boy. Complaining in his heart, Su Cheng took another look at the task and thought that the other tasks didn't seem too difficult. Su Cheng talked to his roommate for a while, then said to the thick-eyed man wearing glasses, "Glasses, did you remember the key points of last class? When did you become so fond of studying?" Asked the roommate monkey. "If I don't study for a day, I will be sorry for the cultivation of my motherland." Thick Glasses pushed up his heavy glasses and said, "Based on my experience of living for 2,000 years, this matter in Sucheng is very strange. Thick Eyes is the top student in Sucheng's dormitory and one of the top students in terms of age, but he has always been addicted to fantasy novels and has become a middle school boy. If someone pats him on the shoulder inadvertently, he will say, 'How dare you challenge the majesty of me, the great emperor of the ancient world?' I recently read a novel about longevity, and I kept saying that my lifespan would definitely be 2,000 years because I had been cultivating immortality since my mother's womb. Naturally, after a long time, everyone will get used to it. This matter is naturally strange. He is doing this for the system reward, tens of thousands of rewards. How can he not take good notes?" After Su Cheng finished writing in the neatest handwriting of his life, he heard the system prompt sound, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the notes of the previous class and receiving 20 W. When I saw the message on my phone, I found out that I had 200,000 more money. I was in a particularly good mood. It was true that people saw different scenery when they stood at different heights. I used to feel very happy to have a savings of 10,000 yuan, but now I feel that 10,000 yuan is nothing, it is really a small amount." In the past, he had never thought about what kind of glorious life he would have after rebirth. He was an ordinary person in his previous life, and he was also an ordinary person after rebirth. He was not a competitive person, so there was nothing wrong with living an ordinary life. However, after being cheated on by his green tea girlfriend and his golden finger awakened, he found that his heart had changed unconsciously. He wanted to be a giant and look down on the sky. Thinking about starting to preview his homework, Su Cheng took the initiative to raise his hand to answer questions during class. When the teacher saw this, he was surprised that this student, who usually distracted in class, asked Su Cheng to answer a question for the first time. Su Cheng performed very well and was praised by the teacher. Monkey poked the thick glasses beside him with his arm. "Glasses, when did Su Cheng love studying so much?" The man with thick glasses pushed the heavy lenses on his nose with his hands. Based on my 2000 years of experience, I think this matter is very strange. Can you change your line? Ding! Congratulations to their host for receiving praise from the teacher and winning 100,000 yuan. After hearing the system prompt, Cheng smiled slightly in a good mood, and his whole person became sunny. He thought to himself that if 300,000 yuan couldn't buy a pigeon egg, he should be able to buy a nice wedding ring. As long as Ling Ning liked it, her parents would naturally not say anything. Just as Cheng was thinking about the wedding ring, the class passed by unknowingly. When the get out of class was over, Cheng was the first to rush out of the classroom, as if he was busy with something. After the monkey saw it, he wondered, is there something urgent in Cheng? The man with thick glasses pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, look at the experience of living for 2000 years. Forget it, don't say anything. It's useless even if you say it. Cheng naturally had something urgent to do, and it was a very urgent matter. He wanted to deliver milk tea to the school beauty. He could earn 100,000 yuan for a cup of milk tea. Anyone would have to deliver it at the speed of light. He rushed to the school's milk tea shop as fast as he could, ordered a cup of vanilla milk tea, and then hurried to the class where the school beauty was, class 2 of the finance department. I walked to the door and said to the students passing by, I'm looking for Ling Ning. The person who heard Cheng's words looked at Cheng with a strange expression. Seeing that he was holding milk tea in his hand, he hurried to the door and shouted, Xiao Ningzi, your husband brought you milk tea. Chapter 20. Sorry, I'm late. Xiao Ningzi, your husband is looking for you. Therefore, under the loud voice of this classmate, Cheng once again felt what it meant to be the center of attention. When Ling Ning saw Cheng standing at the door, her heart started beating fast. She stood up from her seat as if out of control and ran to Cheng. Seeing Cheng's face, she thought, didn't he say he would take her to buy a wedding ring at noon? Why? Milk tea for you. Cheng took out the vanilla-flavored milk tea he bought and handed it to the school beauty. The school beauty took it subconsciously, with a dazed expression on her face, thinking that bringing her milk right after class, this action might prove that he has a little crush on her. Even if it's just a little bit, she will feel that she will be the happiest person in the world. Thinking of how you drank so much water this morning, I bought you some milk tea. I remember you like vanilla flavor. I wonder if I bought the wrong one. When we were communicating online before, she said that she liked vanilla-flavored milk tea, which was very fragrant and not too sweet, and drinking it tasted like first love. Ling Ning didn't expect that Cheng would still remember what she said casually to him. She suddenly felt that she really didn't like the wrong person. If this person wasn't important, how could we remember him? It turns out that she is so important in Cheng's heart. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Cheng's ears. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the task of delivering milk tea to the school beauty and winning 100,000. Cheng was in a good mood after getting 100,000 yuan. Seeing the somewhat unnatural condensation, he said, I'm going back first, remember to drink milk tea. Having said that, Cheng turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, let's go together. As he said that, Ling Ning quickly walked to Cheng's side, naturally took Cheng's hand and said, let's go. Cheng didn't know how to refuse her in person. He thought to himself, why didn't she go back to drink milk tea and leave by herself? Was there anything else she wanted him to do? As he was thinking about it, Ling Ning pulled him to the teaching building and came to a secluded place. Cheng, you know, when you brought me milk tea, I felt very happy. When you find someone who likes you, you will feel happier. The smile on Ling Ning's face froze instantly. She wondered what Cheng meant by this. Could it be that in Cheng's heart, she gave her milk tea just because he was afraid that she was thirsty, and he had no feelings for her at all? Then why should he go to the trouble of giving himself milk tea? It's simply a waste of time. Suddenly, my mood became worse. Then why did he send himself milk tea, causing him to misunderstand? Why do you suddenly want to bring me milk tea? The school beauty looked at Cheng's profile and asked. I hope you are loved. If one day we separate, you will be very happy when you look back on the past. Happy, of course she was very happy. She had never thought that Cheng was so thoughtful that he would specially send her milk tea. I'm going back now. Remember to drink your milk tea. Having said that, Cheng waved his hand and left quickly. Seeing Cheng disappearing into the distance, Ling Ning hesitated to move. She thought that she didn't want to miss such a good man like Su Cheng, and she wouldn't miss him. She hoped that when she was old in the future, he would still be the one by her side. Su Cheng returned to the classroom just as the bell rang. When he got back to the classroom, Monkey immediately asked, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "You don't want to know." Su Cheng opened his phone and saw a picture sent by the school beauty with a half-drunk milk tea on it. He was about to ask why, but Monkey was not happy. "Tell me, where did you go?" "I went to bring milk tea to my wife." "Look, my wife drank half of the milk tea." Suddenly, Monkey felt a sour taste in his mouth, and looking at the photos, he felt envious and jealous. It was too cruel for single people. "Why am I single?" Seeing that the monkey looked a little strange, he said, "I told you, you don't want to know. I regret asking. It's not like you don't have a choice, like your Xiaolan." Hearing his roommate, the big guy, talking about Xiaolan, Monkey covered his eyes and said, "Don't tell me about that woman, she..." "It's just a little fat," said the big guy. "If you really can't stand the loneliness, just accept it. She has a boyfriend." Monkey said with a bit of regret, "When she liked me, I didn't like her. But when she told me she had a boyfriend, I realized that I did have feelings for her. Unfortunately, I missed it in the end." Su Cheng heard what he said and he comforted her. "You will always meet someone who is right for you and for you. I think school beauties are pretty good. It's a pity that she already has a husband." The big guy patted the monkey's shoulder and said, "You can look forward to the next life. Can you please stop irritating me?" The monkey just wants to regain some face. As a monkey who has been single since birth, he actually wants a relationship very much. Unfortunately, love is not something you can get just by saying so. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of showing off your affection in public and getting 500,000. He just did nothing deliberately and actually completed the system task. It seems that I am lucky. Now Su Cheng felt better. "I feel more energetic in class." Noontime arrived quickly. The school beauty was waiting at the school gate early in the morning, but Su Cheng didn't come out no matter how long she waited. In order not to be late, she slipped out of the classroom early with the help of her roommate. I happily arrived at the school gate but didn't see Su Cheng. I felt a little disappointed for a moment, but when I thought that Su Cheng would take me to buy a wedding ring at noon, I felt particularly good. When the bell rang, students came out of the school gate one after another. The school beauty still couldn't see Su Cheng and wondered if he had forgotten about her. And thinking about something as important as a wedding ring, he would definitely not forget it. Because the school beauty was so beautiful, she attracted the attention of people around her. When they passed by the school beauty, they heard them whispering, "Isn't this the school beauty? Why is she alone at the school gate? Are you waiting for someone?" "Of course I'm waiting for Su Cheng, her husband." But the bell for the end of get out of class has rung for a long time and Su Cheng still hasn't shown up. He wouldn't stand up the school beauty, would he? No way, they are said to have obtained the marriage certificate. Su Cheng wouldn't do that. Wait a minute and you'll know. Gradually, people stopped not far from the school beauty intentionally or unintentionally, looking at her with scrutiny. The school beauty was alone, being stared at by the crowd. She felt uncomfortable and had an urge to escape. "I feel more aggrieved. Su Cheng, why haven't you shown up yet? Didn't you say we would meet at the school gate at noon? You won't be coming back." Just when the school beauty's face turned pale, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she felt a little desperate. Su Cheng's figure appeared beside her like a ray of light. "Sorry for the wait, my wife, your milk tea." Chapter 21. As long as it's you, it doesn't matter how late it is. Edited. Ling Ning smiled and said, "As long as it's you, it doesn't matter how late it is. The teacher's class is delayed." Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning apologetically. "I made you wait for me for so long, you must be tired. Do you want to go eat first?" "I'm not hungry yet." "Then let's go." Su Cheng naturally took Ling Ning's hand and said. Ling Ning stared blankly at the hand held by Su Cheng and asked, "Where are we going?" "Go buy you a wedding ring. My wife must have the most beautiful ring." When Su Cheng's words reached everyone's ears, they were immediately met with envious, jealous and hateful looks. A strong sour smell floated in the air. Lin Yuyu, who was hiding in the crowd and deliberately looking at the school beauty Ling Ning, couldn't help but reveal an envious and jealous look. Her current boyfriend hasn't said he wants to marry her, but Su Cheng has already obtained a marriage certificate with the school beauty. Why do I feel like a joke, a clown? The person whom I looked down upon at first married the school beauty in the blink of an eye. The conditions of the school beauties are much better than mine, even many times better. She fell in love with a man whom she didn't like, as if God was laughing at her for being blind. The more she thought about it, the more jealous Lin Yu became, and even felt a hint of hatred. She felt more and more that Su Cheng had betrayed her a long time ago, otherwise why would he marry the school belle as soon as she broke up with Su Cheng? It turns out that he already has a beautiful, rich and white woman, so there is no need for a street flower like her. I was originally very proud of myself, thinking that dumping Su Cheng was the right choice, but I didn't know that I was the one being made a joke. How could Lin Yu, who has always loved to compete and be competitive since childhood, accept this? But what can I do even if I am not convinced? Should I give up my current tall, rich and handsome boyfriend and be with Su Cheng? It's impossible just to think about it. However, she felt uncomfortable seeing the two of them being happy, and she wanted to destroy anything that made her uncomfortable. Humph, let us see how long your love can last. Lin Yu lowered her head and gave a vicious look. When she saw her boyfriend coming to pick her up, she acted like a good girl and walked into his luxury car, carrying the luxury bag bought by her rich boyfriend. Su Cheng naturally didn't notice Lin Yu. Even if they noticed, what could they do? They were just strangers now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of showing off your love in public and winning 1 million yuan in cash. Good man, did I just show off my love to him? How come he didn't realize it? He just felt angry when he saw Ling Ning standing in the crowd and being looked at as if he was making a fool of himself. No matter what happened between him and Ling Ning was their own business. These people were so bored that they just stood there and watched. He was just a little late for get out of class, and he almost made Ling Ning a laughing stock. Don't you like watching plays? Just let him perform a play. See who is the joke in the end. Su Cheng called a car and went to the best jewelry store in the city with Ling Ning. Hearing Su Cheng say that he was going to Venus jewelry store, Ling Ning called Su Cheng and said, Su Cheng, you'd better not go to such a high-end jewelry store. The prices here are not cheap. I bought it for my wife, so it must be the best. Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning. This is my apology for being late. We are just students, there is no need. Ling Ning actually wanted to say that one should consider one's own financial strength before making a decision. Although the items in the jewelry store are very good, the prices are not cheap. Su Cheng is just a college student and he doesn't have a job, so where does he get the money? You don't have to worry about these. Just wear nice jewelry. Ling Ning was very touched, but she knew even more clearly that Su Cheng did this not because of love, but to help her. In Su Cheng's opinion, their marriage was a fake one, in order to help herself avoid marrying a scumbag. You've helped me a lot, let me handle the matter of Su Cheng's wedding ring. Where did my wife buy the wedding ring? I should have bought it. He knew Ling Ning didn't care about these things, but their current marriage was not enough to gain the trust of Ling Ning's parents, or their recognition of him as a person, so he couldn't let Ling Ning's parents suspect that Ling Ning's marriage was fake just because of a small wedding ring. The car drove very quickly and arrived at Venus's jewelry store. Su Cheng said directly, take out the pigeon eggs you have here. Ling Ning didn't expect Su Cheng to be so generous and give her a pigeon egg. One pigeon egg costs several million. She didn't know whether Su Cheng had the money. Even if he had it, she didn't want it. Unless one day, he really wants to marry her, she will accept him. Otherwise, what's the point of carrying pigeon eggs? Ling Ning shook her head and said, I don't like anything too luxurious. Waiter, can you please bring out the love of Venus? Miss, you really have good taste. This is a new product that our store has recently launched. It represents a couple's life together. I hope that the two people who wear this ring can stay together for a lifetime. As the waiter spoke, he took out 2 rings from a counter. Su Cheng saw the ring and said, isn't this diamond too small? Sir, this is a 3-carat ring, it's not small, the waiter continued to introduce. It doesn't matter what the ring looks like, what matters is that my wife likes it. Sir, this is your wife. She is really pretty. The waiter looked at Ling Ning's peerless beauty and praised her. Then he said, Sir, this ring is a new model in our store. The total price of this bunch of rings is 521,314. Okay, I'll take this. Ling Ning took out his black card and said, I'll swipe it. It's agreed, I'll take the money. As he spoke, Cheng also took out his card and said, "We bought this ring." Cheng, this price is not cheap. It's not cheap, but I can afford it. He earned nearly 2 million yuan for completing the system task in the morning, so how could he not afford a wedding ring worth more than 500,000 yuan? Under Ling Ning's surprised eyes, the waiter swiped the card, packed the ring, and handed it to Cheng. "Sir, this is your ring, please keep it." After leaving the jewelry store, Ling Ning felt dizzy. In her hand was the jewelry that Cheng bought for her personally. No matter what the reason is, this ring belongs to her. If there is a time limit for wearing this ring, she hopes it will be a lifetime. No matter how long this life is, she hopes to carry it with her. Cheng also put on a wedding ring. In the sunlight, the diamond on the ring sparkled with colorful light, which was very dazzling. Cheng did not feel sad about spending more than 500,000 yuan on the wedding ring. Now that he had the system, he could easily get nearly 2 million yuan. This was something he had never dared to think about in his previous life. With a salary of several thousand yuan from the company, even if he did not eat or drink, he would have to wait until he was old to save up more than 1 million yuan. But now with the system, he can get much more. Compared with that, 500,000 is nothing. If he hadn't met Ling Ning, he might not have been able to awaken the system in this lifetime. Cheng said with his back to the sun. Chapter 22, Your family is going bankrupt, but you still think you are a rich lady. Nice to meet you, Ling Ning. Cheng turned his head and looked at Ling Ning, who was right behind him, and spoke sincerely. Me too, it's great to meet you. Ling Ning smiled brightly, completely different from her usual cold demeanor. She walked over to Cheng, took his hand and said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" Cheng asked subconsciously. "You bought me a wedding ring, so as a thank you, I'll treat you to lunch." Cheng touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. I nodded and joked, "It must be a big meal, otherwise I would be sad." "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." As he spoke, he led Cheng to a private restaurant, a very famous restaurant in the city. It was said that it had been handed down for 7 generations, and the dishes they served were unique and had a special flavor. Naturally, the price is not cheap either. It was the peak dining time and there were many people dining. When the two of them arrived, there were no seats at all. Ling Ning took out his black card and said, "I'll have 1 portion according to what I usually eat. Why can the two of them go to the 2nd floor while we can only wait on the 1st floor?" Lin Yuyu was very dissatisfied when she saw this scene and said, "It was obviously us who came here first." When Cheng heard Lin Yuyu's voice, he was obviously stunned. To be honest, if he hadn't heard Lin Yuyu's voice, he would have almost forgotten this person. After they broke up, Cheng always chose to forget, as if that was the only way to avoid being hurt. Forget that she cheated on him. The waiter said politely, "Only our VIP guests are eligible to enter the VIP seats on the 2nd floor." Lin Yuyu became even angrier after hearing this, as if she was shorter than Ling Ning again. Because she didn't have a VIP card, she could only wait for a seat on the 1st floor. Originally, her wealthy boyfriend gave her some money so that she could buy some new clothes so that she wouldn't be embarrassed in front of her friends by wearing tasteless clothes. She bought a few pieces of clothes, and since she had no classes in the afternoon, she invited her sisters to have a big meal here. This was the most famous restaurant in the city and every dish was not cheap, even the water cost 3 figures. I didn't expect that after experiencing a luxurious lunch, I would be slapped in the face again. Seeing Lin Yuyu, Ling Ning, as her former love rival, naturally had a bad face. She held Cheng's hand and looked at Lin Yuyu coldly, as if declaring sovereignty, her eyes full of provocation. "Husband, let's go up." Lin Yuyu's teeth chattered in anger. She glared at Ling Ning fiercely, wishing she could pounce on her and tear her pretty face into pieces. "What are you so proud of? You just want a man I don't want. So I want to thank you." "What should I thank her for?" Lin Yuyu was confused for a moment. "Thank you for your help. I got the best man in the world. He's just a poor fellow, what's so good about him?" Ling Ning shook the gold in his hand, which blinded Lin Yuyu's eyes. "This is the ring of Venus, which Cheng bought for me." Lin Yuyu, who often reads luxury goods and jewelry magazines, naturally knows the ring of Venus. It is priced at 6 figures, which is something she, a poor student, could not even dream of. However, Cheng bought it for another woman. Suddenly, Lin Yuyu felt hatred in her heart. Why was it that when Cheng was with her, he could only afford to eat at roadside stalls and cheap restaurants, but after he got together with Ling Ning, he casually bought her a 6-figure ring? Could it be that he was just pretending when he said he had no money? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more she felt cheated. She had liked Su Cheng in the past, when she was young and innocent, and if she hadn't liked him she wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend, but as time goes by, people change. She became more realistic and worldly. If she knew that Su Cheng's conditions were not bad, she would never give up her previous relationship with Su Cheng and choose to be with a rich second-generation man. And what about Su Cheng? How good is he? They just broke up and he married another woman. They must have known each other for a long time without me knowing. Su Cheng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You would rather buy diamond rings for other women, but you have never bought me a piece of jewelry. Thinking about the past, Lin Yu felt more and more that she was the victim. When Su Cheng saw Lin Yu's expression of hatred towards him, he suddenly found it ridiculous when he thought about himself holding a rose in his hand and watching the girl he once loved enter Samuroti. It was clearly she who wronged him first, but why did she end up being treated like the victim? Lin Yu, there is nothing to talk about between you and yourself. Su Cheng didn't explain and let her think whatever she wanted, because was there any possibility between them? When she chose to be with another man, everything between them was over. Su Cheng, let's go, don't bother with this kind of person. Ling Ning's look of contempt severely irritated Lin Yu. She knew very well what such a look meant, a person who would sell his or her body for money. Even if she is such a person, what is the relationship? Why should she bear such a look? Yu, don't be angry, let's go eat somewhere else. If this continues, it will make things awkward for everyone. It would not look good if this continued. If things went wrong, her rich boyfriend would also find out. She had not told her rich boyfriend about her and Su Cheng. Besides, nothing happened between her and Su Cheng, they just held hands and had meals. In order to be with her wealthy boyfriend, she lied to him that he was her first love. So he always thought he was her first man. But she couldn't bear it. Yu, look at this. At this time, a younger sister of Lin Yu saw the news and said to her. Lin Yu had no time to watch this. She suddenly glanced over and immediately revealed a sinister smile as she looked at Ling Ning and Su Cheng, who were almost reaching the second floor. Ling Ning, you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a good initial speed, and you can even trample on other people's self-esteem at will, but what if one day the things you are proud of no longer belong to you? Ling Ning naturally wouldn't pay any attention to what a green tea girl said. Who the hell does this Lin Yu think she is, to dare to yell in front of her? Just as Ling Ning was about to move forward, he heard Lin Yu's voice and his expression changed instantly. Ling Ning, your family is on the news. It is said that the loss is tens of billions, and your father has personally admitted that the company suffered losses due to poor management. Faced with this situation, he will take the initiative to assume the main responsibility. Your family is going bankrupt, but you still think you are a rich girl. These words made Ling Ning's heart flutter, and she suddenly stood stiffly in place. At this time, the people around him also curiously opened their phones and said, the Ling Group is facing huge losses and it has made the headlines. I saw it, too. Is this true or false? After hearing this, Ling Ning felt as if her body was hollowed out. She grabbed Su Cheng's shoulders with her hands to prevent herself from falling. Seeing Ling Ning's abnormal performance, Lin Yu suddenly felt relieved and said to the little sister beside her, I think this restaurant doesn't have anything delicious, let's go to another one. Chapter 23 A Grand Wedding. Su Cheng noticed that Ling Ning's fingers were gripping his shoulders tighter and tighter. Listening to the noise coming from all around, he grabbed Ling Ning's shoulder and said, let's go up first. Ling Ning finally came to his senses and nodded. He let Su Cheng pull him upstairs. In the upstairs box, Su Cheng opened the news app on his phone and saw the news about Ling Ning's father. Ling Ningye was looking at his phone. The more he looked, the paler his face became. She suddenly understood why her father wanted her to marry a scumbag, because their family was almost bankrupt, and if she married into the Jia family, the company's loss problem could be solved. I only think about my own feelings and never think about my family. She is really an unfilial daughter. Ling Ning, don't panic. The news may not be true. It's better to call your father first. Yes, you have to ask your father whether it is true or not. Thinking about this, Ling Ning called her father. The call was quickly connected. Ling Ning took a deep breath, as if fully prepared, and asked her father, Dad, the news said that our family is going bankrupt. Is this true? Perhaps she was too nervous, or perhaps she was afraid to know the answer, so Ling Ning held the phone tightly in her hands, and even her palms were sweating. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. This is fake news deliberately released by our competitors. Our company's official public relations department will clarify it soon. Don't worry, everything is fine at home. Ling Ning's father looked heavy-hearted, but he pretended to be nothing and joked, "What's wrong? You care about the family business now. When do you plan to take over the family business?" Hearing that there was no problem at home, Ling Ning breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is nothing wrong at home, it's good. As for taking over the family business, I'm still young and there's no rush. Well, nothing's wrong at home, don't worry. Okay, I'll continue eating then. In Ling Ning's opinion, her father would not joke about such things, so she said to Cheng, "I just checked with my family and found out that it was fake news deliberately released by the company's competitors. It's nothing serious." "Oh, that's good. The business world is like a battlefield, and every battle is bloody. There are dozens if not hundreds of companies that have died in public opinion." Cheng did not comment on this. He is not a businessman, so naturally he does not understand such things. "I heard Ling Ning is fine." So he picked up the menu and said to Ling Ning, "Order, my dear wife." However, what Cheng and Ling Ning didn't know was that Ling Ning's father was staring at a text message at this moment. "I'll give you 1 month to let Cheng and Ling Ning divorce. Otherwise, the Ling family's business will be acquired by our Jia family in 1 month, and your Ling family will be destroyed." Seeing her husband staring at his phone, Ling Ning's mother asked, "Hasn't it been investigated that it was a competitor who deliberately released false information? Why are you still staring at your phone with such a worried look on your face?" "Oh, nothing, I'm just thinking about something." Ling Ning's father closed his phone. He knew very well that the news of Ling's losses this time was something that the Jia family could expose, and the quick withdrawal of the news, saying it was fake news, was a warning to him. Let him make a choice for his family and business. If Ling Ning and Cheng don't separate, not only will their family go bankrupt but they may also face life threats. The reason why the Jia family is so obsessed with Ling Ning is well understood by Ling Ning's father Ling Feng. It is because Ling Ning's fate is that of a phoenix, which can just restrain the short-lived fate of the only heir of the Jia family. Otherwise, given the Jia family's status and position, how could they be interested in their daughter? What should he do? Looking at his wife who had been with him for decades, Ling Ning's father fell into deep thought for a moment. "If you have something on your mind, don't think about it, eat first." Ling Ning's mother didn't know what her husband was thinking, but she could think about it slowly and eat first. "I'll be right there." Here in the restaurant, Ling Ning and Cheng were having dinner together. Ling Ning took out her mobile phone to take a photo and posted it on her Moments, with the title, "Having lunch with my husband." Cheng was looking at his phone at this time and saw that there was an update in his circle of friends. It happened to be sent by Ling Ning, so he smiled and said, "Girl, you don't forget to show your affection even when you are having a meal. I'm having a meal with my husband, and it would be a shame if I didn't show some affection to him." Ling Ning said this while sticking out her tongue. Here, Ling Ning's mother took out her phone and saw Ling Ning's circle of friends. "You said that our daughter would post on WeChat Moments even when she had a meal with Cheng. Young people nowadays are the same. They wish that everyone in the world would know that I am very happy." Hearing this, Ling Ning's father Ling Feng suddenly lost his appetite. He thought of the Jia family's warning and then thought of his daughter. He was really happy now. Suddenly I felt annoyed and said, "I'm full. First, go upstairs." Ling Ning's mother looked at the food that hadn't been eaten yet and asked, "Is the food not to your taste? Why are you eating so little? I feel a little uncomfortable." Having said that, he went straight upstairs without waiting for his wife to say anything else. Seeing her husband going upstairs, as a woman with sixth intuition, Ling Ning's mother always felt that her husband was acting strangely recently. But it's nothing if you think about it. When people reach middle age, their liver fire is strong and their temper is naturally a bit strange. I was thinking of making some tea for my husband to help him cool down. He lowered his head and liked his daughter's circle of friends. "Look, my mom gave me a thumbs up. It seems that auntie has no doubts about our fake marriage." Cheng thought that he had passed the test of auntie, but he didn't know whether he could pass the test of Ling Ning's father. "Cheng, look what my dad sent me." Ling Ning took out the WeChat chat interface with her father and spoke to Cheng. Cheng took a sip of water, turned around and took the phone, and so that Ling Ning's father actually sent, "Daughter, are you and Su Cheng having a fake marriage? Seeing this, Ling Ning was completely panicked. He wondered if he had done something that was exposed, and looked at Su Cheng helplessly. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Dad, it's me, Su Cheng. Ling Ning went to the bathroom and I accidentally saw this WeChat message. Dad, I know we got married too hastily. We didn't even have a wedding photo. Please believe me, I will give Ling Ning happiness and make her the happiest woman in the world. Ling Ning's father originally wanted to blast his daughter to see how she would react, but she didn't expect to be told that she was Su Cheng. Seeing Su Cheng's heartfelt words, Ling Ning's father thought for a while and said, "In my heart, my son-in-law must be worthy of my daughter. Otherwise, I can't even give my daughter simple material things. How can I say that I can make my daughter happy? Since you say it's so good, then prove to me that you can give her happiness and a grand wedding." Chapter 24 Holding an umbrella for my wife. Su Cheng replied, "Okay." Ling Ning watched all this from the side, feeling a little resentful towards her father in her heart, as if he was saying how materialistic she was. What's the difference between her and Lin Yuyu? If I can't promise her the most basic material security in the future, how can I give myself happiness? Is happiness measured by material things? She likes Su Cheng because she likes him as a person, not because of how rich or prestigious he is. If she had been thinking about these things, she would have agreed to the family marriage long ago. Why has it come to this? Ling Ning's father watched Su Cheng recover and said silently in his heart, "Let me see your worth in a month, otherwise don't blame me, because I can't bear to see my wife and daughter in danger." Looking at Su Cheng, who remained silent, Ling Ning lowered his head and whispered, "Don't be bothered by what my father said. Our marriage is fake anyway. The worst that can happen is that we get discovered. It's nothing to me. I just think it's a bit difficult to make your father believe that we are really getting married. Not only do you need to have hundreds of millions, but you also need to be capable and have status. I think there is probably no one in the world who can marry you. It's really too difficult." You make it seem like I can't get married. Ling Ning felt a little unhappy after listening to this. Her father's opinion did not represent her own. Did Su Cheng think that she was a very materialistic woman because of her father's words? If that happens, to be honest, I will be very sad. Don't be angry, I was just saying it casually. I also know that my uncle has good intentions and hopes that his daughter can marry a man who can live a peaceful life for the rest of her life. Because of what my father said, don't you think I'm materialistic? Ling Ning looked at Su Cheng cautiously while speaking. If you were materialistic, I wouldn't have been friends with you for so many years. In Su Cheng's heart, she still can't forget the time when she stayed up all night waiting for his reply. It is also condensing now. Besides, if we hadn't been friends for so many years, how could he agree to such a ridiculous thing as a fake marriage? Ling Ning was very happy to hear Su Cheng's answer. It doesn't matter what others think, because she doesn't care. The only thing she cares about is what Su Cheng thinks. Su Cheng, do you think you will like me one day? Ling Ning thought about it and said what was in his heart for some reason. Maybe, possibly, but not necessarily. Really? Ling Ning asked expectantly. Haven't you heard that all men are like Liu Xiaohui? How can I remain indifferent when such a beautiful woman is by my side every day? You are a hooligan. Ling Ning was about to hit Su Cheng on the head. So, you have to stay away from me. This way, you can escape from my clutches. Besides, didn't we agree that this was a fake marriage? Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning's peerless face and suppressed his heartbeat for a moment. He tried hard to tell himself that he and Ling Ning were just friends and their marriage was just fake, in order to help Ling Ning escape the fate of marrying a scumbag. If I were to fall in love with Ling, what would be the difference between me and a scumbag in the end? Well, it's good that you know. Ling Ning concealed her disappointment. It seemed that her efforts were not enough and Su Cheng did not fall in love with her. But it didn't matter. They would have plenty of time to spend together in the future. Su Cheng glanced at the time on his phone. Are you full? We should go. Let's go. The two of them left the restaurant and looked at the dazzling sun in the sky. Ling Ning squinted his eyes unconsciously. Su Cheng is fine. Besides, boys are not that delicate. At this time, I heard the system prompt sound, beep. Now start making your choice. Choose 1, shade the condensation for 10 minutes and get 100 times cash back. Choice 2, no condensation shading, get 10 times the cash back. Su Cheng took off his coat without hesitation. Under Ling Ning's strange eyes, he used his coat as a parasol to shield Ling Ning from the sun above her head. The sun outside is too glaring. It's easy to get tan if you stay in the sun for a long time. Seeing Su Cheng's unintentional action, Ling Ning felt warm in his heart. No one has ever been so attentive to me. Along the way, Su Cheng was shading Ling Ning, and people on the roadside were very envious when they saw it. A young couple poked the boyfriend next to them with their hands and looked at Su Cheng and Ling Ning with envy. Did you see that? Learn from them. I'm not wearing a coat, how can I protect you from the sun? Seeing her boyfriend being so straightforward, the little girl turned away angrily. This is how you should behave as a boyfriend. Then what should we do? The boy asked, scratching his hair with a confused look on his face. Think about it yourself. Having said that, the little girl walked away angrily. Hearing the young couple quarreling because of them, Ling Ning asked, do you think your behavior will cause them to break up? Won't. Why? Ling Ning was very close to Su Cheng and looked at him seriously. The body fragrance coming from Ling Ning instantly made Su Cheng's breathing a little rapid and his heartbeat accelerated. My brain suddenly froze. He made up an excuse, it's a man's intuition. Besides, if they break up because of our display of affection, it only means that their relationship is not deep enough. Even if they didn't meet us today, they would have encountered some small incident in the future that led to their breakup. Well, you're right. At this time, Su Cheng heard a system prompt sound, congratulating their host for completing the task and receiving a 100-fold consumption rebate. Seeing a roadside stall not far away, Su Cheng handed the clothes to Ling Ning and said, wait for me. After a while, Su Cheng came back with a parasol. I think parasols are more professional and can block ultraviolet rays. As he said that, he took the clothes from Ling Ning's hand, hung them on his arm, opened the parasol and held it for Ling Ning. Let's go. Then he took out his mobile phone and saw that his account balance had increased by 2,000 yuan. He thought that if he bought a parasol for 20 yuan, the 100-fold cashback would be exactly 2,000 yuan. The system is really reliable. The more you spend, the more you earn. Ling Ning took the parasol from Su Cheng and said, let me do it. You've been shielding me from the sun for a long time. It's nothing. After all, ultraviolet rays are harmful to the skin. It's not that serious. It'll just get a tan or a sunburn. Walking on the road, Ling Ning continued, Su Cheng, have you discovered that you are a particularly attentive boy? If someone can be your wife, it must be the happiest thing in the world. Su Cheng said with a serious face, then you must seize the opportunity. After all, my position as wife now belongs to you only. Belongs only to her? After Su Cheng finished speaking, he felt that what he said was not quite right, and added, although it is only temporary. But, she wants it for a lifetime, what to do? Su Cheng, do you think I am greedy? I want to monopolize all your goodness by myself. Chapter 25 I like you more than just a little bit. When Su Cheng and Ling Ning passed by the campus, people around them looked at them with scrutiny. It's not that they go to watch it on purpose, but they are really curious about what kind of person the school belle marries and what is so special about this person that he can pursue the national goddess. Su Cheng was no longer surprised by this kind of scrutiny. Anyway, he wouldn't lose a piece of meat. As for the school belle, she naturally wouldn't care. In her eyes, there was only Su Cheng in the world. The school beauty has long been immune to the scrutiny of people around her. She has been stared at in this way since she entered university. Su Cheng took the school beauty Ling Ning and quickly passed through the crowd, and then sent her to the classroom door. Remember to call me if you need anything. I have to go back to class. Even though they had been together the entire afternoon, she felt that their time together was very short. She looked at Su Cheng reluctantly. Well, see you tonight. Su Cheng got a headache when he thought about the evening, wondering if Ling Ning's parents would come again. Although it's okay for them to come, it's a bit tiring to come every day and act every day. But he didn't show anything, not wanting Ling Ning to think too much. He said he would help Ling Ning, and he would definitely help, no matter how troublesome it was. Well, see you tonight. Su Cheng waved his hand and turned away. During class, Ling Ning was sitting in her seat when her roommate began to whisper, Ling Ning, you make us so sad. We consider you a friend, but you didn't even tell us something as important as getting married. Tell me the truth, do you consider us friends? Ling Ning shook his head and said, how could that be? Why don't I consider you as my friends? My roommate Wang Jija said, You treat us as friends, so why don't you even tell us something as important as marriage? Because, I didn't think too much at the time, I just thought that if I met the right person, I wanted to be with him. Girls nowadays are all like this. They often fall in love on impulse and often get married on impulse. Ling Ning's roommate Tang Tang said while holding a scroll of ancient poems, I can't help but say that impulse is the devil. I'm not impulsive. I like Su Cheng and want to be with him. Regarding this point, Ling Ning is extremely sure. As long as you feel happy, that's fine. Ning Jiao Jiao looked back and forth in the mirror, then took out the setting powder and touched up her face. Well, I will be happy. Ling Ning was certain that Su Cheng was the person she had been looking for in her life. No matter whether this person was poor or rich, healthy or disabled, she wanted to spend the rest of her life with this person. There was just one thing she wasn't sure whether Su Cheng would think the same way. Even if he doesn't do it now, what about in the future? Will he do it? Of course it will, Ling Ning told herself. Ning Jiao Jiao finished putting on makeup, turned to look at Ling Ning, and said, as the eldest sister in the dormitory, I need to remind you of something. What's up? Of course it's my brother-in-law who invited us to dinner. We didn't even know about your marriage, which is such a big thing. You obviously don't treat us as your own family. As an apology, it's not too much for my brother-in-law to treat us to dinner. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you eat or not. What's important is that we will check this man for you. After hearing this, Tang Tang picked up a thick ancient book and said, it's always right to listen to my elder sister. She has had boyfriends in the 3 digits. It makes me sound like I'm a playboy. I truly love every boyfriend I have, I just feel they are not suitable. Big sister is right. Tang Tang picked up an ancient book and said, the ancient said that fate is predestined. Why hasn't my spring arrived yet? Big sister and third sister both have boyfriends. As he spoke, Tang Tang looked at the two of them with envy. I'm here with you. Wang Jujia said, we are single nobles. That's because you're so focused on your career that you have no time for love. My family hopes that I will get married soon and continue the family line. Then you have to wait for the right person to appear. You can't just marry any man. Wang Jujia looked at Tang Tang's face that was eager for marriage and said, besides, how old are you and you're thinking about getting married? My mother gave birth to my brother when she was 18 years old. Her greatest wish in life was that I could get married early and live a life of raising a family with my husband. Tang Tang grew up in a very traditional family. Her mother taught her the 3 obediences and 4 virtues: obey your father at home, obey your husband after marriage, and obey your son after your husband's death. She usually wears hanfu and tang suit, and looks like a woman from ancient times. She never went to high school, and studied in a private school at home before college. She keeps talking about ancient sayings, which makes her seem out of tune with today's society. Fortunately, the people in her dormitory are very nice, otherwise, with her weird personality, she would probably be isolated. Wang Jujia naturally knew Tang Tang's upbringing, so she said, you are just too deeply influenced by your family. Tang Tang did not refute. Her personality was a little weird, but she was not stupid. After meeting more people from the outside world in college, she clearly realized that she was different from others. But, so what, I am this kind of woman. Naturally, you have to be the leader. In her eyes, my eccentricity means that she doesn't understand, accept, or appreciate it. As the roommate was talking, Ling Ning sent a message to Su Cheng, saying, my roommate knows about our marriage and wants us to treat him to a meal. They have no other intentions, they just want to see you and know what kind of man can marry the campus beauty. Su Cheng subconsciously wanted to refuse. It was not that he cared about the money for food, but his marriage with Ling Ning was fake in itself. No matter how he acted, it was still fake. It took a lot of brain cells to deal with her parents on a daily basis, and now he had to deal with other people. Could he please be quieter? At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in my ears. Ding! Now let's start making choices. Agree to treat Ling Ning's roommate to a meal and get a skilled talent investor. If you don't agree to treat your roommate Ling Ning to a meal, you will get 10,000 yuan in cash. For Su Cheng, who has already received a 100-fold rebate, 10,000 yuan is no longer worth the slightest bit of consideration. So Su Cheng replied, of course, we have to invite your friends to dinner when we get married. But will our relationship be discovered? Ling Ning was a little worried. I have a roommate who is an expert in relationships. She might be able to see something about our relationship. Don't worry, I'm here. Hearing these words, Ling Ning felt at peace. She paused and replied with one word, okay. Ling Ning's roommate Ning Jiao finished putting on makeup and looked at Ling Ning, who was looking down at her phone. Are you talking to your husband? Well, I'm telling him about dinner tonight. He said yes. Where should we go for dinner tonight? Wang Juju immediately became interested when the topic of eating was mentioned and asked. Of course it depends on my brother-in-law's opinion. Ning Jiao said this with a deeper meaning. Chapter 26, Going to a sky-high priced restaurant, just to make my wife happy edited. Wang Juju asked in confusion, what do you mean it depends on what the third brother-in-law thinks? Wang Juju is the youngest and naturally the youngest of the four sisters. Ling Ning is the third child in the dormitory, so naturally she calls Ling Ning's husband Su Cheng's third brother-in-law. Tang Tang picked up an ancient book, his eyes flashing with understanding. You don't understand this. This is a test of Ling Ning's position in the other person's heart. If the other party really values condensation, they won't go to a cheap place. If the other person goes to a very expensive place and can't afford it, then the other person is a gigolo. Sister, tell me if what I said is right. Second brother, it's rare for your stupid head to be enlightened for once. Ning Jiao tidied her hair and said, third sister, do you understand now? Ling Ning naturally understood, but her relationship with Su Cheng was not yet a real husband and wife relationship, they were just friends at most. She felt embarrassed to let Su Cheng spend a lot of money to treat them to a meal. Ling Ning, the ring on your hand is nice. Ning Jiao, who had seen the world, immediately noticed the ring on Ling Ning's right ring finger. This ring is the ring of Venus, worth 6 figures. Su Cheng bought it, right? Yes. That's no problem. The fact that he can afford to buy you a ring proves that he's financially sound. A meal only costs a few bucks, but a meal can test whether this man is sincere or not towards you. You've made a profit. If he is sincere to you, I will treat you guys to a meal next time. Otherwise, if he has a treacherous mind, I will beat him with a stick. Ning Jiao has a hot temper and is bold in love and hate. She will repay those who are good to her tenfold, but she will not tolerate those who are not good to her. Ling Ning had no choice but to send a text message to Su Cheng. My roommate said that you can decide where to eat. Su Cheng naturally chose an expensive place. His skill can give a 100% rebate. The more upscale the place, the more he spends, and the greater the rebate amount. Thinking about it, he replied, it must be the Jin Laoi Hotel. Seeing Su Cheng's reply, Ling Ning thought she had read it wrong, so she blinked and replied, this is the most expensive hotel here. My family only goes there when we invite important guests, and the minimum consumption is 6 figures. Yes, this is the one. Su Cheng was thinking that the minimum consumption would be 6 figures, and the 100-fold rebate would be 8 figures. That doesn't mean he'll be worth over 100 million soon. Ling Ning hesitated and asked, are you sure? Nature. After Ling Ning confirmed what Su Cheng said, he said to his roommate, Su Cheng invited us to dinner at Mr. Jin's hotel. Master Jin, this is the most expensive hotel here. The minimum bill is 6 figures, and I have never eaten there. Ning Jiao was surprised after hearing this. Are you sure he was talking about Teacher Jin, not Mother Jin? Jin Laomar is an affordable hot pot restaurant, very suitable for students. The average consumption per person is 100 yuan, which is enough to eat a full meal. Yes, it's Master Jin. Looks like we're in for a treat. Wang Juju had naturally heard of Master Jin. It was said that Master Jin's recipes were all royal recipes, and each dish was made through hundreds of processes. Naturally, they were very expensive, and most people couldn't really afford to go there. Because it's too expensive. Ning Jiao had a complicated expression and didn't say anything. She couldn't see through Su Cheng, this man. If he said that he liked Ling Ning and treated her to a meal, there was no need to go to such an expensive hotel with a minimum consumption of 6 figures, which was not something ordinary people could afford. If he said that he wanted to show off his wealthy status, why had she never heard of how rich he was? If you said you didn't feel anything about the cold, why would you eat at such an expensive hotel? Thinking of this, Ning Jiao became a little curious about Su Cheng. Su Cheng replied to Ling Ning's message, which aroused the curiosity of his roommate Monkey. Su Cheng, what are you doing? Playing on the phone. Are you free tonight? I heard that a script killing show for a new book nearby is pretty good. No time, I have to accompany my wife. Monkey covered his eyes and said, Woo woo, you are indeed the type who forgets about his brothers once you have a woman. When I'm done with this busy period, you know I'm newly married now. Cheng's mind was full of thoughts about the fact that he would soon become a billionaire, so how could he be interested in script killing? The monkey smiled evilly, I understand. After class, at the school gate, Cheng watched Ling Ning and 3 other people walking towards him from afar. Cheng waved his arms after seeing Ling Ning, I'm here. Seeing Cheng, Ling Ning's eyes lit up, and she instantly smiled happily as if a flower had bloomed. She ran to Cheng and said, Sorry to have kept you waiting. I just got here. These 3 are your roommates, right? Cheng asked, looking at the 3 people not far away. Well, let me introduce myself. This is Ning Jiao Jiao, this is Wang Zhizhou, and this is Tang Tang. Cheng saw the woman holding an ancient book in the aisle, and Tang Tang, who was wearing a somewhat ancient costume, and then waved to everyone, Hello, my name is Cheng. I heard you were going to invite us to dinner at Mr. Jin's place. Wang Zhizhou couldn't help but drool as she said, You are so generous. Ling Ning really has good taste. Thank you. Cheng smiled faintly, thinking that this person must not be the roommate who was good at looking at men as Ling Ning said. Well, judging from your attire, you don't look like the kind of person who can afford to treat us to dinner at Mr. Jin's. Ning Jiao Jiao dressed very maturely, looking glamorous and beautiful, wearing all branded clothes. She came from a well-off family, so naturally she could afford these clothes. On the other hand, Cheng was wearing cheap clothes and he really didn't look like a rich man. Cheng's mind was full of thoughts about the fact that he would soon become a billionaire, so he didn't pay any attention to what Ning Jiao Jiao said. However, he could see that this woman's personality was not easy to deal with. This Ning Jiao Jiao must be the amazing roommate that Ling Ning mentioned. I don't usually pay attention to these things. I just do whatever feels comfortable. Cheng took out his cell phone and looked at the time, It's getting late, we should go eat. Under the leadership of Cheng, Ling Ning and others came to Mr. Jin's hotel. Seeing the magnificent and elegant decoration, Tang Tang's eyes widened, This is just like a royal palace. The storefront is not good, how can the minimum consumption be 6 figures? Wang Zhizhou also looked around excitedly. Cheng had a blank expression on his face. How could these vulgar things compare with his net worth that was about to exceed 100 million? He asked for a private room first. After several people went in, Cheng handed the menu to Ling Ning and said, Wife, order. Ling Ning felt embarrassed looking at the sky-high price menu. These dishes were not cheap, and considering her current relationship with Cheng, it was not appropriate for her to order anything too expensive. So she looked around and picked out some not too expensive food, silently calculating in her mind that it should be around 100,000 yuan. She didn't know how much money Cheng had, but she brought her card, so it should be enough. When the food was halfway served, a waiter came in hurriedly, The private rooms are full. The young master of the Lin family will come to eat in a while. Can you guys eat in the hall? Chapter 27, Because I like her, so. We were the first to come in, why are you asking me to give up my seat? Ning Jiao Jiao put down the chopsticks in her hand and placed them on the table. Her delicate little face was obviously filled with displeasure as she asked. The waiter said apologetically, I'm sorry, Master Lin is a VIP customer of our restaurant, so. What if we don't let us? Ning Jiao Jiao had a bad temper and asked provocatively. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you don't agree, we can only ask the security to ask you to leave. The waiter looked at them and said, Moreover, most of the people who come here to eat are either rich or noble. You'd better not offend them. Ning Jiao Jiao stared at the waiter, her face full of anger, but in the end she could only grit her teeth. The waiter was right, the diners here were not easy to mess with, at least she couldn't afford to mess with them. But I would feel unhappy if I asked them to eat out. Cheng looked at the waiter and said, Is it true that as long as we are VIP customers, we can enjoy priority treatment in the private room? That's true in principle, but to join our VIP program, you need to have a minimum deposit of 7 figures. After all, our dishes are all high-end, and a meal here will cost at least 6 figures. Then swipe the card. Cheng took out his bank card and said, I want to join your store VIP. The waiter looked at Cheng in surprise. Judging from his clothes, which were all cheap, he didn't look like a rich man at all, but he actually asked him to join the VIP program in front of him. It seems like a lie no matter how you look at it. Seeing that the waiter didn't speak for a long time, Cheng asked, "Doesn't your store accept credit cards?" "Natural support, please wait." The waiter said politely, turning to get the card machine, but he didn't believe it. With Cheng, a person like him could have a 6-digit bank card. "Cheng, why don't we go to another restaurant?" "There's no need." Ling Ning didn't want Cheng to spend so much money on a meal. 6 figures is enough for an ordinary person to spend in a lifetime. "You are my wife. How can I embarrass myself in front of my wife?" As Cheng spoke, his expression became very strange, and his eyes became very dark as he spoke. He can embarrass himself in front of anyone, but not in front of this man named Lin, because he is Lin Yuyu's current boyfriend. Young Master Lin's name is Lin Xiafeng, and he is a famous rich young man in the school. He once saw Lin Yuyu and Lin Xiafeng talking and laughing together. He asked Lin Yuyu what her relationship with this rich young man was. She said that there was no relationship, and they just happened to meet each other while walking, so they said a few words. And stop yourself from thinking too much. Out of trust in his girlfriend, Cheng naturally didn't think much about it, but he didn't expect that his momentary carelessness would lead to the final outcome. He was cheated on by Lin Yuyu. Just because the other person is rich and powerful, and she is just an ordinary person, she looks down on herself and chooses to rely on someone else. Naturally, he doesn't have a good attitude towards Lin Yuyu and Lin Xiafeng now. Therefore, it was impossible for him to give up the box to young Master Lin. Ling Ning looked at Cheng and always felt that what Cheng said just now was very strange. As for why it was strange, he couldn't tell. Soon, the waiter brought the card machine and said, "Sir, please enter your password." "That'll do." After Cheng entered the password, it showed that the payment of 1 million yuan was successful, and the waiter's face became even more excited. It can be described in 4 words, hard to describe. He never imagined that this ordinary dressed man actually had a 6-digit bank account and actually became a VIP member of the store. "We can keep eating." Cheng looked at the waiter indifferently and asked. The waiter had a bitter taste in his mouth and could only smile and say, "Sir, please enjoy your meal." At this time, the system prompt sound rang in Cheng's ears. "Ding, congratulations on spending 1 million yuan. After 100 times the rebate, you will get 10,000 yuan. Isn't 10,000 100 million? Cheng really didn't expect that he would become a billionaire at such a young age. This was something he had never dared to think about in his previous life. Cheng couldn't hide his excitement and said, "I really didn't expect that I would get so much." Ling Ning was quite curious when he heard this and asked, "Cheng, what did you just say?" "I feel very lucky to have met such a good wife." Cheng subconsciously felt that he seemed to have said something wrong, and immediately changed his words. Ling Ning was caught off guard by the sudden love words and her face turned red instantly. "My brother-in-law is great." Ning Jiao drank the wine in her hand and said, "He is very responsible. And he's a generous person." Wang Juju looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't stop eating while speaking. "Well, the third brother-in-law is good." Even Tang Tang, who always had different ideas from others, couldn't help but praise Cheng. This is what a brother-in-law should do. Cheng picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The food was so expensive, he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't eat a bite. Ling Ning was relieved when she heard Ning Jiao praising Cheng. It seemed that she had a good impression of Cheng and did not suspect that their marriage was a fake one. "Brother-in-law, do you know what our third sister likes and dislikes?" Ning Jiao ate a piece of steak and asked leisurely. Ling Ning's heart tightened, she was afraid that Cheng would give the wrong answer. In the eyes of the eldest sister, if Cheng could not answer, then he was not worthy of being her brother-in-law. He didn't know what his wife liked, so how could he be qualified to be someone else's husband? Once she objects, her parents will probably suspect that their marriage is a fake one. Ning Jiao's parents are very familiar with her parents. She likes desserts, not coffee-flavored ones. She likes blue, not black. She likes spicy food, not bland food. She likes crowds, not being alone. She likes Coca-Cola, not juice. When Cheng spoke a series of words, Ning Jiao was obviously a little surprised. She didn't know some of Ling Ning's preferences, and she didn't expect Cheng to be able to answer them. So she asked, "How do you know so much?" "Of course, I know it over time. You have known each other for a long time." How is that possible? We have never heard Ling Ning say that she has any childhood sweetheart. Ning Jiao obviously didn't believe what Su Cheng said. We have known each other online for a long time. Before you knew it, we were actually very familiar with each other. Ling Ning was deeply moved after hearing this. She didn't expect Su Cheng to remember so much. There were many things she didn't even know she had told Su Cheng. He remembered his likes and dislikes so clearly. Just because you met online, you remember so much. I'm not like this to everyone, but she is unique. Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning with deep affection in his eyes. I like her. A long time ago, when I didn't know who she was, I always liked her very much. Chapter 28. Young Master Lin, what kind of person is he? After hearing this, Ling Ning curved her lips into a smile, her smile as beautiful as a flower. It makes me want to fall in love too. Wang Jujia, who has always wanted to pursue a career, looked at the two of them and thought that if she had someone like this who liked her for many years, she would probably be very touched. I decided to marry someone who likes me. Women can't just marry casually. Looking at Ling Ning and Su Cheng, Tang Tang said with envy. Ning Jiao didn't say anything, but held the wine glass and said, I wish you happiness. Seeing that their roommate had passed this level, Ling Ning and Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Once the inner pressure was gone, Ling Ning's appetite improved. Su Cheng naturally ate with gusto. He would also pick up some food for Ling Ning from time to time. Anyway, this is basically how the affection shows in TV dramas are. After watching Su Cheng peeling a lobster for Ling Ning, Tang Tang was filled with envy. She decided that her future husband must be able to peel lobsters. Otherwise, you definitely don't know how to love your wife. Just as Su Cheng was about to peel a lobster for himself, he heard a commotion outside the door. What's going on? You said you could give me a private room, why can't you give it to me? Isn't this voice the voice of Lin Yuyu's current boyfriend Lin Xiefeng? Upon hearing the voice, Su Cheng slowed down his shrimp peeling movements. Master Lin, I'm sorry, our store has a lot of customers today. I was planning to notify Master Lin, but I didn't expect that Master Lin didn't answer. He was busy playing poker with his girlfriend, how could he answer? He was usually arrogant and naturally didn't like anyone disobeying him. Besides, it would be very embarrassing to be turned away from a restaurant in front of his girlfriend. This was the first time that Lin Yuyu came to a high-end restaurant. She had also heard that Mr. Jin's restaurant was the most expensive here and that those who could afford to eat there were either rich or noble. Being able to come here to dine made her feel like she was also a superior person, which naturally satisfied her vanity. When she heard there were no private rooms, she was immediately unhappy. She had served her boyfriend for 3 hours just to come to this restaurant for dinner, and she was already exhausted and hungry. However, in front of her boyfriend, she had always been an innocent little lamb. The truth is that Lin Xiefeng loves this model, otherwise she would not have received so many benefits from Lin Xiefeng. So she put on an innocent face and said, honey, forget it, let's go to another restaurant to eat. No, we have to eat here today. How can I go back on my word? Fu Xingwu secretly groaned in his heart. He originally wanted Su Cheng and the others to give up their positions, but he didn't expect that this guy called Hu Cheng was so rich that he immediately became a member and a VIP customer. Although this city is not as big as a megacity like Longju, it has many wealthy people. Su Cheng looks unfamiliar, but judging from his lavish spending, he might be a big shot from some city. A small waiter with no identity or background like him cannot afford to offend him. He could only smile apologetically and said, Master Lin, I'm really sorry that there are no private rooms today. How about you eat in the hall? What a joke! He, the young master of the Lin family, actually wants to eat in the hall. This has never happened to him before. I must eat in the box today. Find me a private room right now, or call your manager. The waiter secretly groaned in his heart. Those who could enter the private room to eat were not easy to deal with. After Master Lin made such a fuss, it would have a bad impact on the hotel in the end. The manager is not here today. In fact, the manager was there, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he asked him, the waiter, to deal with the boy next door. If the manager is gone, someone who can take charge will do the job. Anyway, I'm hungry now and want to eat in the private room. The waiter's smile suddenly froze on his face. The manager didn't show up either. Could it be that he was looking for the boss? The boss was really not there. Ling Ning listened to the noise outside and suddenly lost her appetite. She didn't like Lin Yuyu, not at all, because this woman made Su Cheng sad and got drunk alone. If it weren't for her, how could Su Cheng be so sad? Precisely because she doesn't like him, she dislikes Lin Yuyu. Because such a snobbish woman doesn't deserve Su Cheng's love at all. If Su Cheng hadn't met her, she might have been Su Cheng's real girlfriend. Why is it that now she is only Su Cheng's wife in name only? Ning Jiao hated it most when someone disturbed her while she was eating. She was in a good mood today, but she didn't expect Sanpao to come and make a lot of noise outside, affecting her appetite. It's okay, everyone, keep eating. Such delicious food, don't let a few mice ruin your mood. Su Cheng didn't care at all. What people were saying outside had nothing to do with him anyway. He lowered his head to drink the sea cucumber soup, and then added another bowl of rice to himself. After a while, the noise outside died down. I don't know what the manager said to Lin Xiao, but he stopped making noise. The manager said that Mrs. Bai was having dinner in the private room. Mrs. Bai was of great status. She was the president of a new energy company and was worth more than 10 billion. Many companies wanted to cooperate with Mrs. Bai, including the Lin family. If the Lin family loses a valuable business because of his actions today, then he will have no chance of becoming the heir to the family in this lifetime. Although he is rather domineering, it doesn't mean he has no ambition. Naturally, one would not dare to offend someone who their whole family wants to please. So, Lin Xiafeng said to his girlfriend, "How about we come back next time? We forgot to make a reservation this time." Lin Yuyu was not very happy in her heart. She was only one step away from eating the best dishes. These were things that only rich people could afford. If her sisters knew that she could eat here, they would definitely envy her to death. But she knew her limits, so she could only look at the restaurant reluctantly, with a wronged look on her face. "Let's eat here next time. Let me take you to eat Western food." Having said that, Lin Xiafeng planned to take Lin Yuyu away. Lin Yuyu suddenly felt a stomachache. She covered her stomach and said, "Can I go to the bathroom first? The bathroom is on the second floor. I'll take you there." The waiter was relieved to see that young Master Lin finally stopped making trouble. I thought, maybe the manager has a solution. In fact, what else can the manager do? To deal with the second-generation rich who never know what reason is, he can only counter it with his own moves. If he hadn't recently heard about Mrs. Bai and many business bosses here were planning to cooperate in this matter, he probably wouldn't have taken a gamble. "I'm waiting for you." Lin Xiafeng spoke patiently. At present, he still likes Lin Yuyu very much, so he is naturally very kind to her. In the private room, several people were eating happily. Su Cheng saw that Ling Ning ate very little, so he asked, "Is the food not to your liking?" "No, they are all delicious, but I'm not very hungry." "If it tastes good, eat more." Su Cheng thought that if he didn't eat his fill in such an expensive place, he would definitely lose a lot of money. "If what you want is too far to reach, I'll get it for you." Chapter 29, Is My Wife Full? Looking at the table full of dishes, he thought that these dishes were all frozen and should be what she liked, so he said to her, "Wife, do you want to try this?" Ling Ning actually can't eat spicy food very well. She ordered spicy food because she knew Su Cheng liked it. And she herself didn't tell Su Cheng. Seeing Su Cheng marrying him a large piece of green pepper and ham pizza, he wanted to refuse, but finally replied, "Okay." Seeing Ling Ning picking up the pizza and stuffing it into her mouth, Ning Jiao said in surprise, "Ling Ning, aren't you intolerant of spicy food? Why did you eat it?" Ling Ning can't eat spicy food. This is the first time Su Cheng heard of this. This is given by her husband. I feel embarrassed to refuse it. Wang Jijia said this while stuffing food into her mouth. Tang Tang looked at Su Cheng and Ling Ning with envy. "You are so happy, I am so envious. I want to find a husband like this in the future." Eating can't fill your mouth. Ling Ning picked up a piece of chicken and handed it directly to Wang Jijia. "Your favorite chicken breast, whitened. I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy food. I saw you ordered it, so I thought you could eat it. I know you like it, so a lot of the dishes I ordered are spicy." Ling Ning spoke very softly, but Su Cheng heard it. I thought to myself, I don't think I have ever told Ling Ning, so how did she know that I like spicy food? When we were chatting before, you said that the dishes you like are all spicy, so I guess that you like spicy food. Su Cheng likes spicy food. He was a Sichuanese in his previous life. Eating chili peppers is just like eating rice, and it can refresh the mind. After his rebirth, he experienced the third year of high school, and he had to study very late, so he used chili peppers to refresh himself. He seldom drinks coffee. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You ordered everything I like, but I don't know what you like. I say, Cheng, you are not a qualified husband. You don't even know what our Ning likes. How are you going to take care of her in the future? Ning Jiao said while drinking the wine in the bottle. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I'm not an adult. Besides, I haven't told him about this. Cheng can't be blamed for this. Look, if you marry someone, you can protect your husband even if you don't have today. This is a complete bummer for singles. Wang Juju touched her heart and said, this place has been bummed out to the point where it doesn't have the strength to beat anymore. Tang Tang looked at the two people and said, when did you start dating? We didn't notice it. Yes, when did you start dating? Wang Juju also asked with an expectant look on her face. Ning Jiao put down the wine glass in her hand, pricked up her ears and listened quietly. Ling Ning was about to say something, but was interrupted by Cheng, let me do it. How can a girl speak about this kind of thing? Ling Ning looked at Cheng with gratitude, and thought to herself, thank you for helping her out, as she was really not good at making up stories. Then tell me, we really want to know. Wang Juju asked with her mouth full of food. Ling Ning and I have known each other for a long time. When we first met, we were just netizens. Wow, are netizens dating online? Wang Juju looked unconvinced. Is online dating still reliable nowadays? You're overthinking it. Ling Ning was a man at the time, so I didn't know the other person was a girl. I just treated her as a male friend. What happened next? Wang Juju listened with great interest and continued to ask. She was very dumb and often ranked last in math tests. The tutors she hired couldn't teach her. In the end, I had to help her turn from a fool into a talented girl. It was then that I realized she was a woman. Then, through getting to know each other, it was not surprising that we got together. It was a natural thing. Speaking of studying, Wang Juju swallowed the food in her mouth and said, to be honest, I didn't even pass the math test in high school. In the end, I spent a lot of money to hire a retired teacher to tutor me. Only then did I achieve what I have today. Tang Tang said with envy, I wish I had known my online friend for such a long time. Unfortunately, my mother never let me use the internet since I was a child. It would have been better even after I went to college. I finally know why I am single. It turns out that I developed late. As for the reason, he called me fat. Wife, have you eaten? Cheng asked as he looked at Ling Ning who had stopped eating and drinking. I'm stuffed. Would you like to eat some more? Cheng discovered that Ling Ning didn't eat much. Was it because she wanted to save money, or was it because the food was not to her taste? You'll get fat if you eat any more. Ling Ning recently found that she had gained 2 kilograms. She was afraid that if she got fat, Cheng would dislike her, so she didn't dare to eat too much and tried to lose weight secretly. It seems that girls always pay attention to their figure no matter what time it is. Cheng didn't know what to say, and seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, he said, then let's go. Thinking about meeting Lin Yuyu and her current boyfriend when I go out. Ling Ning was afraid that Cheng would be in a bad mood after encountering this, so she thought about going out later. But except herself, everyone else had left their seats. She moved her lips but didn't say anything, just hoping that she wouldn't encounter that. Otherwise, she was worried that Cheng would be in a bad mood. However, the things people fear the most often happen in the end. And things are full of drama. As soon as Cheng opened the door of the box, he met Lin Xiefeng who was waiting for Lin Yuyu. When their eyes met, there seemed to be a flash of lightning surging in the dark. Especially Lin Xiefeng, after seeing Cheng, his whole body became like a volcano, and his anger could be felt from a long distance away. Ling Ning felt a little strange after seeing this. Lin Xiefeng didn't know Cheng, so why was he so angry when he saw Cheng? Was it because of Lin Yuyu? Still. Any other reason? Seeing Cheng coming out of the box, Lin Xiefeng immediately asked angrily, waiter, can you explain what's going on? The waiter took a closer look at Cheng, who was named by Lin Xiefeng. The waiter asked in confusion, Master Lin, I don't quite understand what you said. Why is he here? Lin Xiefeng pointed at Cheng and asked without hiding anything, didn't you say that VIP customers are given priority in the private room? Is he? Lin Xiafeng was full of hostility towards Su Cheng, or rather, all the boys in the school were full of hostility towards Su Cheng. I originally thought that since the cold school beauty would not accept any pursuit from any man and no one could pursue her, it was no big deal. But who would have thought that the cold school beauty actually got married to someone else, and her marriage partner was an unknown man? Chapter 30 I Hate You. I originally thought that since the cold school beauty would not accept any pursuit from any man and no one could pursue her, it was no big deal. But who would have thought that the cold school beauty actually got married to someone else, and her marriage partner was an unknown man? How can a man like this be worthy of the campus beauty? He looks like this. Su Cheng is indeed not a handsome guy in the traditional sense, but he is also the type that is very pleasing to the eye. Although he is not a handsome guy, he is not ugly either, and is above average in appearance. But compared with the school beauty, she is so ugly. Hearing the noise outside, Ling Ning walked to Su Cheng and asked, Su Cheng, what happened? I seem to hear someone talking just now. Ling Ning originally thought it was a friend Su Cheng knew, but she didn't expect to see Lin Xiafeng. Seeing Ling Ning appear, Lin Xiafeng, one of the people who admired the school beauty, suddenly lost his composure. He knew that Ling Ning came from a good family, and it was not difficult for her to come here to eat with her family background. Here, the waiter was about to explain, but Lin Xiafeng waved his hand and told him not to speak. He looked at Su Cheng with contempt. Su Cheng, I really despise you. You are a gigolo. Keep your mouth clean. Hearing someone slander her husband, Ling Ning was naturally unhappy. What does it have to do with you whether my Su Cheng is a gigolo? What right do you have to talk to him like that? Apologize. Who would have thought that the former cool school beauty would actually make others apologize because of a man? Lin Xiafeng became even more angry. Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. Ling Ning, if it weren't for you, Su Cheng would not be able to come here to eat. With his background and status, he doesn't deserve it. Ling Ning, I really don't understand what you like about him. I tried so hard to pursue you, but you didn't even look at me. And now, you're marrying a man like this. I really feel it's not worth it for you. Also, he has no right to eat here. Ling Ning was completely angry. In this world, no one except her could say anything bad about Su Cheng. This is her husband, the person she wants to spend her life with. Who is he? Just the boy next door. Relying on his background, he openly says this about her husband. Why should she endure this? My man, what does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? You talk like that in front of me. Ling Ning becomes so cold and aloof that he doesn't even recognize anyone. Lin Xiafeng heard this and was completely furious. I have liked you since I was a child, but you never even look at me. You not only treat me like this, but also other people who like you. I thought it wasn't that I didn't deserve you, but that you didn't like everyone. But what about him? He is not much better than me. How can such a man who looks like he has nothing good be worthy of you? Why should you marry him? Why? It's none of your business. You don't deserve to know. Ling Ning looked at Lin Xiafeng coldly and responded with an icy and emotionless voice. In this world, do you think I have to like you just because you like me? If so many people like me, don't I have to like them all? Listen carefully, I hate you. Please stay away from me from now on. Lin Xiafeng was about to say something, but was interrupted by a voice. Xiafeng, what happened? Lin Yuyu had just gone upstairs after using the bathroom when she heard her boyfriend arguing with someone else. He immediately ran over to ask. Ling Ning saw Lin Yuyu standing next to Lin Xiafeng and asked with a sneer on her face, Lin Xiafeng, this is what you said you like, don't you think it's ridiculous, saying you like me here, but being with another woman there? If you hadn't rejected me time and time again, how could I be with someone else? Lin Xiafeng's face looked like it was all your fault, which made Ling Ning not want to pay attention to him. After hearing this, Lin Yuyu felt a chill all over her body. She looked at Lin Xiafeng, then at Ling Ning, and suddenly realized something. She and Ling Ning looked 30% alike, especially in their eyebrows and eyes. But ordinary people can't tell, because Lin Yuyu always wears heavy makeup to make herself more beautiful. She even adds eyeliner to her eyes and applies dark eyeshadow to make her eyes look especially big. But no one knows her appearance better than herself. She had rarely met school beauties in the past, and even when she met one last time, she didn't pay much attention. Now, looking at her carefully, she found that they really looked a bit similar. No wonder Lin Xiafeng pursued her, not because of his charm, but because she looked 30% similar to the school beauty. Could it be that her tall, rich and handsome boyfriend has always treated her as a substitute for the school beauty? Then what am I? Thinking of this, Lin Yuyu felt cold all over. She looked at Lin Xiafeng, her eyes could only see his chin, but he didn't seem to notice her staring, and was wholeheartedly competing with Su Cheng. She didn't dare to say anything at all. She was afraid that Su Cheng would tell others about her past and his affairs, which would make Lin Xiafeng despise her. She could only step back as much as possible to reduce her presence. The corridor was so narrow that even if she wanted to reduce her presence, it was not an easy thing to do. Ling Ning looked at Lin Yuyu with an inexplicable smile on her face. Lin Xiafeng, you already have a girlfriend, why are you still pestering me? Isn't it fair to her that you are not doing this? As long as you agree to be with me, I will dump her immediately. Lin Xiafeng spoke without any emotion and expression, as if it was a very normal sentence coming out of his mouth, but to Lin Yuyu's ears it sounded as painful as torture. In his eyes, what am I? A piece of trash who comes when he is needed and gets out when he is not needed. Such an intimate thing had just happened between the two of them, but in the blink of an eye, they were discarded. Just because the person he likes is not himself, but Ling Ning. So she was just a spare tire from beginning to end. The more she thought about it, the paler Lin Yuyu's face became, and the more desperate she looked. Her heart was really hurting, so much so that she couldn't breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I happened to see Su Cheng, and thought of the time I spent with him in the past. In the past, Su Cheng treated her as a treasure and never wanted her to suffer the slightest bit of pain. When we were in our senior year of high school, we were preparing for the college entrance exam together and had evening self-study in the classroom. As a result, Lin Yuyu was hungry, so Su Cheng asked for leave to go out and buy food. She didn't have to do it herself, Su Cheng would bring the food to her. The evening self-study classes in the third year of high school ended very late, usually at 10 o'clock in the evening. She and Su Cheng did not live in the same place, so every time Su Cheng would send her home first, and then she would walk a long way back to her own home. Then every morning, he would silently prepare breakfast for himself, fearing that he would not have time to eat and would go hungry. Even when he was in college, Su Cheng took care of himself to the best of his ability. For example, he would buy himself clothes that he couldn't afford, use the living expenses he saved for a month to buy snacks for her, and would rather eat instant noodles himself for a month. But now, the man who treated her so well will never belong to her again. She gave up this happiness with her own hands. Chapter 31 Mrs. Bai. But now, the man who treated her so well will never belong to her again. She gave up this happiness with her own hands. She always knew it in her heart, but she was unwilling to admit it, unwilling to admit that it was her fault, so she blamed all the mistakes on Su Cheng. He must have been dating someone else for a long time, otherwise why would he marry another woman as soon as they broke up? But the more she thought about it, the more pitiful and pathetic Lin Yuyu felt. She thought she had found a rich husband, but she didn't expect that the other party just treated her as a substitute. But she won't cry. What's the use of crying? Even if she is treated as a substitute, her life is better than before. She has more money and can buy more things she wants that she couldn't afford before. She can wear more expensive clothes and attract the envy of people around her. She can transform from an ugly duckling into a white swan. Lin Yuyu closed her lips tightly and stood aside without saying a word. Ling Ning had long wanted to stop wanting to stay here. What kind of people were these? They treated women like nothing more than clothes. They could wear them if they wanted and throw them away if they didn't. She doesn't like Lin Yuyu, but that doesn't mean she agrees with Lin Xiafeng's approach. Lin Xiafeng, listen carefully. I, Ling Ning, already have a husband. There's no chance for us to be together. Hubby, let's go. Ling Ning, you won't be happy with this gigolo. He didn't understand why he was inferior to Su Cheng. What was so good about him? Even if he was good, what was the use? He was still a gigolo, a loser who lived off women. How could a poor and unknown person be worthy of the school beauty's love? The identity of the school belle is, well, she is the daughter of a real wealthy family. Ling Ning, why don't you believe me? I can give you happiness. He can't give you anything except eating your food, using your money and spending your money. If you are willing to divorce, I am willing to marry you. When Lin Yuyu heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. If he married Ling Ning, then what was she to him? Toys. Lin Xiafeng looked at Su Cheng with disdain, and that look seemed to be able to kill him. For Su Cheng, he had seen all kinds of storms. If eyes could kill, this couple would have died thousands of times. Thinking that Lin Yuyu actually broke up with him for such a person, I suddenly felt that Lin Yuyu was a bit pathetic. Her boyfriend never took her to heart from the beginning to the end, let alone going to her in the future. But what does this have to do with him? They had already said goodbye. At this time, Su Cheng looked at Lin Xiafeng coldly. What happened in the past is in the past, but Ling Ning is my wife now, so you'd better put those inappropriate thoughts back into my stomach. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? Lin Xiafeng was extremely angry and pointed his finger at Su Cheng. Believe it or not, I will destroy you now. Lin Xiafeng, just try to touch Su Cheng's hair. Don't think I don't dare. When the manager saw that there was going to be trouble, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Everyone dining in the box was either rich or noble, and they were not people someone like him could afford to offend. If he disturbed the nobles in the box, he would have to pay for it even if he had 10 heads. He hurried over and said, Master Lin, please don't make things difficult for me. There are many people eating here and they all have strong backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them. Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Seeing Ling Ning and Su Cheng standing together, Lin Xiafeng lost all his rationality. Why? This kind of trash is not worthy of Ling Ning. If this kind of trash is worthy of her, why can't I be worthy of her? Out of jealousy towards Su Cheng and inner resentment, Lin Xiafeng wished that Su Cheng would go to hell immediately and disappear from his sight. Why would such a person become Ling Ning's husband? How could he be worthy of Ling Ning? What do you want to do to our president, Su? A mature voice sounded, and instantly the flame of anger in Lin Xiafeng's heart gradually extinguished. Madam Bai, she actually came, and just now she called this rubbish Su Cheng something, Mr. Su. Mrs. Bai, this is a personal grudge. I hope my actions did not make you feel unhappy. Thinking that his family wanted Mrs. Bai to cooperate, Lin Xiafeng could only put down his fist and open his mouth to explain. Your grudge with President Su is because of my grudge against Madam Bai. Tell your father to forget about cooperating with me. Mrs. Bai, what did you just say? You actually said he was President Su. When did he become the president of the new energy company? Since Lin Xiafeng was not in charge of the cooperation with the new energy company, he did not know much about the new energy company, so he did not know that Su Cheng owned 30% of the shares of the new energy company. Don't you know that he is the major shareholder of my new energy company, owning 30% of the shares? Lin Xiafeng subconsciously felt that it was impossible after he learned that Ling Ning was getting married to an unknown person in the school. Out of jealousy and curiosity, he looked up Su Cheng's information. He really wanted to know what kind of person could marry the school belle and what made him so special. But when the research information came into his hands, Lin Xiafeng completely collapsed. He never thought that he, a rich second generation, would be defeated by an ordinary person. The information he got was that Su Cheng was just an ordinary person from a third-tier city. Both of his parents have ordinary jobs, and he is also an ordinary person. How can such an ordinary person, who doesn't even look handsome, be worthy of the school belle and be a shareholder of a new energy company? He shook his head subconsciously. This is impossible, I don't believe it. These words undoubtedly contradicted Mrs. Bai, and Mrs. Bai's face suddenly became very ugly. Who do you think you are? How dare you contradict me? No, Madam Bai, that's not what I meant. I meant that he can't be a shareholder of the new energy company. Do you think this lady is lying? You are really nice. It has been a long time since I met someone who dares to question what I say. Lin Xiafeng knew that he had said something wrong, but it was not as good as what Mrs. Bai said. Su Cheng, a very ordinary person, was actually a shareholder of a giant company. Mrs. Bai, that's not what I meant. I just think there must be a mistake here. How could he be a shareholder of your company? I checked him out. He is an ordinary person, and his parents are also ordinary people. Lin Xiafeng's meaning was very clear. How could someone like Su Cheng be a shareholder of a top company? Obviously, Mrs. Bai didn't want to explain this matter at all. Master Lin, pay attention to the attitude of your words. Lin Xiafeng didn't dare to continue talking. He had already displeased Mrs. Bai. If he continued talking, he would probably be in trouble. Boss Su, it's the first time we meet. I'm Baishan, the president of New Energy Company. You can call me Madam Bai. Being addressed like this by Mrs. Bai, could it be that Su Cheng is really a shareholder of the new energy company? When he thought of this, Lin Xiefeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 32, Only the Newcomers Smile. Wife, have you eaten? Su Cheng asked as he looked at Ling Ning, who had stopped eating and drinking. I'm stuffed. Then let's go. As soon as Su Cheng opened the door of the box, he met Lin Xiefeng, who was waiting for Lin Yuyu. Seeing Su Cheng coming out of the box, Lin Xiefeng immediately asked angrily, Waiter, can you explain what's going on? Seeing Su Cheng coming out, the waiter asked in confusion, Master Lin, I don't quite understand what you said. Why is he here? Lin Xiefeng pointed at Su Cheng and asked without hiding anything, didn't you say that VIP customers are given priority in the private room? Is he? Lin Xiefeng was full of hostility towards Su Cheng, or rather, all the boys in the school were hostile towards Su Cheng Chang'an. I originally thought that since the cold and aloof school beauty would not accept any pursuit from any man, and since no one could pursue her, it was no big deal. But who would have thought that the cold and aloof school beauty actually married someone else, and her marriage partner was an unknown man? How can a man like this be worthy of the campus beauty? He doesn't deserve it based on his appearance. Hearing the noise outside, Ling Ning walked to Su Cheng and asked, Su Cheng, what happened? Seeing Ling Ning appear, Lin Xiefeng, one of the people who admired the school beauty, suddenly lost his composure. He knew that Ling Ning came from a good family, and it was not difficult for her to come here to eat with her family background. Here, the waiter was about to explain, but Lin Xiefeng waved his hand and told him not to speak. He looked at Su Cheng with contempt. Su Cheng, I really despise you. You are a gigolo. Keep your mouth clean. Hearing someone slander her husband, Ling Ning was naturally unhappy. What does it have to do with you whether my Su Cheng is a gigolo? What right do you have to talk to him like that? Apologize. Who would have thought that the former cool school beauty would actually make others apologize because of a man? Lin Xiefeng became even more angry. Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. Ling Ning, if it weren't for you, Su Cheng would not be able to come here to eat. With his background and status, he doesn't deserve it. Ling Ning, I really don't understand what you like about him. I tried so hard to pursue you, but you didn't even look at me. And now, you're marrying a man like this. I really feel it's not worth it for you. Also, he has no right to eat here. Ling Ning was completely angry. In this world, no one except her could say anything bad about Su Cheng. This is her husband, the person she wants to spend her life with. Who is he? Just the boy next door. Relying on his background, he openly says this about her husband. Why should she endure this? My man, what does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? You talk like that in front of me. Ling Ning becomes so cold and aloof that he doesn't even recognize anyone. Lin Xiefeng heard this and was completely furious. I have liked you since I was a child, but you never even look at me. You not only treat me like this, but also other people who like you. I thought it wasn't that I didn't deserve you, but that you didn't like everyone. But what about him? He is not much better than me. How can such a man who looks like he has nothing good be worthy of you? Why should you marry him? Why? It's none of your business. You don't deserve to know. Ling Ning looked at Lin Xiefeng coldly and responded with an icy and emotionless voice. In this world, do you think I have to like you just because you like me? If so many people like me, don't I have to like them all? Listen carefully, I hate you. Please stay away from me from now on. Lin Xiefeng was about to say something, but was interrupted by a voice. Xiefeng, what happened? Lin Yuyu had just gone upstairs after using the bathroom when she heard her boyfriend arguing with someone else. He immediately ran over to ask. Ling Ning saw Lin Yuyu standing next to Lin Xiefeng and asked with a sneer on her face, Lin Xiefeng, this is what you said you like, don't you think it's ridiculous, saying you like me here, but being with another woman there? If you hadn't rejected me time and time again, how could I be with someone else? Lin Xiefeng's face looked like it was all your fault, which made Ling Ning not want to pay attention to him. Hubby, let's go. Ling Ning, you won't be happy with this gigolo. Lin Xiefeng looked at Su Cheng with disdain, and that look seemed to be able to kill him. For Su Cheng, he had seen all kinds of storms. If eyes could kill, this couple would have died thousands of times. He glanced at Lin Xiefeng coldly and said, what happened in the past is in the past, but Ling Ning is my wife now, so you'd better put those inappropriate thoughts back into my stomach. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? Lin Xiafeng was extremely angry. Believe it or not, I will destroy you right now. Lin Xiafeng, just try to touch Su Cheng's hair. Don't think I don't dare. When the manager saw that there was going to be trouble, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Everyone dining in the box was either rich or noble, and they were not people someone like him could afford to offend. If he disturbed the nobles in the box, he would have to pay for it even if he had 10 heads. He hurried over and said, Master Lin, please don't make things difficult for me. There are many people eating here and they all have strong backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them. Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Seeing Ling Ning and Su Cheng standing together, Lin Xiafeng lost all his rationality. Why? This kind of trash is not worthy of Ling Ning. If this kind of trash is worthy of her, why can't I be worthy of her? Out of jealousy towards Su Cheng and inner resentment, Lin Xiafeng wished that Su Cheng would go to hell immediately and disappear from his sight. What do you want to do to our president, Su? A mature voice sounded, and instantly the flame of anger in Lin Xiafeng's heart gradually extinguished. Madam Bai, she actually came, and just now she called this rubbish Su Cheng something, Mr. Su. Mrs. Bai, this is a personal grudge. I hope my actions did not make you feel unhappy. Thinking that his family wanted Mrs. Bai to cooperate, Lin Xiafeng could only put down his fist and open his mouth to explain. Your grudge with President Su is because of my grudge against Madam Bai. Tell your father to forget about cooperating with me. Mrs. Bai, what did you just say? You actually said he was President Su. When did he become the president of the new energy company? Since Lin Xiafeng was not in charge of the cooperation with the new energy company, he did not know much about the new energy company, so he did not know that Su Cheng owned 30% of the shares of the new energy company. Don't you know that he is the major shareholder of my new energy company, owning 30% of the shares? Chapter 33. A daughter-in-law who can't cook is not a good daughter-in-law. As soon as Lin Xiafeng heard what Mrs. Bai said, his face suddenly became very interesting. Lin Yuyu's palms felt even colder. She didn't dare to imagine if she had missed something or given up something invisibly. The man whom she once looked down upon is now beyond her reach. When Ling Ning's roommates heard this, they were also surprised. They had thought that Su Cheng was rich, but they had never thought that Su Cheng was so rich. No, this was not just about being rich. It should be called capable. Mrs. Bai didn't even look at Lin Xiafeng. You have offended our company's shareholders, which is a slap in my face. Give the order. From today on, our company will cut off all ties with the Lin Group. Mrs. Bai, I am not. Hearing that the Lin family would have to pay a huge price for his recklessness and that he would suffer immeasurable losses, such as the position of heir, he gave up thinking about it. The family will not hand over the business to someone who only knows how to cause trouble and will not make a profit for the family. The trouble you get into today is a small one, but tomorrow you will get into a big trouble that may destroy your family. The trouble he got into today was no small one. Even if he was favored by his parents, no one in his family would stand on his side when faced with such a big thing. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Xiafeng wanted to explain something and try to save the situation. Why, you want to say that you didn't do it on purpose, and didn't intend to offend the major shareholder of our company. You have killed someone, and if you say it was not intentional, you can be acquitted. Someone, I don't want to see him, please get him out. Mrs. Bai began to order them to leave with an impatient look on her face. Lin Xiafeng and Lin Yuyu were carried out by Mrs. Bai's bodyguards. This time, Lin Xiafeng did not resist, or he did not dare to resist. Just like that, he was taken out. The corridor suddenly returned to silence. Mrs. Bai looked at Su Cheng and said, "Are you free this Saturday? Let's meet." Su Cheng nodded subconsciously and said, "Okay." Outside the hotel, Lin Xiafeng looked at Mr. Jin's door with frustration. He was waiting for Mrs. Bai, hoping that she would listen to his explanation and give him a chance. Otherwise, he would have no say in the Lin family. Seeing Lin Xiafeng standing in the night wind, Lin Yu came up and took his hand. "Xiafeng, it's cold here, let's go back to the car first." Bang! Lin Xiafeng suddenly shook off Lin Yuyu's arm and gave her a loud slap in the face. Half of Lin Yuyu's face was swollen from being beaten. Tears welled up in her eyes and she looked at her boyfriend in disbelief. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on coming to Mr. Jin for dinner, I wouldn't have offended Madam Bai. You still have the nerve to cry. Believe it or not, I'll slap you again. Xiafeng, I. Shut up. If you don't want me to dump you now, you'd better shut up. Lin Yuyo's face was full of grievance. It was not she who took the initiative to bring up Mr. Jin's restaurant. If he hadn't said that if she served him well, he would take her to a high-end hotel to enjoy food that only rich people could afford, she would not have come to Mr. Jin. But she didn't dare speak. Lin Yuyu knew very well that Su Cheng would not accept her. If she was dumped by Lin Xiafeng, she would have nothing. It is wishful thinking to still think about living the life of a rich person. She stood beside Lin Xiafeng with a well-behaved look on her face. Even when Su Cheng and Ling Ning walked out of Mr. Jin's hotel, they didn't see it. Lin Xiafeng naturally saw it, but he didn't say anything. He didn't know what he was going to do if he saw it, so he begged for forgiveness. What a joke, who is the reason why I became like this? It's just that I'm a little richer than him, what's so great about that? He pretended not to notice Su Cheng turning his head away. And Su Cheng naturally would not go to see that trash Lin Xiafeng again. After saying goodbye to their roommate Ling Ning, they called a taxi and returned to their own home. On their way, the two people didn't speak. Ling Ning fiddled with his fingers, trying to find a topic to talk about. Don't take today's events too seriously. Su Cheng spoke first. Also, this is the first time I know my wife quarrels so fiercely with others. This made Ling Ning blush completely. She said, who told him to say that about you? In fact, it's not just him. I think a lot of boys feel the same way. They can't believe that a school beauty would marry an ordinary guy like me. In my eyes, you are not ordinary at all. That's like saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Su Cheng knew himself very well. If it weren't for the system, he would be nothing but an incompetent man who was dumped by his green tea girlfriend. Maybe. Ling Ning said this half-truthfully. I don't know when my mother and the others will come. When she heard that her mother-in-law was coming, Ling Ning suddenly became a little nervous. She wondered whether her mother-in-law would like her, whether she would find it difficult to get along with her, and whether she would think she had many problems. If that was the case, she would definitely not be optimistic about her marriage with Su Cheng. If she doesn't like it, it will be difficult for Su Cheng to be in the middle. Women are like this, they always like to think badly and don't like to think goodly. Tell me, will your mother like me? Ling Ning was unsure about this. It doesn't matter whether she likes it or not. We are the ones who really live together, not her choosing a wife. Ling Ning felt relieved after hearing this, so she asked again, what if Auntie doesn't like me? Will it be hard for you to be caught in the middle? My wife is so good, how can I not like her? Su Cheng actually didn't know whether his mother would like Ling Ning, but it didn't matter whether she liked him or not. Anyway, he and Ling Ning would not spend their whole lives together. Whether his mother liked him or not, her future daughter-in-law would not be Ling Ning. By the time Ling Ning completely breaks free from the family marriage, they will probably all be free. Hopefully this won't take too long. What are you saying? I just don't want to cause you any trouble. On the one hand, Ling Ning hopes that her mother-in-law will like her, and on the other hand, she also hopes that if her mother-in-law doesn't like her, she won't make things difficult for Su Cheng. Otherwise, how far can a marriage without the blessing of parents go? You are a person who likes to overthink. You haven't even met each other yet, so how can you know that my mother won't like you? Besides, even if she is not happy with you, we can just live our own lives behind closed doors. Why would we care about her? Su Cheng knew very well that even if his mother didn't like Ling Ning, his marriage with Ling Ning had to continue. Otherwise, what was the point of agreeing to a fake marriage in the first place? Ling Ning felt a little relieved after hearing this, and said to herself, why am I panicking when I haven't even met my mother-in-law yet? Why are you panicking? It's not difficult to make someone like you as long as you treat them with your heart. But I can't cook. Will my mother-in-law think I'm not virtuous? Thinking about Ling Ning, I became nervous again. Chapter 34 Wife is the most important. After returning home, Ling Ning rushed into the kitchen, took out her mobile phone, looked through the recipes, searched for home cooking, then picked out a few simple meals and started preparing, starting with cooking rice. This is simple. All you need is rice, water, and a rice cooker. Seeing Ling Ning start to wash rice, Su Cheng was a little confused. They had just finished their meal, so why did she start cooking again? Aren't you full? Ling Ning, what are you doing? Su Cheng asked. I'm learning how to cook. I don't want my mother-in-law to dislike me because I can't cook. It's just a simple meeting, is there any need to be so nervous? Besides, it doesn't matter if you can't cook. Ling Ning paused for a moment, her eyes full of confusion. Why doesn't it matter if you can't cook? Generally, mothers-in-law require their daughters-in-law to be able to cook, right? Because my mother can't cook either. Su Cheng leaned against the edge of the kitchen door, his hands clasped on both sides, locked. She said that women are meant to be loved, not to be nannies after getting married. Then your family. My dad does. Su Cheng seemed to have thought of something and said, my father's cooking skills were also forced out. It's impossible for the whole family not to cook and eat out in restaurants every day. Then the father-in-law must love the mother-in-law very much. Love? Su Cheng doesn't he know? In our parents' generation, people would basically go on a blind date, and if they liked each other, they would get married. The two of them didn't know each other much, and they spent their whole lives like this. He had never heard his father say any sweet words to his mother. I have never seen my mother act like a spoiled child towards my father. He just remembered that one time, his mother suddenly fainted, and his father didn't even have time to change his clothes, and he carried his mother directly to the hospital. My mother slept for 3 days and my father stayed by her side for 3 days. In the hospital, he saw with his own eyes that his father kept holding his mother's hand and kept calling her by her nickname, Hua Hua. This must be love. Thinking about it, Su Cheng nodded. You are right, they are very loving. Su Cheng, do you think we will continue to love each other like my parents-in-law when we grow old? Or, do you want to pretend to be married to me for the rest of your life? Su Cheng was a little surprised and asked. That's not what I meant. I meant, will we ever meet someone like this, someone we will love and protect for the rest of our lives? I think so. Having experienced Lin Yuyu's betrayal, Su Cheng was actually not sure if there was still true love in this world. But when he heard Ling Ning's question, her eyes were full of expectation. Su Cheng didn't want to destroy this expectation, so he said against his will, yes. Well, we certainly will. Su Cheng didn't know that Ling Ning wanted to love Su Cheng for the rest of his life. He also didn't know that Ling Ning was a girl who would stick to something once she made up her mind. Let him have nowhere to escape. Knowing that her mother-in-law couldn't cook either, Ling Ning stopped and left the kitchen, and Su Cheng naturally cleaned up the mess in the kitchen. They live together now and are family, so why should they be so clearly divided? Besides, if you ask a young lady like Ling Ning to do any work, she probably isn't cut out for it. After Su Cheng tidied up, he left the kitchen. Not seeing Ling Ning, he thought she might have gone back to her room to sleep, so he went to the living room. There is a computer in the living room, which they had when they moved in. Su Cheng turned on the computer and downloaded the game. He has nothing to do right now, and there just so happens that there's an event going on in the game recently, which is about guarding the Death Tower, and passing 100 levels will give a valuable artifact. Su Cheng used to have a good talent for games, but later he had little time to play because he was dating Lin Yuyu. Now that he has some free time, he might as well have some fun. Ling Ning didn't know that Su Cheng had just been tidying up in the kitchen. After she finished washing up, she felt a little hungry and wanted to go to the refrigerator to get a drink. As soon as I entered the kitchen and saw the tidy kitchen, I felt a little sorry. I used to have servants at home, and no matter how messy I made, the servants would appear and clean it up. She naturally developed the habit of not tidying up. I forgot to put my things in order and ended up having to ask Su Cheng for help. Will he think I am being pretentious? Will this leave a bad impression on him? Thinking of this, Ling Ning took another bottle of drink and wanted to apologize to Su Cheng. Looking at Su Cheng, who was enjoying the game in the lobby, Ling Ning took a drink, opened the bottle cap and put it on the table. Drink. Thanks. Seeing that Su Cheng was so absorbed in playing games that he had no intention of paying any attention to her, Ling Ning hurriedly said, I'm sorry for asking you to help me clean up the kitchen. I will definitely clean it up before leaving next time. We are all friends, why should we be so formal? Besides, it's not that tiring, it's just a small favor. Su Cheng kept staring at the computer screen, operating the mouse and keyboard to kill monsters everywhere. Even though his skills were very good, his equipment had not been updated because he had no time to play games, and the attack power was not enough, so it was difficult for him to kill monsters. Ling Ning breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Su Cheng didn't take this matter to heart. Seeing Su Cheng concentrating on playing computer games, he took a chair and sat in front of him, looking down at his mobile phone. She has already played 1,000 levels of Happy Match. Prepare to head to the next level. Cheng had no resurrection coins and entered the death waiting period. He looked at Ling Ning, who was playing games with his head down, and asked, "Aren't you sleepy?" "I'm not sleepy. I feel a little energetic now." Ling Ning lowered her head and fiddled with her phone while speaking. "What are you doing?" Seeing Ling Ning so focused on playing with her phone, Cheng asked curiously. "Playing games." "What game?" "Happy Match 3. Ling Ning answered seriously, "I have passed 3 levels." Cheng had no interest in this kind of game. Looking at the cold screen of the computer, he suddenly lost interest in playing. "I don't want to play games anymore." "Do you want to rest then?" "I'm not sleepy at all." He was not sleepy and did not feel unwell, so he hurried to rest. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. "Then what are you doing?" This is something that he has to ask about in Cheng. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he could chat with his roommates and talk about everything. But now, what can he do? To be honest, he really doesn't know. He glanced at the TV in the living room and said, "How about watching some TV?" "Okay." Cheng sat on the sofa, and Ling Ning also sat over. He really wanted to say, "Hey, he said he was watching TV, what are you doing here?" Out of politeness, Cheng did not say anything, but handed the remote control to Ling Ning very gentlemanly. "You choose." "I want to see this." Ling Ning chose for a while and said it with certainty. When Cheng saw what Ling Ning had chosen, he was a little unconvinced. "Are you sure you want to see this? This is a horror movie." "Right." Cheng doesn't like watching these. He was scared when he watched horror movies when he was a child, so he has some endocrine aversion to horror movies. He was just about to say, "If you like it, just watch it," when he heard the mechanical sound of the system ringing in his ears. Drop. Chapter 35: Watching a movie with my wife. Now start making choices. Choice 1: watch a horror movie with your wife to gain the ability to predict good and bad luck. Choice 2: don't watch horror movies with your wife and get a charm potion. Charm potion. Since I don't want to be good looking, this is useless. Well, the ability to predict good and bad luck is quite good. Thinking about it, Cheng said to Ling Ning, "Let's see." "You don't want to watch it with me." Anyone who is not blind can see the rejection on Cheng's face just now. "I'm taking pictures of you being scared." I think few girls like to watch horror movies. Cheng concealed the fact that he was a little afraid of watching horror movies and pretended that he could watch them. "I just heard from my roommate that this movie is good. Besides, with you here, what should I be afraid of?" Cheng felt bitter in his mouth, and he really wanted to say that he was scared too. "I'll fight for the system reward." Cheng sat next to Ling Ning. "Well, I will protect you." Snap. Ling Ning stood up and turned off the light. As soon as the lights were turned off, the room suddenly became dim. Plus the creepy posters of horror movies on TV. Suddenly, Cheng felt the atmosphere around him was gloomy. "My roommate said it feels better this way." This is not just a feeling, it's too much of a feeling. Cheng felt his tongue was a little dry. "I'll go get something to eat and drink." In the kitchen, he prepared himself for a long time before coming out. Seeing Ling Ning waiting for him, he said, "Let's get started." Cheng opened the drink and didn't dare to look at the TV. He looked around. Ling Ning naturally had no interest in watching any horror movies. It was said that watching horror movies was a great reason for men and women to become romantic. Girls are afraid and still hide in the boys' arms. She just couldn't believe that he would be indifferent with such a beautiful woman in his arms. At this time, a strange and terrifying sound came from the TV, and Ling Ning was so scared that she trembled all over. Cheng, I'm so scared." As she said that, she suddenly dived into Cheng's arms. Cheng was also frightened by the terrifying scream and trembled all over. Being hit by Ling Ning made him tremble even more. He wanted to escape and leave here, but if he did so, he would not get the system reward. He fought hard for the system's reward. Cheng gritted his teeth and pretended not to be afraid and said, "Don't be afraid, it's nothing happened just now." Just as Cheng finished speaking, the female ghost on TV suddenly appeared behind the protagonist and hooked her hair around the protagonist's neck. So scary. Cheng suddenly trembled all over and subconsciously hugged Ling Ning tightly. While he was hugging Ling Ning, Leng Ning also hugged him tightly. The two of them just hugged each other, being so close to each other for the first time. Even through his clothes, he could hear Su Cheng's heartbeat. Leng Ning weakly shouted, "Su Cheng, I'm scared. If you're scared, just hold on to me. Don't be afraid, I'm here." Leng Ning nodded obediently and hugged Su Cheng tightly. Su Cheng was already stiff all over, wondering when this horror movie would end. It felt like it took longer than a century. Time passed slowly and finally came to the end of the play. The two of them hugged each other for an hour. And Su Cheng heard the system prompt sound. Ding, congratulations to their host for completing the selection and obtaining the skill of predicting good or bad things. After obtaining the skill, Su Cheng used it directly, wondering in his mind whether he should continue watching the horror movie. And a word appeared in my mind, dangerous. Of course he wouldn't watch it, but he wanted to know whether this skill was useful or not. It's over, we should rest. Leng Ning reluctantly let go of Su Cheng. I'm sorry, I looked a little out of control just now. It's okay, all girls are like this, they think they are brave, but in the end they are often the ones who scream the loudest when watching horror movies. How do you know? Leng Ning was a little curious. Because he and Lin Yuyu had seen it before. Su Cheng said calmly, I saw it when I was in love, with my girlfriend. It's Lin Yuyu again. If it weren't for Lin Yuyu, how could I have never had the chance to get close to the boy I like? Leng Ning feels uncomfortable when mentioning Lin Yuyu. You still can't forget her. Leng Ning said this a little sullenly. Su Cheng was just about to say, after all, having loved someone before, how could it be easy to forget? Then the word murder came to my mind. Su Cheng didn't want to make his friend feel bad because of someone who was no longer important. So, he wanted to answer, I want to cherish the present more than the past. The word G appears in my mind. After seeing this, Su Cheng replied, I want to cherish the present and the future more than the past. These words made Leng Ning feel very comfortable. Su Cheng said this, does it mean that for Su Cheng, Lin Yuyu is already a thing of the past? Then what about the present and the future? I am the present and future of Su Cheng. Hubby, I'll call you this from now on. It's more intimate this way. Good. They really need to show that they are close to each other, so that Leng Ning's parents will give up on letting her marry a scumbag who has nothing but money and a bad face. Hearing Su Cheng's answer, Leng Ning asked shyly, so, what are you going to call me in the future? Wife. Honey, I can't move my legs now, what should I do? I guess my legs are numb because I hugged you for too long. Su Cheng asked, how about I help you press it? Can you give a massage? My dad always gives my mom massages. You'll learn how to do it if you watch it more often. Will it hurt? Leng Ning asked. No, my mother never said it hurt. Then you try it. In fact, Leng Ning's legs were really numb, but she thought Su Cheng would be a gentleman and carry her back to the room. I didn't expect it to be a massage. Forget it, as long as he is by my side and accompanies me, anything is fine. Su Cheng picked up Leng Ning's jade feet, found an acupoint and started pressing it. As soon as he pressed it, Leng Ning screamed, it hurts. Every time my mom's legs feel numb, my dad will press here. If you feel pain, it must be because your meridians are blocked. You should do a full body massage to dredge the meridians. Can you give a full body massage? Leng Ning asked. Well, you should find a professional lady for this. A full body massage requires stripping naked, and it's obviously not suitable for a boy like me. Leng Ning then realized what question she had asked, and her face suddenly became hot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask. It's okay. Su Cheng controlled the strength and asked again, how are you now, wife? I feel much better. Well, I'll give you more massages when I have time. It's good for your health. Su Cheng, you are such a nice person. I can't help but be moved. What should I do? Leng Ning said half-jokingly. The man you like is single now and can accept anyone pursuing him. Su Cheng asked jokingly, if you pursue me, I will definitely welcome it. Being pursued by a school beauty is definitely a great honor. I will seriously consider this issue. Leng Ning said this seriously. Well, you have to think about it carefully. Watching Su Cheng concentrating on massaging her, Leng Ning said in her heart, Su Cheng, you idiot. Chapter 36 Good night, husband revised. Su Cheng, you are such an idiot. I have liked you for so long, but you didn't realize it at all. Tell me, are you the biggest fool in the world? Seeing that Ling Ning was a little distracted, Su Cheng asked, Wife, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering what to eat tomorrow morning. Ling Ning would never tell Su Cheng that he was the only thing on her mind just now. If I say this, I will lose face. What do you want to eat? Su Cheng has already acquired 5-star cooking skills, so naturally he can cook anything with ease. I want some small wonton and soy milk. Ling Ning thought for a moment and then spoke. Okay, your husband will make it for you tomorrow morning. Su Cheng yawned as he spoke, and looked at Ling Ning and asked, Are your legs still numb now? Much better. Then I'll go back to my room and sleep. Seeing that Su Cheng was about to leave, Ling Ning counted on her fingers and said a little embarrassedly, Well, can I sleep with you tonight? I mean, I'm afraid I'll have a nightmare at night, so. Sometimes I don't know how to say hello. I'm obviously scared to death, but I still have to watch horror movies. Who gets scared in the end? Ling Ning stuck out his tongue and said, I was wrong. Next time, let's watch a different type of movie together. We won't watch this kind of movie anymore. Can I live with you? Ling Ning asked expectantly. You're going to live with me, and I'm going to sleep on the floor again. Anyway, the bed is big enough for the two of us. Ling Ning was afraid that Su Cheng would feel burdened. I'm fine. But that's not good. After all, you and I are a fake couple. If your future husband finds out that we sleep in the same bed, he might cause you trouble. She doesn't feel troubled because she only has one husband, her current husband and her future husband. But obviously Su Cheng doesn't think so. Ling Ning could only lower his head in grievance, then I'll sleep alone. Seeing this, Ling Ning Sucheng had no choice but to say, Why don't you sleep on the bed and I'll sit? This is not good, Tilda. It's nothing. I'm a boy, and I'm not that squeamish. In Su Cheng's room, Ling Ning lay quietly on Su Cheng's bed, looking at Su Cheng who had fallen asleep in the chair. Ling Ning called out over and over again, Husband. Husband. Su Cheng seemed to be sleeping soundly and didn't respond to Ling Ning at all. Looking at Su Cheng who was already sleeping soundly, Ling Ning got out of bed quietly, then walked to Su Cheng with a smile. Then he moved Su Cheng onto the bed. For Ling Ning, who was naturally very strong, it was not difficult to carry Su Cheng to the bed. Then she covered Su Cheng with a blanket, secretly held Su Cheng's hand, and said, Good night, husband. When two hands are clasped together, you can feel each other's body temperature and heartbeat. Ling Ning fell into a deep sleep amidst Su Cheng's strong heartbeat. Wake up early in the morning. Su Cheng found that he and Ling Ning were sleeping in the same bed. Didn't he fall asleep on the chair? Sensing the noise beside her, Ling Ning opened her misty eyes and looked at Su Cheng. Good morning, husband. Why am I sleeping in the same bed with you? Su Cheng asked. I saw that you were too tired from sleeping, so I asked if you wanted to go to bed. You were half asleep and ended up going to bed. Ling Ning said this casually, not caring whether Su Cheng believed it or not. Anyway, he would never think that it was him who was hugging him. Su Cheng thought about it for a long time, feeling as if it was there and yet not there. Don't think about it, nothing happened between us, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Ling Ning said while holding her stomach. You want to eat wonton and soy milk? Can you please go out for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Su Cheng was a little uncomfortable to say. Good. Ling Ning closed her eyes and got out of bed. Unexpectedly, her dazed feet stepped on her pajamas and she fell down. She cried out in panic, Condensation. Seeing that Ling Ning was about to fall, Su Cheng's heart tightened and he tried to pull her up, but he used too much force and lost his balance, falling to the ground with Ling Ning. And he was pressed on the condensing posture. It doesn't look good no matter how you look at it. The clothes that were pressed down on one side of Ling Ning's shoulder slipped down, revealing her baby white skin. If it went any lower, she would be exposed. Su Cheng didn't dare to look and quickly turned his head away. I didn't mean it. How long are you going to hold me down? Ling Ning shyly turned her head away, not daring to look at Su Cheng. He lowered his head and said, I'll get up right away. Ling Ning Tai stood up, and just as he was about to get up, his face froze and he said, My legs are numb again. Su Cheng had no choice but to throw Ling Ning away. Please hold it open with your hands. I will carry you to the bed to rest. Good. Ling Ning stretched out her body. Su Cheng carefully moved his body, moved Ling Ning away from him, and then held her on the bed. You take a rest, I'll make breakfast for you. Watching Su Cheng leave the room, Ling Ning stayed on the bed alone, laughing secretly in her heart. She just heard it. When their eyes met, Su Cheng's heartbeat was beating fast. Su Cheng walked out of the door and leaned against it, wondering what had just happened. His heart was beating so fast. Is it a physical reaction? He felt that he was still very self-disciplined, and probably thought that what happened just now was too sudden and a bit unexpected. That's why my heart beats faster. But when I am calm, I still can't help but think of Ling Ning's face, her black hair, and her large area of snow-white skin. Unable to think about it anymore, Su Cheng shook his head violently, walked into the kitchen and started cooking. Half an hour later, Su Cheng shouted from the kitchen, "Wife, are you feeling better? The meal is ready." "I'm fine." Ling Ning walked out of her room. Her legs recovered in 10 minutes and were no longer numb. She changed her clothes and said, "I'm going to wash my face." When she appeared again, I saw Ling Ning wearing a white dress that outlined her graceful curves. For some reason, I thought of Ling Ning's large snow-white skin again, and suddenly my mouth felt a little dry. He swallowed and said, "The small chaos is ready, and there is soy milk." "Yes, thank you." Su Cheng put breakfast on the table and Ling Ning lowered his head and ate. She wanted to talk to Su Cheng, but he seemed very thirsty and kept drinking water. "Honey, you cook so deliciously." "That's not the case. I'm an international chef now. Next time, tell your husband what you like to eat and he will make it for you." "Can I order food then?" It was a day off today and Ling Ning didn't want to go out, so she asked. "You don't have any plans today?" Su Cheng naturally knew that there was no school today, Saturday, but he didn't know that Ling Ning had no plans. "Even if I want to go out, my roommate will probably ask me to spend more time with you and improve our relationship, saying that I don't want to be a light bulb. What about you? Don't you have any plans?" Chapter 37. My wife has white hair. Ling Ning naturally had a plan. She wanted to spend Saturday with Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng didn't seem to think so at all. "Are you free on Saturday?" Su Cheng asked again. "Well, there's nothing that needs to be done." "That." Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, "I'll take you to my villa for the weekend." Villa? Ling Ning never thought that there was a villa in Su City. Think about it, Su Cheng is a shareholder of the new energy technology company, so having a villa is not a problem. Then he said, "Okay. I'll go get a taxi." Ling Ning made a phone call and called the driver at home. The car quickly stopped downstairs of their house, and Ling Ning and Su Cheng walked out hand in hand. As soon as he went downstairs, Ling Ning saw his driver waiting there. He was just holding something in his hand. "Uncle Wang, what are you holding in your hand?" "My wife knew you were going out for fun today, so she brought these for you too." Ling Ning was a little curious, so she took the bag from Uncle Wang and found that it contained Venus underwear. "This is a body-shaping underwear, what is the mother doing with it?" I don't think he wanted her to wear it in front of Su Cheng. Thinking of this, Ling Ning shook his head. "I felt that I must be overthinking it. How could my mother, who is such a traditional person, give me this?" Unexpectedly, Ling Ning's cell phone rang at this time. Ling Ning picked up the phone. It was a message from her mother. She said, "Ling Ning, you have seen the gift that your mother prepared for you. You and Su Cheng should spend a good time together as two of you and strive to let me become a grandmother soon. Su Cheng and I haven't had our wedding yet. Mom, aren't you being a little too hasty?" Ling Ning felt her face getting a little hot and asked. "You are both married now, and it's not a matter of time before you have children. Besides, Mom wants you to be happy. After all, Mom didn't have the courage like you back then to go against her parents' wishes for the sake of love." Thinking of the past, Ling Ning's mother seemed to be filled with nostalgia, but some things are missed and it is useless to think about them again. However, she cannot marry the person she likes, but her daughter can marry the person she likes, which makes up for her past regrets. Moreover, she had seen this boy Su Cheng and thought he was a promising young man. Thinking of Su Cheng, he seems calm and reliable, and should be a good husband. At least, she was quite satisfied with the child. However, she always felt that her husband seemed dissatisfied with Su Cheng. She had said it several times in the past few days, but he just said, "What do you know as a woman?" As a wife, she could see why her husband was not satisfied with Su Cheng. She knew that her husband had always been upset about his daughter's sudden marriage, and always felt that they were sham marriage to avoid family alliances. So she thought, if Ling Ning and Su Cheng had a child, what could he say now? As for the wedding, it's the same if you hold it after you have the baby. However, Ling Ning didn't think so. She thought that if she was not crazy, she would not wear this in front of Su Cheng. If he put it on, Su Cheng would definitely feel that he was very frivolous. What kind of thing is it to dress so revealingly in front of someone who is not your boyfriend? Seeing Ling Ning staring at the bag in his hand, Su Cheng asked, "What's in this bag? Why are you looking at it?" "Nothing, just some unimportant stuff." Ling Ning hurriedly put the things in the trunk and said, "Let's go." In the car, Ling Ning seemed to remember something and asked, "Don't you have an appointment with Madame Bai? Aren't you going to see her?" "No." Su Cheng just used his ability to predict good and bad luck to predict whether his meeting with Mrs. Bai today would be good or bad, but the result was bad luck. The result of meeting Mrs. Bai tomorrow will be auspicious. Su Cheng didn't know why the result changed in just one day, but he believed in the system more than in the so-called Mrs. Bai. So, he decided to have a good time today. Ling Ning and I came to the villa on the top of the mountain. The villa is very large, the facilities are luxurious, and there is a large floor-to-ceiling window. From the window, you can see the exterior of the entire villa. The villas here are only affordable by the richest people. Ling Ning's family can afford it, but her mother likes to live in the old house, saying that it is where she grew up and she doesn't want to move away, so she didn't return the house. As for Ling Ning himself, he had only been here on a few important occasions. She never thought that one day she would become the hostess of a villa. After all, the smallest villa here costs hundreds of millions. This amount of money can buy 3 villas of the same specifications elsewhere. Ling Ning looked at the scenery outside the window and thought that the environment here was really good. She could actually see a large flower bed outside the villa. She wanted to plant it full of white roses. When the flowers bloom, will Su Cheng and I be able to be together? White roses symbolize a happy marriage. When the rose blooms, will Su Cheng understand his own heart? Will he like me a little bit? Wife, do you want to have a barbecue at noon? I have asked the servants to prepare it. Su Cheng asked, holding a fishing rod. What are you going to do with your fishing rod? I'm going fishing. There's a big freshwater lake here, I should be able to fish for lunch. Ling Ning didn't want to stay here alone, so he said, I'll go with you. Girls generally don't like fishing, but you're a little different. She naturally didn't like fishing, but since Su Cheng liked it, why not let her like it too? I've never fished before, so I want to give it a try. Besides, one more person means more strength. Seeing that Ling Ning was determined to go fishing, Su Cheng asked the servant to prepare a fishing rod. Let's go. Su Cheng, wait for me. Ling Ning ran to where she put her bag, picked it up and walked out. It's just fishing, why did you take the bag? There's a sunscreen spray in there. Su Cheng knows nothing about skin care for girls, but most girls are like this. They would rather not buy clothes, but they cannot do without cosmetics. We've got the stuff, let's go. Good. Ling Ning walked to Su Cheng obediently. When he turned around, Su Heng saw a white hair on Ling Ning's head. You have a white hair. Upon hearing this, Ling Ning suddenly became nervous and asked quickly, where is white hair? Is it necessary to be so nervous? Su Cheng asked puzzledly. How old am I? How come I have white hair? I need to pull it out immediately. Are men so superficial in your eyes now? Su Cheng asked speechlessly. What about you? How do you feel when you see a girl with white hair? It's just a white hair. What's the point of feeling? I'm not a girl. I won't care about these things. If I become ugly someday, will you still say the same thing? Won't. Chapter 38, Rescue in Sucheng. So what would you say? Ling Ning asked. I would say that my daughter-in-law is not ugly at all. She is the most beautiful fairy in the world. Hearing the word wife, Ling Ning's mood became very good, and he didn't even care much about the white hair on his hair. Let us go fishing. As he said this, he naturally took Su Cheng's hand. The scorching heat coming from between his fingers instantly burned Su Cheng's heart. He suppressed the strange feeling. I thought to myself, it's not like I haven't held hands with girls before, so there is nothing to be uncomfortable about. The two men came to a clear lake and started fishing. Ling Ning was a little restless. After half an hour, there was still no movement on the fishing rod. On the other hand, Cheng was like an old monk in meditation, holding the fishing rod steadily. Cheng, I'm going to go out for a walk. You can fish slowly first. Ling Ning saw that Cheng was concentrating on fishing and didn't seem to want to talk to her. She suddenly felt bored and wanted to walk around. Cheng heard it. Don't go too far. I see. Ling Ning put down her fishing rod. She seemed to see a small garden just now. It looked nice and had many flowers, including her favorite white roses. Arriving at the garden, Ling Ning looked at the flowers in full bloom and couldn't help picking a few to weave into a wreath. Just as I was about to put it on my head, I heard an old voice. She is really a clever girl. Ling Ning paused for a moment and turned to look at the place where he had just spoken. I found an old man sitting on a recliner in a corner. He was blocked by the flower bed and could not be seen when Ling Ning came in. I'm sorry to bother you. The old man waved his hand and said, This is a public flower garden. Anyone can come. How can you say it's disturbing? As he spoke, the old man looked at Ling Ning lovingly and said, You look a lot like my deceased granddaughter. If there hadn't been that accident, she would probably have been the same age as you. Thinking about the past, the old man's eyes were filled with sadness. Ling Ning felt sorry for this and said, Grandpa has passed away, but your granddaughter is still alive and must hope that you are happy every day. I am not that fragile, but sometimes I still feel sad when I think about it. As he spoke, the old man's eyes were gentle and his whole body was bathed in warmth. This reminded Ling Ning of his grandfather. If his grandfather were still alive, he would probably look at him the same way. Ling Ning still remembers what her grandfather said to her before he left, Ning Ning, be happy. Grandpa, I have found my happiness, and I think I will always be happy. Suddenly, the old man's face changed, and he fell to the ground twitching all over. Ling Ning looked at him and said in shock, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Ahem. The old man was speechless, his whole body was twitching, and he kept drawing circles on his pocket. Ling Ning ran over and searched his pockets, but there was nothing in them. At this time Cheng arrived. He had been fishing for a long time and didn't see Ling Ning come back. He was worried that she was not familiar with the surrounding environment and got lost. So he put down his fishing rod and went out to look for it. I didn't expect to see Ling Ning standing next to an old man with an anxious look on his face. Cheng, come here quickly. I don't know what happened to Grandpa. He turned out like this. I forgot to bring my cell phone. When Ling Ning saw Cheng, she spoke anxiously as if she had seen a savior. Cheng walked forward and saw an unfamiliar old man lying on the ground, his whole body twitching, his finger pointing at a pocket and making circles. Does he have anything in his pocket? Usually, people who have a sudden illness will carry emergency medicine with them. Ling Ning shook his head and said, I didn't see any emergency medicine, and I have nothing in my pocket. What about your other pockets? Is there anything in them? I looked everywhere, and there's nothing. Cheng hurriedly searched his pockets, but he didn't have his cell phone with him. What can we do? The old man's life may be in danger at any time, and first aid should be given. I'm not a medical student, and the only thing I know is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Besides, this is a life, I can't remain indifferent. Ding, choose to save the old man and gain the first aid skill. If you choose not to save the old man, you will receive 100,000 yuan. Natural selection 1, are we going to treat other people's lives as insignificant just for a little bit of money? Ding, congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and obtaining the first aid skill. Leave this to me, Ling Ning. Go get help and call an ambulance. Cheng used his skills to give first aid, and then his body seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. He then gently turned the old man to the side and patted his back. After repeating this more than 10 times, the old man spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, but his heartbeat was still accelerated and his lips were blue and purple. Cheng laid the old man down and began to perform CPR. With Cheng's first aid, the old man's breathing gradually returned to normal. Gradually, his consciousness began to recover. He opened his eyes and saw a handsome face. You saved me. What else? Cheng spoke lightly. You'll repay me. The old man said solemnly. No, when I saved you, I didn't think about getting anything from you. I just did something that I thought was right. Facing Su Cheng's honesty, the old man looked at Su Cheng deeply and said, "There are not many young people like you in this world. At least, I haven't seen many. Ling Ning has gone to call an ambulance. You'd better lie down and rest. Your condition is very serious. You must be allergic to pollen. I really don't understand. Old man, you clearly know why you came here. When my granddaughter was alive, her favorite thing was flowers." After the old man finished speaking, he asked again, "The condensation type you mentioned? The girl who noticed you had a sudden acute attack?" The old man, after remembering, murmured, "She." Su Cheng didn't know what the old man was thinking, but now that the person was fine, the rest of the matter would be left to the hospital. Suchen. The ambulance said it's coming soon. I've called someone, they'll be here soon. Ling Ning said this angrily. Good. At this time, the old man took out his electronic watch and made a phone call and spoke a few words. After a while, a black extended Lincoln sedan drove over in a hurry. Two men in black clothes and black sunglasses got out of the car, along with a doctor and several nurses. The nurse ran to the old man with a stretcher and carefully moved him onto it. The two men in black looked more like the old man's bodyguards, looking around vigilantly. After the old man was carried into the car, one of them said, "Old Su said that we will see each other again if there is a chance. I will definitely repay you for saving my life." After saying that, the two of them got into the car and drove away in the Lincoln Stretch sports car. Su Cheng and Ling Ning were left looking at each other. They could both see that this old man had an extraordinary identity, but Ling Ning thought for a long time and could not find any answer. There was an old man named Su in T City who was very prestigious. What if I call an ambulance? The patients are gone, so the ambulance won't be needed. But I already made the call. Then let's make it bigger again. Su Cheng replied. Ling Ning picked up the phone and explained that the patient had been taken away and the ambulance was not needed. Then she saw Su Cheng with his back to her, staring at a flower in a daze. "Su Cheng, what are you looking at?" Su Cheng looked at the flower and said, "This flower is poisonous." Chapter 39. After the confession, I felt confused. Ling Ning was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know the name of this flower, but it looked very beautiful. How can it be poisonous? This flower has a name called poppy. Pollen has a paralyzing effect on the nerves, and inhaling too much pollen can aggravate allergic reactions and asthma. You can see that the soil is obviously different in color from other places. It was planted recently. There are some here too. Ling Ning discovered that poppies were planted in many inconspicuous corners, and there were dozens of them. There were even poppies not far from where the old man fell ill. Why are there so many poppies suddenly planted? Could it be? When Ling Ning thought of the other party's purpose, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Do you think someone planted these poppies on purpose to target Grandpa? Ling Ning's face turned pale and he couldn't help shaking as he spoke. I don't know. We can't judge based on these flowers. Then, will Grandpa be in danger? Su Cheng uses his skills to predict good and bad luck. After getting the result of good luck, he shook his head and said, "No, you can see that this old man is not ordinary. I believe he will find out what is wrong soon. We should not get involved in unnecessary trouble. Su Cheng, are you sure Grandpa will be okay? Even if something happens, can you contact the other party? You don't even know who the other party is or how to contact him." Ling Ning remained silent after hearing this. She found that there was really nothing she could do. She seemed to be able to only pray silently, praying that the old man was okay. What Su Cheng didn't know was that because he accidentally saved the old man, his life would undergo earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Su Cheng saw Ling Ning was worried and said, "Don't think too much. The old man doesn't look like a man with a short life. Besides, there is nothing we can do now. Let's go." Su Cheng took Ling Ning's hand and said, "Where are you going?" Ling Ning asked subconsciously. "To eat fish, of course. I caught a lot of fish. Looks like I can have a big meal today." After Su Cheng's encouragement, Ling Ning's mood improved a little, and the two of them started barbecuing in the square outside the villa. Eat while grilling. Just when she was eating happily, Ling Ning raised her head. Her rosy lips were shiny, like a strawberry waiting to be picked at any time, making people salivate. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty, it makes people even more confused for a moment. Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning and was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but say, "You are so beautiful." "Really?" Ling Ning asked in disbelief. "I remember you told me that Su Deji was the most beautiful because she was a vixen." "That was so long ago, I don't remember it." Su Cheng denied it. "Then who is more beautiful, me or Su Deji?" Su Cheng thought, "I have never seen Su Deji, how would I know?" But this question is also called a question. He replied, "Of course my wife is the most beautiful, otherwise I will be struck by lightning." Boom! At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly became much gloomier, and there were lightning and thunder in the sky. Su Cheng stood there with an awkward look on his face, wondering whether he should do such a thing to ruin the show. Don't give me a chance to praise a beautiful woman. Har har, Su Cheng, look at you. Even God can't stand your lies. He was not lying. Ling Ning was definitely the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He said again, "I'm telling the truth, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Otherwise, stop talking, I believe you." Ling Ning covered Su Cheng's mouth with her hand. "Don't say anything cursing yourself, or I'll be angry." The two of them were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats and pulses through their clothes. Looking at Ling Ning's red lips, at this moment Su Cheng couldn't help himself anymore and bent down to kiss her. Just a light kiss, heavy rain fell from the sky in an instant, and Su Cheng regained consciousness in an instant. Thinking of what he had just done, he immediately said, "I'm sorry, I just..." Su Cheng. Ling Ning stood in front of Su Cheng and wanted to tell him that she didn't recommend it because she had really liked him for a long time and wanted to be his girlfriend, lover, or even wife one day. But a sneeze completely blocked what she wanted to say in her throat. After hearing this, Su Cheng hurriedly said, "Let's go back quickly. It's raining and we will catch a cold." As he spoke, he did not notice Ling Ning's hesitant expression and directly pulled Ling Ning to run in the heavy rain. The two ran for a while and finally returned to the villa. Su Cheng looked at Ling Ning, who was soaked all over. Her clothes were translucent due to the rain, and his eyes could clearly see Ling Ning's snow-white skin and her proud figure. At this moment, Su Chengshan and Xiaotu were in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. He turned his head away hastily and said, "I'm going to the guest room to change my clothes." Having said that, he hurriedly ran to the guest room, leaving Ling Ning alone to be led back to the bedroom by the servant. In the bathtub in the bedroom, Ling Ning lowered her head and let the water in the bathtub sink into her head. Her mind kept thinking about the scene just now. She actually kissed Su Cheng, and he was the one who took the initiative to kiss her. Does this prove that he is not so indifferent to her? The more Ling Ning thought about it, the hotter her face became. He didn't float his head above the water until he couldn't bear it anymore and needed to breathe. My mind was full of thoughts about Su Cheng. Su Cheng also secretly blamed himself for what had just happened, wondering if he had just taken advantage of his good friend. Others treat you as a friend, but you can't control yourself. He even took the initiative to kiss her. Would she think she was a frivolous person? If this is the case, should I explain or should I just say nothing and let the matter go? Having such a beautiful friend really tests a man's self-control. After taking a cold shower, Su Cheng lay on the bed alone. Even when the housekeeper asked him to eat, he said he was not hungry and did not want to eat. It's not that he didn't want to eat, but he didn't know how to face Ling Ning. She treated me as a friend, but she did something excessive. Here, Ling Ning was in the living room. After hearing the housekeeper say that Su Cheng did not plan to have dinner, she felt a little disappointed and wondered if it was because of her that he did not want to eat. Did I do something wrong that made him hate me a little? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Ling Ning became. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of the man she liked, but these seemed beyond her control. Just as Ling Ning was daydreaming, Su Cheng couldn't sleep in bed. Finally, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Ling Ning. Said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost control and kissed you. We are friends, but I did something too much." Ling Ning asked back, "If you were my boyfriend, would you still feel sorry?"